Matt, what the hell is up? I can't believe I'm hearing your voice right now. This is amazing.
Dude, it's been a fucking minute. I don't know if you've heard of this thing, but they got this thing COVID-19.
No, I haven't. What is
Apparently,
that? I'm not
apparently,
familiar.
the internet tells me it's a conspiracy started by the government or something, just like birds or whatever. But yeah, so we're all kind of stuck in our houses. Apparently, everyone is. I'm not sure what you're doing, but
You know,
honestly, my day to day isn't too much different. I'm just watching a lot of Netflix, sleeping in a little bit maybe, but
yeah, no, I feel that. First of all, those conspiracy theories, those show how stupid people are because no government would be able to construct a virus this potent. Even if like the smartest scientists on earth came up with the most deadly virus, it would only be as effective as like 1% as corona. Mother Nature kicks our asses for that. So,
oh yeah, I mean it's crazy. I was thinking about like in like 30 years or so when you have kids, maybe a little bit younger than us or whatever, and you're trying to explain to them what this was like. I mean, it sounds like a fucking science fiction novel, dude. It doesn't even
yeah.
sound like like in the year 2020, like we get extremely caught up with, I guess, hubris.
Yeah,
We're just like, oh, we're so technologically advanced, we can handle anything, and a fucking virus is what just takes us all out. I mean, it's
I
like
know.
really the only things that can really do this are something on an infinitely small micro scale, or like a fucking meteor would just kill us all. But
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you know,
interesting
it
too.
it's fucking crazy, but it doesn't even sound real. But I mean, yeah, all the conspiracy theories are so stupid, dude. Just like people saying like, oh, the government's just trying to infringe on our rights, so they're taking advantage of us. It's like, dude, do you like? I'm not gonna get political about it too much, but it's just like, do you really like knowing Trump? Do you really think that he's gonna try to fuck his own economy up? I mean,
Exactly.
like,
Exactly. Yeah, dude, people are so fucking stupid. They're like, I wanna go down the street and sit down and eat my Subway in the store. Granny can die. Like I want my
it's
life
like,
back.
dude, literally, like billions of people are staying inside, and you think you're better than all of those people? Just like fucking suck it up, dude.
Yeah. No, for real. Also though, my life hasn't changed a super amount based on the fact that like I usually get to work from home like 4 days a week already cuz I work at a software company where we're like spread throughout the country, one person in Canada, we have a team in Bangladesh. So that side of it has been somewhat similar. They cut my salary by 20% and I was about to ask for a 20% raise. So
Oh, that
that kind of
fucking
sucks.
sucks. Damn.
They're supposed to be paying us back in December, the 20%, but then there's also like the raise part of it. So that's another
Yeah.
story. But otherwise, I've been biking my ass off. Not
Yeah,
only
see, I wish I had a
outside.
fucking bike. I sold mine in college because wasn't really using it, and now I'm in the city, and it would be so nice to have a bike. But
Yeah. Yeah, you're in like downtown Philly?
I'm like right outside Fishtown. It's sort of like
Oh,
a little
yeah.
bit
Yeah.
to the northeast. Yeah, but it's pretty cool. It's really strange. I took a drive the other day just to kind of get out of the house, and it was a nice day out, and just every single person's wearing a mask and gloves. It just feels extremely apocalyptic.
Yeah,
I'm not
definitely.
sure what Pittsburgh's like. I just looked at the numbers actually. I think we have about 10 times more cases than you. You guys are at
Hmm.
about 1,000. We're approaching like 10,000.
Huh.
So,
Dude,
I mean, it's
I stopped paying attention to all the small details anymore. I'm so tired of it. And
dude,
like at first I
I
was watching all the press conferences and shit, but I just can't do it anymore.
yeah, I can't do the press conferences. Maybe like once a week, I'll go down like a Reddit rabbit hole, kind of reading like every
Right.
article. And there's one saying, "Oh, 2 weeks we'll be out of quarantine," and the next is saying, "Oh, this isn't ending till the end of like October."
They don't know what
But
they're talking about, dude.
no, they don't know. It's all speculation, and my thoughts on it right now are that even if quarantine ends in a month, we're still going to be social distancing, wearing gloves, masks, at least
Absolutely.
into next fall. I mean, it's gonna.
Yep.
I think a lot of people are very naive, thinking that once the stay-at-home orders lifted, it's like we're just gonna go back to going to bars and restaurants, and
Not
that's
at
just
all.
absolutely not the case.
Yeah. I've been seeing people dressed up in it was models, I think, before this all happens, but they were like decked out in all this leather and like apocalyptic. It looked like it, it looked like they were in like some fucking steampunk game that includes like Fallout or something. But they were like the sexy
I love
chicks.
seeing the people wearing like gas masks and shit.
Yeah, that's what they were wearing. It looked like Daft
There's
Punk
I
with
saw an Instagram
gas
post. Some
masks.
dude put like a pot top in like his hoodie and
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
sealed that. That
My girlfriend
was
tried
pretty
that,
funny.
and it fogs up right away, so it's not that
Oh
effective.
yeah. I even wear glasses, so with the mask, like I'm walking around every 5 seconds, my glasses are fogging up. So
Yeah,
somehow I got to figure out how to deal with that.
I don't have a real mask. I've just been using a bandana, and I feel like I'm going to fucking rob a bank, just going to get groceries.
Yeah, my mom sewed some like shit out of sheets or something. I mean, it'll do, but I'm not sure where everyone's getting their masks from. I mean, they were supposed to be pretty hard to like get, I think, but now apparently everyone's fucking got one, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know either. But yeah, no, I think you're right with that whole like this whole summer is gonna be a shit show. I think it's kind of washed at this point. Like there's still gonna be events, but it's gonna be very weird first and foremost. Like um after this, I'm gonna be so introverted that just going to hang out with one or two people for a few hours, I'm just gonna be exhausted.
That's what I was thinking that too, dude. I think, if this lasts for 2 to 3 months, like what's the impact on people's social skills? I mean, it's definitely going to be strange going from talking to between 0 to 5 people personally. Like I'm living with one roommate right now. That's the only person that I've come in contact with in the last like 6 weeks probably.
Right.
But
I have been doing
it,
Zoom meetings a lot though.
I've been I haven't been doing too many like calls or anything. I've been like using the app House Party with my family. That's about it.
That's
But
still a thing?
dude, I didn't know that. I first of all, I don't know where Zoom came from. Apparently, it's been around for a while, but it's like pretty popular right now.
Yeah, yeah.
But I remember using House Party back in college. That must have been like 2016 or something, and it totally died off. And I guess it's like coming back a little bit now
Oh, yes, dude.
because of
I
all this
don't know
shit.
why that died out because that was awesome. You could like see a group of people hop in, hop out.
Yeah, it was great. I
Underrated.
think eventually I got rid of it because I just got annoyed by all the notifications of my friends. It was like constantly like, oh, Mary joined House Party, Sarah's on, like
Yep.
Jimmy's on. Like
Yep. I think
I
that's what
eventually
happened to
got
me
rid of
too.
it.
Yeah, Vine and House Party were those two little glimmers of hope in social media, and they just both went away.
Vine was great. I refuse to download TikTok though.
Yeah, me too. Not the same
I
at
just
all.
no, it's just so stupid, and it's just basically a bunch of like girls trying to get people directed to their OnlyFans page and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's pretty much internet prostitutes dancing, and there are some creative videos, but the thing is, Vine was just everyone was forced to be creative as possible. Like you press record, and then you set some shit up. You press record again, and that was the whole
Yeah,
thing.
and
Like it was
you have a
based on
6 second
creativity.
video.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like right to the point. You can't have like all this bullshit in there. And it's like I don't care about LeBron James's son doing whatever dance that is or something. It's just
yeah,
kind of silly. But
yeah.
dude,
Is
I
that-
was
is
talking
it
to my
the-
friend the other day, and we were saying it would be funny to make a coronavirus dating app for like people that currently have or have already had coronavirus. Like they could sort of like get together because they're immune or not gonna get it. It would be kind of funny,
Yeah,
like if you're just
yeah.
swiping on Tinder, like all these people have coronavirus, so it's like safe to go see them. But
That would be funny. Damn. So for
But-
those people listening, Matt and I have known each other, God,
Probably
6
6 years
Yeah. So he plays a mean saxophone. We were in business class together, and actually, right before this, I remembered the night that we met. So let me tell you this story real quick. There was
I can't totally remember the details, but I know it's gonna be a fucked up story.
Oh no, I remember it. I remember it clearly, clear as yesterday.
Oh shit, no, oh fuck, I do remember this. Yep.
So here's the background too for what I was doing the rest of the night. So, do you remember between like Pitt start and O week, where everyone had like a Facebook? I think it was like Pitt class of 2018. So you could go
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
see
yeah.
who's in your class and stuff, who you're gonna be meeting. There was someone that was in like the same message or something that I started messaging with, that she lived in Holland, and I was playing at the William Pitt Union. They had an open mic there. I played Thinking About You by Frank Ocean using my Telecaster and just my voice. And then I lived in Sutherland all the way up that fucking hill. So I did not want to walk all the way back up there. And I was going to meet up with other people after that. Wait, no, I'm sorry. She was supposed to come there. She was late. She didn't end up coming. And then right as I was like walking off stage, she got there. And I'm like,
I
oh,
was
can
gonna
I?
make a horrible joke, but I don't know how PC this podcast is supposed to be.
Dude, not PC at all. Are you kidding me?
I was gonna say you're probably used to girls not coming though.
Ooh! I don't know about PC, but that one hurts. What do you know? But okay, anyway, it was almost like we weren't even like talking. We were just kind of like, oh, we should be friends. Like you seem cool. You seem cool. So I pretty much was like, can I keep my Telecaster in your bedroom in Holland? So we ran up there. She shared a fucking like tiny ass room with 5 other girls, and I just like kind of put it in the closet. Then we went outside and we were walking through Tower's lobby. As we walk out the door, she runs into someone that she knows, and little did I know, she was trying to hook me up with her friends, who I was not into. So we walk over to this table because these kids are sitting there smoking a hookah. That was you, Jeff, the other Jeff, and Elena, all who
Yep.
I was good friends with for the rest of college. And this had to be the first or second week that I moved to Pittsburgh, honestly. So we sat down and we were talking. 20 minutes goes by and both of these girls are like, all right, I think I'm gonna leave. And I was like, all right, I'll get that guitar tomorrow, I guess. And then I ended up hanging out with you guys for the rest of the night. And as I said, like, each of you guys pretty much knew all of my friends throughout college, which is so ridiculous that all of you happen to be sitting at that table.
Yeah, and it's weird to think about the very beginning of freshman year, like even the first semester, everyone was friends with everyone.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you would just hang out in groups of like 10 or 12 people. Like, you know, you'd run into someone and be like, oh yeah, I'm friends with Jeff. Like, oh shit, I'm friends with Jeff too. And then you'd bring like your 5 people and then they'd be friends with like my 5 people or whatever. And
Yeah,
then really
yeah.
after that, everyone just like separated, and it was so strange. But I think freshman fall was probably the craziest semester I've ever had, just because first of all, the classes were a joke. Like they're all just like intro to psych or something. So you can just party, like you would it was like what was it, like tequila Tuesday, Thursday, and then you go out like Friday and Saturday night. I mean, like you were partying like 4 nights a week, just like coming up with any excuse to party.
Yep. Walking
And we're all
around
just
in a
drinking
fucking mob with backpacks, like true freshmen trying to find an address.
Oh yeah. I mean that.
The pre-games ended up the real game, you know?
Oh yeah, it was just, it's crazy just thinking about that. Where it is now, if you propose like, hey dude, you want to just come over to my dorm room and get drunk, you'd be like, and then what? But it's like back then it was like that's all there was to do, so it was pretty fun.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that too. I don't think there's ever been a time in my life where I was surrounded by so many other people that everyone just walked up to anyone, had a conversation, as in like, yeah, I'm looking for friends too. Like, you want to go do something? It's so, like, I've never been in a circumstance like that ever again.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And then I just think about how all of those people just split up and you never talk to them again, really. But it was pretty funny. And then I remember by the time sophomore year came, I moved off campus, so all of those like, oh yeah, I know this guy on the 10th floor. Let's see what he's doing tonight. Like that didn't really fly anymore.
Exactly.
So it was like, all right, I got like 3 connections, and then you burn through those. Then I was like, all right, well, I'm not getting anything out of this. So like I ended up joining a frat just to like get into, so I could go to parties and shit. But
that happened for me too, but I definitely didn't join a frat. Instead, I was
I was so anti-frat freshman year. I thought they were stupid.
me
And,
too.
I mean, they are
Freshman
they
year,
are,
I
they,
feel
they are still pretty stupid. But I
Yeah,
ended up selling
yeah.
my soul, and I joined one.
No, I feel like freshman year is the only year that frats are kind of useful because you'll never not have something to do. But also, I looked at it from the music perspective. Like, honestly, even past the first few months of freshman year, I wasn't even going out to, like, I wasn't that interested in hooking up with girls or anything. I would just work on music and meet musicians and stuff like that. And by sophomore year, I moved off campus too, and I had a kitchen. So I was like, all right, motherfucking game changer. I have a studio here that I could be as loud as I want. Like, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna have people over
that's
here. So
the
I
kitchen
just
is
created
huge.
the thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's amazing to think that you used to live somewhere that you couldn't even cook meals. Like I was lucky
It's
I lived in like
ridiculous.
a suite, so I at least had like a sink and a fridge. But it was like you couldn't every single meal you had to eat out, which is absurd.
Yeah, and even the small amount of like I used to make those microwavable Easy Macs all the time, and you had to
Oh
clean
yeah.
your silverware and like your coffee mugs and stuff. You had to do that shit in the bathroom sink. Like,
Yeah, dude. I used to just like go to market. I just swipe in, take like 5 bananas. Pretty sure I took a couple cups and stuff. I don't know if the statute of limitations is up on that, but you just slowly stock. My roommate took like a napkin dispenser, and every time Kevin, every time it ran out, he'd take it back and swap it with a full one.
yep, yep. We did that with salt and pepper too.
Oh, that's good. See, I didn't even
Um,
have a use for salt and pepper because I just wasn't cooking anything.
so up in the perch, we were allowed to take like one piece of fruit, or maybe it was like two each time we left. So we made a pact. I lived with like one other roommate, but we were in a 6-person suite with like 3 bedrooms and a shared bathroom. So
Okay,
we
yeah,
made
I
a
do remember
pact.
that.
Every time that we left the perch, one of us would like bring fruit, and then I think it was that spring we were like, all right, get as many apples as you can, and we're just gonna take them to the parking lot and just smash them against the wall. So we
I've
I think we
keep
split a
going.
bottle of Blue Wave and Bud Light Platinum, and then we took bags. I'm telling you, Matt, bags. There had to be at least 70 apples, and we were just chucking them at this wall, like chucking them down onto the baseball fields. So fun.
That's funny. I have two stories. So the one is me and my friend used to go. We'd go for like lunch or breakfast, late breakfast, whatever, and then we would just go to either where they serve like the chicken patties and the cheeseburgers, or
Yeah,
we'd go to
yeah.
like the sandwich making station, and we just get like 2 or 3 of those, and then we just wrap them in like napkins and just take them back. Like leave, so you'd end up getting like 5 meals out of a market swipe. But and then the other one, my roommate Kevin was like a total kleptomaniac. Every time we went to a party, he had to come home with like multiple souvenirs. Um, Dude, he literally stole multiple traffic cones.
That's what's
He
up.
he stole one. I used it as a doorstop for the rest of the year, and then I was with him another time. He was like blackout drunk, and he picked up a traffic cone, started carrying it. A cop pulled him over, said, "I know you're not taking that traffic cone. You better put that down." So he puts it down, and then just the cop drives off. He does a loop around the block, picks it back up, and then brings it into our dorm room.
That was in Bruce, right?
Yeah, dude, the security guards must have been so confused. One time we stole a case of beer from a party, and we took it back on like the 10A. We were like so drunk, and then I ran
Didn't cover
upstairs,
it
got
up or
my
anything?
backpack. Yeah, we didn't, and then I ran back to my room, got a backpack, dumped like a 30 rack into a backpack, and just walked right into the dorms.
Damn, that is smart. Yeah, I remember having to like conceal everything like that. I remember one time too. We were smoking a spliff with I think it was like me, Ryan, Christina up at the OC lot, and we came back inside, and there was a security guard that was she was pretty chill, but she was also like kind of person. So she goes, I'll never forget this. She goes, I don't know if you, as someone you know, has been smoking weed, but you best Febreze yourself and just
Dude,
let us through.
my friend actually smoked one of his security guards one time.
Wait,
It was like
I
this.
know who it was. The guy that was in Towers with the glasses that was like the rapper.
It might have been him. He was the security guard in Forbes, but he might have bounced around a little bit. But
I
I
forget
don't
his
want to say his
name.
name, but yeah, my friend. It was like a younger dude, probably around our age, but he was just a security guard. And my friend used to just come back like reeking all the time, and I think he's just like, eventually he was just like, "Yo, dude, like, I know what you're doing." He's like, "Don't worry, you're good." And then like eventually they ended up just like hanging out and smoking together, which is pretty funny.
Yo, my RA was I think he was rated number 1 the year before. That yeah, because he was down in Towers the year before. So he was rated number one on campus. So he was really chill, really cool. He left halfway through the year, and our other one like knew that he really didn't care that much. Um, in the sense that if you were doing some dumb shit, he would kind of be like, "I'm not gonna get you in trouble, but I'm also here to kind of guide you to not fuck your life up." But we would come in and we would have this little side stairwell that was right near our door. And like even so, like if I walked in and I was drunk as hell or whatever, and I ran into him, I wouldn't run away from him. I'd be like, "Sup, Sean?" Because we're freshmen. Like that's why he's there. You know, it's not for him to be like, "Oh, you're in trouble. You're drunk. You're high. Whatever." So we went out with my roommate, who was definitely more afraid of it, and his transformation freshman year was very vast. So I remember the first week, he had a quote that he's just like, "College is all about just getting fried, man." But he wasn't that kind of, I think he was mostly joking, but kind of serious. So
Yeah.
he like played soccer and music and everything. He was super chill. We got along great. Loved the kid. So then he got into like a frat too, and he kind of did like other stuff too. But we walked in once when he came out with us, and he was so afraid of what Sean would think. Or all right, right. So he walks over to us because like all six of us are walking in, so he's just coming over to say hi and everything. He's like, "Oh yeah, like where are you guys coming from?" And then my roommate, high as hell, bloodshot red eyes, he looks at him and he goes, the library, you know, hitting them books." As in, he thought he was being sly too. And then that's the only time that I ever saw my RA get mad. He was like, "You weren't at the library. You're out there smoking blunts."
Dude,
And it's just like, don't lie to me. Why? Don't be stupid.
So I was with a group of friends. It was like in the winter. So do you remember there's the for people that don't know, the graduate school building, there was like a the business building. There was like a patchy grass, and then there's like a baseball field.
Yeah,
And it was in the middle of winter, so it was super snowy. And I was with a group of friends that went out to smoke, and we're like standing in a circle, and then all of a sudden we see this cop like stumbling up the hill in the snow, and he's like screaming at us. And
Oh,
we
from
all kinda
over on
look
the
at
cobblestone, like up that steep one.
no, this was down by Mervis.
Yeah.
But
You know,
he was coming up the like there's like a little hill that goes up from Mervis to like where the baseball field is.
yeah.
And it was
Yeah,
like,
I know
it
what
was
you're talking
super
about.
oh yeah, it was super slippery. So
Just
he's
slip
like
it up.
stumbling up, he's yelling at us to like he's like, "Yo, freeze!" And all of us just look at each other and just book it in opposite directions. I sprinted like fucking Usain Bolt, like I don't even know where that came from. I ran like around. It was like a cop chase, dude. And I dove like in between some bushes, and it was super muddy. I got my mud covered all over my jacket. And then I literally just laid there for like 20 minutes, and I was like, "All right, I'm probably good now." I tried calling my friend, no one got back to me, so I walk out, and the second I come around the bushes, I see a cop car drive right by me. I'm like, "Oh, fuck." So I like pretend to be calm. I walk back around the side of the building, and once I'm out of his line of sight, I just start booking it back to campus. And then I'm walking up towards the library, and I see two like short female cops walking towards me. I was like, "Motherfucker." So I keep walking. I put my head down. I keep walking, and they're like, "Sir," and I just ignore them. They're like, "Excuse me, sir," and I'm like, "Ah, fuck." So I look up, and they're like, "Can you tell us what you're doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just going to the library." They're like, "The library is closed." I was like, "Oh, sorry, like I didn't know." This was like 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, and I never went to the library, so I didn't know what the hours were. They were like, "The library's closed." I was like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know that." And they're like, "Where are your books?" And I'm just wearing like a winter coat covered in mud. And they say, "Where are your books?" And I was like, "There's books in the library." And they did not like that answer. And
Oh my god.
so they fucking sat me down. They called like 8 cops. They got me. They found another one of our roommates. They sat us down. We denied. I actually hadn't smoked. It hadn't even made its way like around the circle yet. So I was being like totally honest. I was like, "No, I didn't smoke. I wasn't smoking. I didn't do anything. I wasn't lying." And then finally the one cop is just like, "So you're telling me that you've never smoked before?" And I was like, "Well, that's such a like that. What kind of question is that, dude? That has nothing to do with this." And I was like, "All right, well, like, I'm not gonna blatantly lie to the cops. Like that could get me in more trouble." So I was just like, yeah, I've smoked before, but I wasn't smoking tonight. He fucking took that, twisted it into me admitting that I was smoking, and then cited me.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I had to
First
get
of
a
all, it's
lawyer. I
never.
paid like $800. Got a lawyer, had to go to
Damn.
court. I ended up getting like 20 hours of community service and something else. And then
Fuck that.
I had to go to a hearing in front of like the whatever the judicial committee for the school was, because it was the Pitt police. They like reported it to the school as well. So
Oh
I had to go in
man.
front of them, and one of the dudes I knew from jazz band, and he's like, yeah, that's a conflict of interest, so I'm going to switch out with someone else. But he sort of like coached me through it. He's just like, just like be straight up with them. Like don't give up any information that they don't already have. So they're like grilling me. They're like, yeah, the report said your jacket was all muddy. Why is your jacket all muddy? I was like, I was waiting in line at the basketball game, and I guess I was just like, it was kind of snowy and muddy out, so I guess it just got dirty. And they were like looking at me like I had three heads, like they knew I was lying, and I just denied everything. I just said I wasn't doing anything, and the lady, they sent me back out. They deliberated for like 10 minutes. I came back in, and like the lady that actually worked for the school, she had like a committee of students, but she just looked at me and she's like, I know that you're lying, but I have no evidence against you, so you're free to go. And I was like, yeah, fuck you, bitch.
Dude, that's ridiculous. A few things. First of all, it's never been illegal to be high, first and foremost. Or, wait, I forget. Because it changed our spring semester of freshman year. It was decriminalized here. But I remember at that time, like, being high wasn't illegal. It was having stuff on you or, like, reason that they could go search you or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not. I feel like, I mean, first of all, it's really hard to prove that someone's high. You can't really. It's not like a breathalyzer test or anything.
Yeah, but even just
And
saying
I
I've
would have.
smoked before, that's not incriminating.
Yeah, I would have. Like, I guess like maybe I admitted to a crime somehow. I'm not really sure, but I mean, I wasn't high. I was totally sober, so they couldn't have. Even if they did test me, I would have come back clean. But what was
The
I
other
gonna
thing
say?
is too,
Yeah,
think about that versus in some states right now, that is considered one of the few essential businesses.
dude, something interesting that I saw is that um, like pro marijuana people are saying that this whole like epidemic pandemic could really push the movement for legislation like nationwide for legalizing marijuana, just because it's already been deemed like an essential thing. So it's like kind of hard to argue that it should be illegal when states are saying like, no, we're closing your liquor stores, but your dispensaries can stay open.
Yeah,
Like that's
damn.
super hard to argue against. Like it's an essential thing for people, but you're still gonna try to fight against it. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'm fairly certain next year, PA's going for it, like recreational.
I think so. Yeah, I actually have a medical card right now for like back pain and stuff. So it's like legal medically, but yeah, still I'm not sure. PA is kind of on the fence about it. It seems like, but it's only a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, no, even in Pittsburgh, like we were one of the first cities to decriminalize it, but even now, you could go get a medical card for $100. Like it's crazy. I
Yeah,
don't have one,
it's
but
not too hard. And I mean, I live in like I don't want to say ghetto, but it's not like a super fancy neighborhood or anything. It's kind of undergoing gentrification in Philly. But I'll walk out and like my neighbor's just smoking a blunt on the street like every fucking day.
oh
Like no
yeah,
one says
yeah.
anything.
No, I live down in Southside too. Like that's one of one of the. Wait, first of all, I like to call these things the Southside ragweeds. Is any any sort of alcohol bottle, like an old English plastic bottle was my favorite one. You'll see them literally roll across the street like a rag or a tumbleweed rather when it's really windy, and I'm like, the old Southside tumbleweeds.
Dude, what's funny is I can literally like now that everything's shut down, I'm just picturing the entire South Side Strip just being completely barren, and I can totally picture like literal tumbleweeds just rolling down the street.
Well, here's the thing. So there's a lot of people driving down it, as you heard before. All the people fucking revving their engines because it's a thing to do to like go down there. There's some people walking around, a lot of people running. But here's the weird thing. So I'm right on Carson on 11th. so I can look down to the right and see most of the action. I
Okay.
never knew how much light the bars produced until they all shut their lights off. So on like a Friday, Saturday night, I'll look down at 1:30. I don't see a single car. I don't see a single person. And like they put in streetlights now, but still, it's weird as fuck.
Yeah, man, it's great. And I have to think a lot of those places might not ever open again. I mean,
Dude,
a lot of,
the O closed.
yeah, I saw that. That really sucks, man.
I
I didn't
know.
even like I maybe went there a handful of times, but it was still just sort of like an iconic
Yeah, exactly.
location.
Yeah, you went there
Um
because it was so dingy.
I don't think you can ever go there before like 2 a.m. either, you
And you know
know.
what's funny too? They never fixed their D, so it just said the Hot OG shop.
Yeah,
The
I
original
think
Hot OG shop.
half those lights would be burnt out like consistently.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do feel bad for small businesses, man. I mean, like it's got to be hard to stay afloat. Like a bar just opened up down the street from me. They were doing really well, but it's like I can't imagine that they'd have enough of a bankroll in savings to really float themselves for more than a couple months, you know? So it
Yeah.
does suck.
I mean, that's already the quickest turnover for businesses, like
Yeah,
restaurants and bars
absolutely.
and stuff like that.
I was like thinking about starting a business, and now I'm just glad that I'm a lazy piece of shit right now
Yeah.
because I don't
It
have to
depends
worry.
what type though.
Yeah.
What is the trail like? I went to my cousin's wedding in Atlantic City, and I had to drive through Philly, and there's this bridge that's like a running and biking trail that kind of goes over the water. What is that?
Is it on the west side of the city or the
I
east
think it
side? You
was
know.
the east.
It's like Penn's Landing, I think.
Yeah, I saw Logic open up for Tyler the Creator, open up for Kid Cudi at Penn's Landing once, actually.
Oh shit, that's cool.
So I think it's kind of down that way, but it's almost it seems like it was almost like a mile or two away from downtown.
Yeah, there's like I think like Old City, which is like directly east of like Center City, is that's like technically Penn's Landing, but then I think there's like a whole trail. There's the I think the Betsy Ross Bridge is around there.
Hmm. So you grew up in Bucks County, right? Not like
Yeah,
within the city.
Doylestown.
So this has been the first like you've been in Philly for what, 2 years now?
No, I actually so I moved back home after college. I lived there for maybe about a year and a half. And I just moved to Philly about 6 months ago.
Oh damn. So let
So I'm
me
still kind of and I'm sort of getting the hang of it now. I'm better geographically, but I
yeah,
don't know.
Philly's
Like
hard. The geography in Philly's really hard. I don't know why.
it's tough. I mean, there's so many neighborhoods. I mean, Pittsburgh is really broken up into maybe like five key neighborhoods,
Yeah, and
whereas Philly,
it's
like every like square mile is a neighborhood in itself, basically.
right. And the thing about Philly versus Pittsburgh is that it's more based on like the squares, as you said, whereas Pittsburgh is like obviously the rivers and stuff, but all of like where South Side is because it's on the south side, and North
Yeah.
Side is like north of the river. But then it's easier to know where Lawrenceville is because it's like kind of tucked over here. Then you have Oakland, and they're almost like circular zones instead of like grids.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's really interesting. It's kind of more like towns in a city,
Yeah,
whereas
definitely.
like Philly is more like neighborhoods almost, but each like each different zone in Pittsburgh is like extremely different from one another, which is pretty interesting.
And they've been changing
And
a lot
it's
too. Like Lawrenceville, when we were in school, was like not much, and it's popped off recently.
yeah, I mean when we were in school, um, it's probably still thriving, but it's a really up and coming city, and I think because it's so cheap, a lot of people move there. A lot of businesses are starting to move there. Like I think Uber and maybe Apple,
Well,
are setting
it's
up headquarters there. I mean, there's Carnegie Mellon and Pitt.
yeah, I was about to say it's actually the automation capital of the world, which I didn't know until I saw that documentary. That the fuck is that guy's name? The guy that makes the documentaries.
The Planet Earth guy. I can't remember. David
No, no, no,
Attenborough.
no, not him, not him. He's Austrian. He was
Is
in
it,
The Mandalorian. He played the villain.
I haven't seen that. It's not Ken Burns though, is it?
No, what the fuck is this guy's name? This is gonna kill me.
I can't remember.
Yeah, that guy. So he made a documentary that Elon Musk was in and everything. And they were all like, yeah, like Pittsburgh is the international capital of automation. That's why Uber started the self-driving cars here. Were you here, by the way, when that was happening? Like, did you see any of them driving around? That shit was
Yeah, I saw
crazy.
them, especially towards senior year. I would see them a few times a week. I never got to ride in one though. I always
Me
wanted to
neither.
ride in one.
No, do you know Dean Bogg? He makes the YouTube videos.
Uh, no, I don't.
You'd probably recognize him from school, but he made a video on YouTube trying to get in one of those, and he biked around and he figured out a way to do it, and it turned out they were pre-planned to do the same trips to test it out, and you had to call it from a certain place when
Oh,
one
so
was
they
rounding
only ran
around.
certain routes, like a
Exactly.
kind of like a bus or something.
Yeah, but then a fucking bus caused an accident and they shut it down, which is
Dude,
funny.
I saw that it was maybe like a year ago. Like a a bus just like was I can't remember what exactly happened. A bus just like flipped over on the middle of Fifth Avenue or
No,
something.
dude, the street sunk in.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's what. Didn't a
In the
bus like
middle
fall
of
through the street?
Yeah, in the middle of downtown. That shit was crazy.
That's crazy, dude. I actually
Someone
have a funny story, kind of like that. So my friend used to sell door to door Comcast,
Oh
and one
Jesus.
day he sort of like roped me into just tagging along with him. So we just went to this town, just started knocking on people's doors, trying to convince them to switch from like FiOS to Comcast or whatever. First guy we went to this was on a Sunday. He's like, yeah, I'm kind of interested, but my wife handles like all that stuff. So and she's at work right now. She'll be back around like 6. And we're like, oh, perfect. We'll come back at 6. So we do the rest of our route. I think we signed one or two more people. We circle back with this guy. We're sitting on his porch with him and his wife. We convince him. My friend like whips out the paperwork. They start signing it. All of a sudden you hear this huge crash and you look like around I look around like one of the beams on the porch out front and the whole dude's truck just fell
Mhm.
through his driveway. It was like a 15-foot sinkhole and apparently their driveway was paved over a
What?
well and he's like, "Yeah, I've lived here for
Oh
15 years and
man.
I had no idea." And just I thought about the chances of me being there at a random time for like maybe 10 minutes out of the entire 15 years that this guy has lived there and I got to see his truck fall through his driveway.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, that's crazy. Damn. But wait, to go back to the it's kind of funny that a bus caused the crash because I think it was in like PR class or something. I did a project on automating the buses here to make driverless like Port Authority buses, and I listed all of these facts. Like these are the causes of the crash. The amount of deaths for manual versus automated are different, and then that was right as they were starting to do the driverless Uber, and then a fucking bus just canceled the entire operation. There's been a few times that the Pittsburgh buses have like
Yeah.
killed people too. I cited that too. You know that little intersection on
Yeah,
Center?
yeah, I do. There's
Like
like a
if you
gas
walked
station
up from
there or
my old
something.
apartment up to Sutherland's, no. As you go farther up the hill, so you
Oh,
reach that
yeah, yeah,
Y
yeah.
where you can either like walk towards the Pete or there. That is one of the most dangerous intersections by fatalities
Statistically?
in Pittsburgh, and that
Wow,
was
that's crazy.
yeah. Buses, I'm pretty sure have killed
Jesus.
3 people there.
I would always walk cuz I was
Yeah,
walking
it's
from
crazy.
Chesterfield like onto campus and there's like several really steep hills there and buses would always just like creak to a halt as I'm walking through the crosswalk. And yeah, it's like their brakes could. This is like a 45-degree angle of a hill. They could easily just not stop in time. But sometimes I just be like, if I just got bumped a little bit, they might pay for my tuition. So
Yeah, dude. Outside of the William Pitt Union, how Fifth is a
yeah,
one way, like a 3 or 4 lane one way, but then the buses go the other way. They have signs up now, but I was walking out there and I didn't necessarily see the kid step out and get hit, but I saw the bus, I saw the people waiting. I turned my head a little bit, and the next thing I knew, people were like, I look, this kid is just like laying on the ground. The bus didn't run him over or anything. It just like hit him and
Jesus. Yeah, I've
sent him
seen a few
flying.
people almost get hit.
That is such a
I
dangerous
mean,
area, though. Yeah,
if you live there,
'cause
you
you
kind of
don't think of
understand
it.
how it works. But if you don't, I mean, it's super easy to get hit by a bus. I mean,
exactly. For people that are
yeah,
new to the
absolutely.
area, especially.
So, what else are you up to, man?
Um, I've been biking a lot, as I said, but the main thing I've been trying to do besides work, which has been a lot recently, just not even just for quarantine, but like two of the people got fired and I picked up their jobs, so I'm kind of doing like
Damn.
multiple jobs at this point. But anyway, I've been doing a lot of music too, and the next one I'm gonna release is
Yeah, dude,
that
I'm
bike
excited
one
to
I
hear
sent
that.
you, which, funnily enough, that song is about while I'm working, thinking in my head I would rather be doing this, and I use
Oh,
biking as
okay.
the
Yeah, that's
metaphor
cool.
for it. But dude, that part where we like we finish the verses and then it goes to the little trade off between like first there's a trumpet solo, then there's a guitar solo, then you come in with the sax. Oh, makes me cry every
Yeah, I can't
time.
wait for you to put it out, man.
It's so
I,
nice. Yeah, you know what's cool too? My friends brought this 19 I didn't know this at the time, but he was just like, "Yeah, my dad got this vintage amp. We didn't know what it was. He left it in my basement for a while. It stopped working, but I brought it back to my place this year and decided to figure out what was wrong with it. I went through and like refurbished it, made it beautiful. This fucking thing is either from 1948 or 1949. It's a Dan Electro amp before Howard Daniel made Silvertone amps. So that with this Telecaster, it almost sounds like a
that's awesome.
piano. But even, dude, even the smell of
Does
this
it have
thing,
like a
like
old? Does it sort of
especially
have
in bike.
like a musty smell to it,
Yeah, musty's kind of like a
like
negative
a
word, but
vintage smell?
it's got that tinge. Yeah, that tinge to it, and especially since it's a real tube amp, you smell the tubes when they turn on, and like I don't know if you know, but when you turn on a tube amp, you need to wait like 20 seconds for them to heat up for it to
Okay.
start making noise and stuff. I live on the fourth floor up here, so all of my kind of like not even old gear, but the ones that are based on old circuits and everything, I pick up a lot
Oh,
of
really?
radio frequencies. So actually, even my guitar just into my new Fender amp too. Like I turned that on and recorded a bunch of shit for Corona. Like it's really loud, the radio and everything. But I've been running with that or miking it over to the side to not pick it up as much. But bike actually started because I just fixed that amp and I was layering over guitar for it, and it's such a pretty movement of melodies and chords, even though the entire song is just well, it's in three, so it's like G major seventh, stop, G major seventh, stop, A minor seventh, stop, A minor seventh, stop. That's the entire song, and then just screwing around over top of it, I had all of these melodies that would like interchange with each other that made all of this other crazy shit. So I think I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
that's
more
cool. I
of
love
that
the
too.
like the layering and stuff, and there's sort of like almost like a inherent call and effect pattern to it, sort of, you know, call and
Yeah,
response.
and
Sorry.
also, I think I talked to you about this before, but I actually started on saxophone in like fourth grade, but only played for
Okay.
2 months maybe, alto sax. So I was stumbling across a few videos on YouTube about these like $230 alto saxophones. It's this guy ranking. He like does these examples between the cheapest one on Amazon versus his $4,300 one. Dude, there was a poll he put up. 56% of the people thought that the cheap one sounded better. And I was like, wait, what the
Damn.
fuck? I should get one
Yeah,
to
dude. I mean,
screw around
especially
with
if you're
it.
just messing around, like it doesn't. It's like a beginner quality instruments. Like it doesn't matter too much, you know. But dude,
Yeah,
I've been
dude,
trying to get more
definitely.
into music production. The thing, I mean, there's a lot I struggle with, but the thing in like production that I struggle with is getting it to sound good on everything. Like
Hmm.
I'll mix it with
Yeah,
like
I
an
get
Audio
you.
Technica headset, which is pretty good, and I'm like, all right, that's how I want like the bass to sound. That's how I want the drums, like how loud. And then I'll listen to it on my computer speakers, and it's like totally flipped. I'll listen to it on like good speakers. It sounds different. Like it's so hard to, and you know, I if anyone's gonna be listening to it, I assume maybe like 10 people, but they're not gonna be listening to it on like top notch audio equipment. So it's like you sort of have to master it to sound
Exactly.
good on like shitty speakers, but then it doesn't sound that good on like good headphones or speakers. So I that's something I struggle with.
Well, I used to struggle with that all the time, and here's the advice I would give. If you sample select and construct it using somewhere in the middle headphones, like say Apple earbuds or just like a set of speakers and not worry too much about it, the mixing should just be kind of objective things like, oh, these are conflicting here, fix that, fix this. And then the overall limiter that you use will change a lot of everything. So if when you export it, it doesn't sound as good, then just go back and screw around with that. But here's the thing too. I try to mix as much as possible within the sequencer. So like while I'm putting the waves in, while I'm recording, while I'm adding different samples or like playing stuff, I'll try to make it sound as even and good right there as possible. So then the mixing is kind of just like setting the levels right and everything like that. Even when you go to record something, if you put some sort of colorized effect on it first, then you can kind of like cater the playing to where it needs to sit with everything else. And the other thing too is reverb especially will always sound different inside of the program than when you export it. So once you kind of just screw around with that and figure out what it's going to sound like afterwards, or at least like have a hunch for it, I would turn down your reverbs a little bit more than what you think, because then it will sound normal in your export. It's little things like that, you know?
Gotcha. Yeah, I was working on a song the other day, and I was mixing it with my headphones, and I was like, shit, like the bass sounds good, but it's like, it's really prevalent. Like I should probably turn that down. And then I export it, and it's like you can barely hear the bass, like what it's going for on like the MacBook speakers. I'm like, oh well, fuck. Like which, like one it's like super underwhelming, and the other is super overwhelming. So it's like I'm not sure which one to go for.
So are you familiar with the pink curve? Did you ever hear that?
No, see that's like I got to get more into like the theory.
So here
mixing.
I'll explain everything you need to know. So picture white noise, right? Technically,
Yeah.
like, do you know if you open up in EQ how it shows like lows over on the left and highs over on the right, and you could like change it? So
yep.
If you played a tone that was actually technically like white noise, it would be completely flat, the same volume for every single different frequency across that, right?
Okay.
So there's a thing called the Fletcher-Munson curve. The human ear is more sensitive to the higher range because we're built to hear other people talk. So that means, like, I could send you a picture of this too, but it pretty much means that if you have that flat line, it now goes up over on the bass and down over on the right. So this is what that means. If you say you played 100 decibels on like at a mid-range frequency, you would probably hear that for what it's worth. But if you played 100 decibels over on a high frequency, you would perceive that as, say, like 140. I'm just using random numbers. You would need 140 low ends decibels to perceive 100, right? So what the pink curve is they tested each frequency at a certain decibel to see where the threshold was to perceive it for the human ear. So pretty much the pink curve is just a slanted line that is how the human ear hears things. So whenever I mix and I master, the last thing I do is I open up a master EQ just to visualize it. And I mean, always trust your ears over your eyes, yes, but if it has a nice straight slanted line like that, it will always change based upon what type of instruments you are using, where you are in the song, what key it's in, shit like that. But overall, you want that to be a straight diagonal line. So a big thing as a good example for that, like a sub needs to be way louder than a hi-hat. But a kick and a sub are pretty close, but the sub is probably going to be a little bit lower than the kick. And if you're using a high sub, you probably want a low kick so they don't interfere. So if you soloed out the kick and made it sound really good on its own, you bring it back in, it might not sound good. Here's what you're supposed to do instead. You need to pick the things that might be conflicting, and then you need to do two things. You need to take away, say, the sub where you want the kick to be the most present, and vice versa. So it's making room for everything to sit to produce that slanted line like that, the pink curve.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, just type
does
in
sort
pink
of
curve EQ and you'll see what I mean.
okay. Does orienting things like more towards the left or the right side sort of help with that balance too?
That yeah, definitely. That's more for interference, so
Okay.
you won't have things overlapping. But there's a point where you can't necessarily do that. So the low ends you want to keep more in the center, and the high ends you want to spread a little bit to the side. But say you have two different. We'll use guitar. If you have two rhythm parts and a solo happening at the same time that are both in the same register, I would think about that a few ways. I might split the two rhythm parts completely left and completely right, and then leave the solo in the middle. Or you could do something like during the verses, you could keep them all in the middle. Then during a chorus, like move them around to the side or something. That's a big thing that happens in pop. Um, or you could, like, if you listen to a Doors song with one headphone on, like earbuds, and you take one out, you will only hear about half of the instruments and a little bit of reverb bleed. I think it's headphone bleed mostly, or room bleed, or something like that. But they take the entire drum set, including the kick, and I think sometimes the bass too, and just throw it all on one side, and then like the voice all the way on the other. It's really trippy. I would definitely recommend to check that out. But I mean, back then you literally had to like press record and change the knobs, and then that's what your song sounded like, you know?
Yeah, there was no like post production really.
Yeah. I would also definitely fuck around with compression release times. So if you think about what those times are actually representing, they're milliseconds of when the compressor stops activating, right? So if you think about it, if you take 60,000 divided by the BPM, that will give you a quarter note in milliseconds. So I usually try to set my compressor's release to that, so it cuts off right on the beat. Stuff like
Okay.
that works. Also, the difference between a compressor and a limiter. Do you know what that is? I wish someone told me
I
this
know more about
years ago.
compression than limiting.
Here, dude, I'm about to blow your fucking minds. So the only difference, someone out there is gonna yell at me, but fuck you. The only difference between a limiter and a compressor, technically, that's why you always see kind of like compressor slash limiter. Here's the difference. The ratio is, so let me tell you about the threshold first. The threshold is like, once you reach this amount of loudness, we're gonna bring the stuff that's louder than that down a little bit. Pretty much. Like, that's a very simplified version of it, but
Basically, so it doesn't blow out the speakers and stuff, right?
yeah,
Or
or
like,
it
sounds
or it
too,
holds quiet things longer, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Softens it up, brightens it up, stuff like that. And overall makes it louder too, because then you could crank your input volume and you'll get kind of like a consistent volume after that, right? So
Gotcha.
the threshold is right where that change is happening. Think of it as a knee. They call it the knee, right at that part where it, like, if you think of it on an X and Y axis, it's going up in like a 1-to-1 ratio, a perfect 1-to-1 line. Right as it reaches one of them, it brings that line to a flatter slope. So a ratio of 1-to-1 would be doing absolutely nothing, and a ratio of like 300-to-1 would be doing quite a lot. So the difference between a compressor and a limiter is from the ratio of 1-to-1 to 116, it's a compressor. From 1 to 16 and more, it's a limiter.
Okay. That's
I
like a
seriously
little.
wish someone fucking told me that before.
Yeah, I just got to start. I think I got to start playing around with stuff more. Do you?
Just guess
So
and
I guess.
check.
Yeah, when you're mixing stuff, do you normally sort of try to keep the reference at 0 decibels and then move other tracks around based on that, or is there any advantage or disadvantage to maybe starting at like -4 decibels and then working off that, or is it all just kind of relative?
Well, I mean, there's multiple reasons for leaving headroom in while you're making it, but here's the other thing. If it doesn't make you want to make a better song, then fucking turn it up too loud. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But when you're going to level everything, you kind of want to start low and then bring them up slowly. But there are things that I will, like, say a live bass or a sub, I'll try to push almost all the way up to 0, and then a kick maybe to like -4. Even though there's some songs where I want the kick to be really loud and I turn the sub down. Um, then you have hi-hats. Like, every time I drag in a hi-hat sample, instantly turn it down -12 just to work with it. I'll probably turn it down more too, just because, again, the Fletcher-Munson curve. But snare always needs to be the loudest thing in your mix. So remember that as a rule of thumb. But here's the other thing. Like, I could tell you general areas where I keep them, but it always changes. It depends what is going on where in the song, you know?
So do you normally try to have like a 0 decibel track as your loudest track, or do you ever push it above 0?
For the master?
Yeah. I mean, I guess like say you're making a song and it has 10 different tracks. Do you try to keep like, say it's based on like a piano riff or something, like
Right.
you want that to be the most like outstanding part? Would you make that like 0 and then everything else below that, or do you ever like will you have something that you pushed up to maybe like +5 or something?
Um,
Is there
Not
any difference?
really.
Like, is it better to try to keep like the loudest at 0, or is there any like integrity loss or anything if you're going like +3, +4, +5?
I mean, if when you export it, it shows that like the wave is literally clipping, as in it's snipping off information, then you don't want that. But
Okay.
I usually go by RMS. A lot of people use LUFS. I just happen to know RMS better, so that's it's literally root mean squared. Same thing as Excel docs and shit like that. It's like the R squared value. So in the 70s and shit, they used to shoot for like -9 maybe, and right now I usually shoot for -4. When Mike Dean mixed Astro World, he said that was the loudest he's ever mixed anything, and that was, I think, -2.5 or -3 or something. So you're never really going to reach 0. Here's why, is because that's not telling you what the loudest part is. That's overall what is the average volume, right? So that's why they have peak too. So usually in the limiter, if it's showing that it goes to like plus something, that's going to clip in the export. So I don't know about Logic. I think it might render in like 32 within the project. You can't clip within reason because it renders in 64. That's the entire range that you can have a wave. But when you export it, it's going down to 24. So if it's too loud, it's going to clip off information. But going back to your piano, if piano is the main instrument, I still won't have that the highest on there because of the Fletcher-Munson curve. So
Okay.
going back to the trust your ears instead of your eyes, I wouldn't approach it just as, okay, I want to set this here. Listen to see if it's the clearest and most present and centralized thing. But again, I mean, it always changes.
Yeah. Well, we were talking before about sort of pushing things out to the left and right and then having other things centered. Will you do stuff like duplicating a track? Like, say you kind of want the, like the harmonies and stuff on the outside. Will you sort of duplicate that track, push one to the left, one to the right, so it's like equally spread in both ears, but it's not like directly in the middle, you know?
I probably would use a stereo widener for that because it's
Okay.
doing the same thing. However, I have taken tracks and duplicated them, which is kind of like a cardinal sin because it might phase. Reason is really good at not phasing when you duplicate things, but the reason I do that, pun intended, no pun intended, I will keep one really dry and either like really light. Usually, I'll keep the clean one with light compression. Then I'll duplicate it, put like a radio effect and some reverb on it, and just like crush the hell out of it and put it really quiet in the background. That works sometimes. Sometimes doesn't really work, and you want to just record a second track of it, you know?
Yeah, gotcha.
Here's the other thing too. The biggest part of mixing I've found is if you use the same reverb for everything and adjust the like ins and outs. So say you have a vocal and some guitar. You want to make like all the vocals through maybe like an oak room or something, and then all the guitars through a guitar room. Honestly, anymore, I use guitar room. I don't know why. That just sounds great. The size of whatever room they use to build that reverb just sounds great on fucking everything. It doesn't even sound like reverb. It just makes it sound more real, like it's in the room with you. So I'll turn that on almost everything, even the kick sometimes, or maybe even the sub, like really low. But since they're all going into the same reverb, your muddiness doesn't happen. Then the ones that you want, excuse me, the ones that you want a lot of reverb as an effect for, just add a second one on after it, you know?
Yeah, I actually like that because I think I've sort of noticed
Saves time
a lot
too.
of yeah, a lot of the stuff I make, it's even if it's very like even if it's loud, it doesn't sound necessarily full. Like it won't sound like you're in the room listening to it, like you were talking about the guitar room reverb. It sort of sounds like you're listening to it from afar almost, instead of like you're like being enveloped by the
Yep.
music, you know?
Yep. Yeah, and keep the dry wet a little bit lower too than you
Okay.
think in the program, because it's gonna sound a little bit more when you export it too.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I could talk about mixing all day though. Shit's
Yeah, I'll have to put some time and energy into it. It's sort of been more of just like a trial and error, just fuck around kind of thing for me, instead of like actually taking the time to learn it. So I
dude.
feel like
Don't
if I actually
even
just sat down for 2 hours and just read some shit.
don't even think that it's going to change though. I've learned so many things to not use them pretty much. Like if that makes any sense. Like anymore, I'll take music theory as an example, even though this applies exactly to mixing and using software and everything. I'll sit down with a guitar and like I spent God probably 14 years only really studying the music theory part of it. Now when I sit down on the guitar, all of that I try to just tuck all the way in the back of my brain and not think about it at all and just play. That's how I approach music production too. So I've gotten it where I know what I need to do and I do it quickly and efficiently. And it's probably going to sound good, and if it doesn't, you can just tweak it after. But here's the thing. If you get caught up in trying to make everything sound good and like make sure everything is in the right place afterwards, it's going to drain you quite a lot. So almost like as you're producing, and sample selection, that's a big one too. Let me go on a quick tangent. So my friend that went to music school, his professor had a track that like didn't really, everything wasn't really sitting that well, right? He goes, all right, everyone give a suggestion. What would you change about this? People were giving all these like technical answers or just like these ideas of what wasn't working. And he goes, they're all correct, but I'm going to show you a far better way to do all of those. So all he did was like he had stuff programmed in where he could go in and change the samples of them. So here's what he did. He went to the kick sample and he just went through different samples of the kick. And he was like, all right, here's 5 options. I think this one works pretty well. After he didn't change any knobs except the kick. And now everything sat perfectly. Here's a big
Really?
reason for that. Because if you think about an audio wave, it's one singular thing going up and down, right? So if you have a lower frequency, that's a longer wave. If you have a high frequency, it's really fast. That means that the high frequencies are pretty much riding those long waves. So if you have poor shit going on in the low ends, now everything on top of that is kind of screwed up. That's why everyone always says like you want to cut the very, very low end off of everything. Even though you can't hear it, it's going to change because now they're not riding that really long, slow wave.
Okay, that makes sense. They're sort of clashing a little bit.
Yeah, they're not like you're not hearing them for what they truly are, you know?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I get, yeah, I'm not, you're probably hearing way more than you actually think you're hearing, even if you can't hear it, you know? Like
Absolutely.
your body can just kind of feel it almost.
Yeah, well, here's the thing too. So you can hear down to 50 hertz and you can feel down to 30. So if you cut below 30, even on your sub, like I don't really cut that on my sub because normally it's a sample. But even so, like you really want to cut that low end out of everything. But
Probably
that's the other
especially if you're
thing.
doing like MIDI work, right?
Yes, or using like a sample bank. Here's a interesting notion too. So I used to send people beats all of the time. A lot of the times where I didn't mix it whatsoever, like I didn't touch anything, but I was using only samples. They'd be like, "Man, this sounds great. This is probably one of your best mixed songs." And I was like, "What is happening? Why do people keep telling me that?" I found out you probably shouldn't compress or EQ much unless they're conflicting with other things, samples, because they already have been treated and processed. Whereas, like, if you're recording live drums, a live bass, a live guitar, you want to use a compressor and an EQ to, like, get them to that same level.
But if you're doing it on a sample, you're like compressing what's already been compressed essentially.
Exactly. And that's a big reason that people struggle so much with mixing is because they don't realize that. You really
Yeah.
don't have to. Maybe cut some mids out to give more space for everything. Mids can be your best friend or your enemy, you know? Like especially if there's something with a voice or a saxophone or a guitar or a piano that needs to sit there and you have all of this other information that's conflicting with it, it's going to sound really bad. But
I'll just gets kind of muddied together, right?
yeah, yeah. And you've heard of lo-fi and hi-fi.
Yeah.
Technically, like if you have a hi-fi plugin, all that's doing is separating the lows and the highs more, aka scooping out your mids.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Another interesting thing too, like this is kind of more technical, but do you know what the Q is on an EQ? It changes how
No.
wide the cut is. There's that little knob that changes how wide you're making the cut or boost. So
Okay.
you want like thin carves when you're like cutting stuff out, and you want to boost a little bit wider. But if you look at an EQ, the distance between say an inch over on the left might be 100 hertz. An inch over on the right is like 1,000. That means if you cut right in the middle with the Q in the middle, it's doing the same thing as if you move it over to the left and widen it, and the same thing if you move it over to the right and make it smaller. So always keep that in account. And then another thing is too, they have linear EQs that do this for you. But if you really know your own EQ, you could kind of fix it manually. So whenever I make a cut on one side of it, I'll just boost up a half a dB, a whole dB, just to kind of compensate so it sounds normal again and not hollow.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to start messing around with that stuff because my knowledge is pretty limited right now. So, but it's cool whenever you learn like sort of like a, I don't want to say trick, but almost a new trick.
Yeah,
and then
no,
you
it is.
implement it
It
just
really
how like how different everything can really sound.
Yeah, I call them heuristics. You know, it's kind of like if you're trying to do a really complicated math problem, you go back to the same kind of like heuristics in your brain. Do the same thing for mixing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You said something earlier that was you were saying like, oh, I know all the music theory, but then once I start to play, I kind of leave it behind. That's definitely true. I've thought about it that way too, where it just has to be so ingrained in you that it's almost subconscious that consciously you're just kind of pulling from that while not really thinking about it. And I had like a band director say this to me one time, like you know how like people will play out of the changes, like say you're playing over like a G, like dominant 7, but you might add like a sharp 4, you know, flat 3, like I don't like something like that, like notes
Right.
that don't fit in that chord.
Right.
He said like
Yeah, an outside note.
he said you have to know how to play in before you can play out. because if you just try to play like fucked
Absolutely.
up notes, it's not going to sound right. But if you know what you're supposed to be playing and then you play out, that you know how to resolve it back to being in, which makes a lot of sense.
No, that's definitely true. That's like you have to learn how to walk before you can run. If you try running, you're just gonna fucking fuck your nose up. You're gonna
Yeah,
hit the
totally. And
cement.
then like, yeah, and it's like even that is true. It's like
Mm-hmm.
if you think about walking, you're kind of walking like a retard, you know. But if you're just like, all right, I'm gonna go from here to there, and you just do it, you walk totally normal. But if you're like, all right, let me think about what my right leg is
And
doing.
that's what a
Is my
flow state
left arm
is. You know,
swinging? Like
like
it's
I
like
try
kind
to
of
just go on
it's a
autopilot as
very
much as I
awkward
can.
movement.
So when I sit down, sometimes I feel one of my my friends Jake Ware used to call it feeling pregnant because he felt like there was something inside of him that just like he needed to get like out of him. Um, so sometimes I'll just sit there on autopilot, and once I put down the first thing, it's not like I hear the entire thing, but I know that it's all gonna come out quick because I know where I'm going with it. You know. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. I think like another great word for like being on autopilot is
yeah.
almost like being extremely present. And for me, that's like one of my favorite things about music is like when you can really like and you can do this with a lot of things if you're playing video games or you're like reading or you're playing music or drawing whatever. Sometimes you'll just get so lost in the
Yep.
moment that it feels like it might have been 20 minutes and you look up and it's been 4 hours, and it's just like that's just like I think about when I play music and I feel like that, that's like one of the most like euphoric feelings you can really get. Is just like you're just going, you're not thinking, like you're not thinking about like work tomorrow, you're not thinking about the homework you have to do, you're not thinking about what you're going to have for dinner, like you're
Yeah,
just
and
like
honestly,
experiencing
if I
whatever
had
you're
10
doing.
bucks for every time at my actual job people were like, "I don't know how your quick turnarounds happens this fast every single time." But here's my secret, like when I have a task to do, I won't necessarily sit down and just bang it out every single time it comes at me that second. That's how machines work. But say someone says, "I need this ASAP." Say, all right, I was just doing a lot of other stuff, so I'm gonna go make a sandwich. I'm gonna make some coffee. Might watch a YouTube video or something like that, just to kind of like clear my mind and get ready. Then I'll just sit down, like put on something that keeps me in that zone, and then flow state comes in. You will be so much more efficient during that than if you just sat down right when you needed to. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've read a couple books on flow state. One of them is called
Hmm.
Deep Work by this guy Cal Newport. I'm actually looking at my bookshelf right now. It basically it's really interesting. The first part is sort of case studies on individuals who are like sort of known for using deep work, and then the second half of the book is kind of explaining how to like get into these states. And it's basically saying you can apply this to anything. Like say you're at your job, you're not going to be in like a deep flow state if you do something for 5 minutes and then you check your phone, you send a couple texts, you try to get back into it, because every time you take your
Yeah.
brain out of
Yeah.
something, you have to let your brain get back into it, into that like mindset, into that mode. So like when you're trying to get anything done, whether you're trying to write a
Even
book or
work
make a
out. Yeah.
song or something, or like get work done or study, it's like work out, it's extremely important to not check your phone, not check your emails, not be like thinking about other stuff. I mean, like in this book, he even had examples of, people would be like researchers or like an economics professor. He like one weekend out of every month when he was working on a certain project, he would just go rent a cabin in the middle of like the woods, just take, his computer, no internet access, no phone, just tell friends and family, hey, I'm going to be gone for 3 days. Don't contact me. I'm still going to be alive, whatever.
Yeah.
And you just sit down and grind with like absolutely no distractions. And that like you can get way more done in like 2 hours of a flow state than 10 hours of like a non-flow state.
Absolutely. So actually, this book that's 4,000 years old has a lot to do with that. It's called the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, and I think it's actually the basis of Taoism. But they had they have this assigned in a few classes based on like flow. So it's filled with like if you went to find this in the book aisle, like a book aisle, it wouldn't be religion or philosophy or anything. It's literally in the wisdom section. That's I'm not even joking. It's in the wisdom section. So it's filled with they're almost like poems. I don't know if they used to rhyme in whatever language they were written in, but they're little one-page things about something, and you could read it in 2 hours or you could read it in 10 years. It's one of those books. Those are always my favorite. So it's filled with, I would call it counterintuitive knowledge or counterintuitive wisdom. So, one of the ones is like the man who works the best, or the man who works the hardest works the least, or no, wait. The man who works the most tries the least. I just botched that so many times. The man who gets the most work done is trying the least amount because by the nature of it, he's in his flow state and getting everything done. It talks about how like the strongest thing is actually not the harshest thing, but the most gentle, things like that. How like a vase isn't really the material that you use to build a vase isn't the thing that's important. It's the space in between it. Um, and it talks a lot about nature too. So I was reading it on the beach once, and I was looking at these ants near my feet, and like my feet were burning, but these ants were just like doing the goddamn thing on this hot Florida beach. And as I was reading it, the passage was kind of talking about no matter what the adversity, if the activity is built around its environment, the environment will shape the activity, and it will just be. You know what I mean? In like the best way possible. So it's definitely a thinker, but every other philosopher that I've heard talk about flow, it goes back to this same kind of thing. It's really interesting. I keep it on my desk at all times, and I've written verses where I'll take lines from that and I'll just rephrase them using modern language, and it works. It really works.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love like sort of either philosophical books like that or like some like I feel like it's sort of a stigma to say like self-help books, but a lot of those they do have great um lessons to be learned. And what I'm trying to do lately is I've always been kind of like I hate when people like write in books or draw in books or underline things because like if I feel like it messes up the integrity of the book almost.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to change my mindset to realizing that's like extremely important. Like if you look at any person that reads a lot and consumes a lot of knowledge, they're constantly making notes in the margins and underlining. And I think something I've tried to do is, if I sit down and read like 20 pages and then I decide I'm going to like put the book down, I've sort of started using index cards as a bookmark. And then when you're done, you write down like a few lines that you took away from what you read. And then it's like, because not every single line in the book is going to be some like crazy mind-blowing concept. There's a lot of either filler or explanation involved. But if you can sort of condense like a few pages into a few lines of your takeaways, then the next time you open that book, you see the index card, you remember the takeaways you took from that book.
Absolutely. Yeah, even
And
just underlining certain words, so then when you go to skim it again.
yeah, absolutely. It sort of ingrains it in you. One person I've been really into lately, do you know Tim Ferriss?
I do. Yeah. What is it? 3 hour work week?
4 Hour Work Week.
Four.
Yeah, I have that. I haven't finished that yet, but I have a few of his books. One is it sort of sounds like what you're saying, where it's sort of condensed into like little messages or whatever. He wrote a book. I think it's called the Tribe or the what it's sitting somewhere. Tribe of Mentors. Where he basically he's like, all right, here's 1,000 people that I would love to ask. He wrote maybe 20 questions of like, what is the most important sub $100 gift that you would give to someone, or if you're going to give a book to someone, what book do you give them? Or anything from that to what is a quote you live your life by, stuff like that. He wrote this.
Interesting.
he wrote these 20 things in an email, found the email for about 1,000 different people, and then maybe got 200 responses, anywhere from basketball players to like Mark Cuban. I can't remember. I haven't read all of it, but you know, each person is maybe 2 to 4 pages long, and it's not a book you're gonna sit down and read cover to cover. But it's really cool if you can, like, you know, look in the book once or twice a week, read 1 or 2 people's stories. You'll start to find a lot of overlap, and you know, but it's also funny. Everyone has their own different process. You know, some people are, okay, I wake up at 4 a.m. every single day. I have the exact routine laid out. I have my clothes laid out the night before, and that's what gets me going in the morning. That's what inspires me. That's what keeps me in. Whereas some people are like, oh, dude, I'm up till 2 a.m. I sleep till like 11 or 3. I don't know. I get up, I write a song, or if I don't feel like it, you know, like everyone, I think finding the way that you work is extremely important.
Definitely.
Like, you can find mentors, but try to find people that resonate with how you operate and sort of learn from them, because what works for one person definitely isn't going to work for everyone.
Or even seeing why it would work for their personality, you know? Because that makes you better at working with others.
Totally. Like, I think something I've noticed about myself is if I want to get work done, like anytime in school, you always hear like the college stereotype of people are staying up all night, pulling all-nighters, cramming for tests and stuff. I can never do that.
I never did that.
When I'm trying to study or get work done, I operate much better in the morning. I just get a good night's sleep. I wake up and I feel refreshed and I get my work done. So I feel like I'm much more productive in the beginning of the day, but if I'm trying to do something more creative, I sort of feel like I draw more inspiration towards the end of the day.
Right. Huh.
Like, if you think about when you're like, if you're laying there trying to fall asleep at night, you have all these thoughts pop in your head. I almost feel like that's more of my mindset at night, where you start having all these great ideas about whether it's a business or a song or, you know,
Absolutely.
a book idea or something like that. It's easier, like, as your day goes on, your mind kind of starts to wander, and then you have to sort of capitalize on these ideas. But for me, being like, you know, getting pure work done happens better in the morning, I think.
Yeah, so a few things. Creatives tend to be night people, first of all. Second of all, you know that schools recommends that students take math classes earlier in the morning because you're better at analytics when you first wake up.
Okay.
Third of all, I spent a summer making a beat every day, and I had this big calendar where I would like write the names down and draw a little picture or some shit like that. I found that when I woke up right in the morning, like even earlier than normal, like 7 a.m., I made a song later that day, and every time I heard it afterwards, it would sound much different. And the same thing when it's really late at night. So there's actually a science behind it, and it's the same thing that for the same reason that they say to take math in the morning, your brain processes quicker in the morning. So songs sound faster in the morning, and they sound slow when you're sleepy. And I always thought that was really, really interesting. I was trying to figure that out for years. I was like, why do I keep perceiving these things at different speeds? And it comes down to that.
That's pretty interesting, actually. I think I'm on Reddit a lot. I saw
Yeah, me too.
someone ask a question recently. It was sort of like
On Ask Reddit?
sort of like, yeah, it was Ask Reddit or one of those things, or no stupid questions or something.
Yeah,
one of those.
yeah.
where
Only
it
fucking
sort of-
stupid questions. We should make a new Reddit. Only fucking stupid questions.
Yeah, so I saw someone ask sort of what I was saying is like, why am I, when I'm laying in bed or getting ready for the next day, I don't know if you ever do this, you'll write down like sort of what things you want to accomplish the next day, and it's like, oh, I'm super motivated, like, yeah, I'm gonna clean my room, and I'm gonna like do the laundry, and I'm gonna start writing, and I'm gonna get my paper done, and I'm gonna do my work. It's like, how come I'm so motivated to do it at night, and then I wake up the next day and I'm like, yeah, fuck all that, I'm not doing that. And it's kind of because you're not, like, you're sort of planning for the future when you're doing it. You're like, oh yeah, this is what I would like to do, so you feel inspired because you don't really have to do it right now. But when
Yeah,
you wake up
yeah.
and look at that, you're like, oh fuck, you're telling me I actually have to do these things.
Exactly.
So it's sort of like demotivating in a sense, but I feel like when you wake up and you have all these things to do, your mind is so overloaded with like information that you have to do that you don't really have time for your mind to wander into like creativity. But at
Yep.
the end of the day, when you've accomplished what you have to do, you came home from work, you had dinner, like whatever chores you had to do are completed. Now you can just sit down and relax because there's nothing else on your plate that day. And I feel like that's when your mind sort of starts to be able to open up to like creativity and like eliminate like the stress of the day almost.
Yeah, yeah, and definitely distractions of people too. I always found myself making the best music later in the night because there was less distractions. Like people would be asleep and everything. But
Yeah, absolutely.
I was on a podcast like maybe the second week of COVID, and he asked me like all the different things I did, and then about 20 minutes later, after I got through everything everything that I do, um, he was like, "So a lot of people struggle to do like one hobby. Andrew, how the fuck do you juggle doing at least, I think you just named 30?" And I sat and I thought for a second and I was like, I think the thing, I don't know if this would work for everyone, but I think it would because it translates to whatever the person is feeling and thinking in their personality and everything. So, do you remember in high school or like any time, could even be like any age, while you're sitting in a class or something boring, when you're thinking, oh, but I would really just rather go home, and the one that sticks in my brain is being in 10th grade biology class. I really didn't like bio for some reason. I loved chem, but bio was just, it wasn't for me. That entire time, I was into Skyrim. And the entire time, I was just like, all right, I'm going to get this work done so I could go and play Skyrim. If you could figure out what that thing is in your day, keep that on the top, not in the back of your head, on the top of your head during everything, you're going to approach everything like, oh, let's just get this done so then I could do this. It's the same thing I used to tell my friends in high school or in college, because they would always talk about procrastination, and they would look to me being like, as if I didn't procrastinate, and I was like, oh, no, don't get me wrong. Procrastination is the way that I'm so efficient. I approach everything, I called it reverse procrastination, right? So I would work my ass off during the day so I could be lazy that night. I never worked past 9:30 ever. And I just like would go ham for a bit with the intention on the top of my brain to be lazy, and it worked every single time. But if you could find that, that's what bike is about too, like just thinking what you would rather be doing while you're doing the shit.
Yeah, I think for me, I've noticed that I'm like a horrible procrastinator. I'm like, I've always done work and papers and projects and studying like the day before, the day of, whatever. And I think for me, I do my best work under pressure.
Me too. Me too.
I work harder, I work smarter, I work more efficiently and faster. Like if you handed me an assignment and said you have 1 month to do this, and I went home and said, all right, I'm going to try and tackle this right now.
No, fuck
It's
no.
probably going to be a bunch of word vomit because I have no, like, I'm not drawing from any inspiration. I'm not, and I don't feel that pressure of I have to do this now. So it's almost like sort of a half-assed mentality for me where it's like, all right, I'm just trying to get ahead. But if you're like, all right, this paper's due in 6 hours, it'll probably take you 4. I'll probably spend the first 3 like dicking around or something, watching YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that, like the next 3, like it sort of comes back to being in the flow. Like that's like your number one objective right now. Like you have to do this. And it's just, for me, it's like extremely motivating. And I think coming back to like me being more productive in the morning is I feel like the way you start your day sets the tone for the day. So I can't relax and then do work, because if I spend the first half of the day laying in bed and watching Netflix, my mentality for that day has just become extremely lazy, and it's hard to dig deep and find that motivation to do something. Whereas if I just wake up and bang it out right away, then I already have this productive mindset. And then a lot of times you can carry that into other things. Like if you get like a lot of work done, sometimes I'll almost feel guilty about like, all right, I finished that, like I don't have to do anything. You'll sit down and put on a show and you'll be like, fuck dude, I'm in this like great like productive
You got
flow
momentum.
mindset state. Like, yeah, you're building up momentum throughout the day and you want to keep doing things. Whereas if you start the day off lazily, you're almost giving yourself, like, I don't know if it would be like inertia or reverse momentum, but it's very hard to pull yourself out of that, which is why I like to do the most like daunting tasks earlier on in the day.
Huh. See, I definitely relate to that. I remember my physics my physics teacher senior year, who is the sole reason, thank you, Mr. Kroom, that I didn't do science because he was a fucking asshole. I would like raise my hands more than everyone else and be like, "Here's a really interesting question. Like, I'm interested in this," and he would just give me like an asshole response. I'm like, "All right, well, I guess I'll go be a marketing student." But he was like, when your parents are calling you lazy and you're a couch potato, don't say, "No, I'm not lazy." Just say, "Mom and Dad, my inertia's high today." But here's the thing about inertia. Inertia means that if you're still, your tendency to be still will be more intense. But if you're moving and you have like a lot of momentum, inertia helps that too. So that kind of it kind of works for me too. But here's the thing: in the morning, I always try to intake some things that will like connect me to my environment and the world. So like I'll scroll Reddit, look at the news or something, listen to some music, do whatever the fuck. So if I do not that much during the day and just like intake a lot of YouTube or something like that, and then I look at the clock and it's 3, then I'll be like, shit, well, what can I do today? And then I sit there and I almost like, I get anxious. So then I'll usually like go bike, or I'll just sit down and play guitar or something, or I'll approach producing as if I'm playing an instrument, not as that like I have to sit down right now and make a platinum song. I'll sit down and I'll play around with like a modular synth, something that like is really complicated and I haven't really dabbled in so much. And then like I don't care what the result is, it's just the physical act of like working your way there. That is why I cannot fall asleep at night though, Matt. Literally, it's because even the days where I'm lazy, I end up ramping up my momentum, and then by the end of the day I'm like, well fuck, let's go.
Dude, I've actually noticed, I think I'm sleeping less during quarantine. I think maybe just
Absolutely.
because,
Me too.
like you would think that if you are just sitting around all day, like you'd take like 3 naps a day, sleep like 10 hours at night. But I think it's just because I'm burning absolutely no energy that I don't really need sleep right now. Like I'm normally a person that needs 8 hours of sleep. I'm probably getting 5 to 6 hours of sleep now, and I'm not napping at all.
Yeah, I've been drinking like usually on, we'll say, a median of 4 beers per day. But it's usually like earlier in the day, and then it kind of transitions into like making food and drinking a lot of water and everything. But I was do you know Kel, by the way? Do you remember him?
No, I don't.
Okay, so him and I were talking about energy levels during this quarantine, and we were like, isn't it weird how the days where you don't do anything, you really have like no energy for that entire week? It's only while you're like continually doing stuff, going back to that momentum thing, that you have the energy again. It's so weird, like having this amount of rest is making us have less energy.
Yeah, it's weird, but I'm also just not tired. Like I had coffee today for the first time in probably like 2 weeks, because it's kind of like I'm not going to work. I don't need to be like wide awake. I don't really need it.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
I'm kind of just like slugging through the days. Sometimes I'll be bored, other times I'm not. But
I really haven't
actually
been drinking coffee either.
Yeah, it's just you don't really need it. But I actually coming back to sort of what you were saying earlier, I've read I forget to think about it sometimes, but you just remind me of it. I read a book, I think it was by Mark Manson. I want to say it was the book The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, which probably a lot of people have at least heard of but maybe not read. I think it was in that book he had a principle that he sort of drew a circle, and it was sort of like a continuous cycle. It was like motivation or inspiration, motivation, and then action. But most people try to start with inspiration, which then motivates them to take action. But he was like, that's not going to work. You're just going to sit around all day, every day, trying to wait to be inspired about something. But because it's a cycle, you can start at any point in that cycle. So you don't have to limit your mind to saying that you're going to start with the inspiration to find your motivation to take action. Just fucking take action.
Huh.
And I find that too, whereas like sometimes I'll be like, I want to make music, but I don't really feel that inspired, or I don't have like an idea right now. But the other day I just sat down, opened up my computer, started fucking around, and came up with a song. And it was like I just took action, and from taking that action, I found the inspiration, which then gave me motivation to continue taking action.
And the action for, let's use making a song. That's a perfect example. The action for that doesn't need to be sitting down and writing a song. It could be like making a playlist. It could be like reading a book even, and then trying to turn that into something. Or like, here's a good example. So the other day I was listening to, I think it was like a some sort of video where a guitarist was talking about chords, and I was writing down like these different examples he was using, and then I ended up picking my guitar up from that and then not playing what he was playing, but I was like, "Oh, okay, like the relationship between what he's doing, let me turn that into my own." And then I was like, "Well, shit, I guess I have a song now. I really don't want a song right now. I wanted to go to sleep." But
Yeah, and if you think it applies to everything, like if you think about going to the gym, if you start with inspiration, maybe you might be inspired to go to the gym, like, oh, I want to get like six pack abs, I want to lose weight, or I want to get more fit or bigger muscles, whatever. But you sort of lose it from inspiration to motivation. It's easy to think, oh, I should go to the gym, but it's very on a lot of days when you, especially when you lose momentum. If you go to the gym 14 days in a row, if you don't go on the fifth day, you're going to feel like shit about yourself. You're going to want to go to the gym. But if you skip the gym for like 2 weeks in a row, you're not going to want to go to the gym on that 15th day. Because you've already found like a new form of homeostasis almost. But so instead of waiting to find the motivation to go to the gym, if you just fucking get your ass to the gym, that's half the battle right there. You walk in the gym, you're gonna work hard because you're already there. And you'll probably be halfway through your workout and be like, fuck it, I could do more. Like, I'm not tired. I'll just keep lifting weights. I'll keep doing push-ups, pull-ups, like whatever. And then you'll come out of the gym feeling great. And then that sort of almost builds more inspiration and motivation for you to continue to take action and go to the gym.
that's so true. I think about that too with like shift work. So I worked at Starbucks for 2.5 years, and I went around and trained people like around the city, and I always found that going there and getting in the routine of doing it, and then like the midday before you get your break, it's always the worst. But here's the thing, when they would ask you to like work later or something, and you're approaching that last hour where you're still there, you get like, all right, 60 minutes left, 50 minutes left, 10 minutes left, and then within that last 10 minutes you're like, oh, fuck it, I could go 45 minutes more. And I try to trick
Yeah.
myself when I go on bike rides too, like especially with the spin bike. I'm like, all right, just go on for 5 minutes, and then I'll be like, all right, just get to 10K. All right, just break the counter so it resets after 99 minutes. All right, let's just break it again or something. And it's always playing those games with yourself, you know?
I like doing that I'm not much of a runner, but I've tried to get into it a couple times. I like doing that if I'm on the treadmill or something. I'll get on, I'll say, all right, I feel like I can run for 2 miles. I'll run 2 miles and maybe like, I don't know, say like 14 minutes on the treadmill. Then you're at 14 minutes, you've already hit that 2 miles, but you're kind of like, fuck, it would be kind of sweet to hit 15 minutes. That's a nice round, that's like a nice number. So you go to 15 minutes and then you're at maybe like 2.2 miles. You're like, well, I still got more left in the tank. Like maybe I'll get to 2.5 miles. You get to 2.5 miles, you're at like 18.5 minutes. Fuck it, I'll just push it to 20 minutes, and you just keep.
Yeah, and then
like,
you look at your watch and you're like, oh, it's 2:46. I might as well get to 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, next thing you know, you've ran 2 to 3 times as much as you thought you could, just because you're trying to push yourself.
Yeah, a big thing too. I'm really bad at working out in the morning, so I always heard from my friend Emily. Emily, I know you're listening. She's more of a morning person, first of all, and I'm more of a night person. But she was consistently getting up to go on runs really early in the morning before everything else, and I was like, "What's the secret to doing that?" I've always just been really bad at doing that, and she said pretty much the same thing as you just said. The key is, don't think about it. Act sooner than your brain can figure out that you're actually doing it. Just go do it, and then once you're out there, oh, you're set. My same or the same example, or a different example, same notion. My friend that was in ROTC for Navy, He had to get up at 4:30 every single morning freshman year. And I was like, Pat, what is it like to wake up that early every single day? He's like, oh man, the first 5 minutes really sucks, but once you're up, you're fine. After that first 5 minutes, you're fine. But if you give in and press the snooze button in that first 5 minutes, you're screwed.
Yeah, man. I had a friend in ROTC too that was in my fraternity, and we'd go out and party on Thursday night. We drink the same, we both drink 8 beers each.
Hofbrauhaus?
I would be, yeah, wherever, Hofbräu or like a party or Peters or whatever, RIP. But I would sleep in till like 10. I'd wake up a little hungover, be like, fuck, I don't want to start this day. This kid's already woken up at 4:30, run 5 miles, gone through ROTC, and had a class. Like,
And then he's back,
right?
right?
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, how the fuck do you do that? He's like, I don't know, I just fucking do it. But
Yeah,
I
no,
think
it's so true.
one thing that's important for that, I think, is like they always tell you that peer pressure is bad. Like, oh, don't do drugs, don't give in to peer pressure. Like, if Jimmy jumped off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge? But like sometimes you could use peer pressure to your advantage, and I guess turn it more into accountability. Whereas like I find that if I want to get to the gym at like 6 a.m., which I rarely do, but sometimes I'll do, it's really hard if you just tell yourself I'm gonna wake up and go to the gym, because then you wake up and you're like, ah, fuck it, I'll just go back to sleep. But
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
have like a friend and you're like, all right, let's go to the gym at 6 a.m., neither one of you wants to be the guy that bitches out at going to the gym at 6 a.m. So you both have to go to the gym at 6. Otherwise, like you're going to look like a bitch to your friend.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't even look at it as peer pressure. I like to call it osmosis. People are always saying you are what you eat, but you end up acting like the people you're around a lot, you know?
Yeah, they
So,
say you're the sum of the 5 closest people to you or whatever.
huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, if you have one friend that's like killing it working at Google, and then another friend that's kind of just like sitting around smoking pot all day, you're probably going to be in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, huh. And I always try to spend my time very wisely on like even going back to freshman year, like if I went out and partied with people, I would make sure that those people were like the right kind of, like the right school of thought, if you will. Like if they're just getting fucked up on the reg, doing nothing and just fucking off, then you're probably not going to do anything like the next day. But if that person is like, I worked really hard this week, let's have a lot of fun, the next day, that person's going to hit you up and be like, yo, we're going to museum, you drunk ass fucking hungover bitch. You know? It's all
Yeah,
about challenging
totally.
each other, and like again, through osmosis, you just kind of pick these things up. You're like, oh shit, you're waking up and working out. I guess I should.
Yeah, totally.
You're
And
making 8 beats a day?
like
I mean, shit.
like I remember I used to know people or be friends with people that are like, they'd say like, oh, I'm studying like 5-6 hours a day, and you're like, geez, dude, I study like 5-6 hours every 2 weeks maybe. And then it's like, but we're still getting the same grades, and it's like, how's that possible? And then like you'll go to the library and you see these people studying. They're not studying, they're studying in
Oh
between
yeah.
socializing. So
Yeah,
it's like
that's the
they
worst.
think that they're studying for 6 hours, but really they're studying for an hour and a half, and they're chatting and eating and watching YouTube videos, talking to their friends. It's like, just because you sit down with a textbook for 8 hours doesn't mean you're studying for 8 hours.
Dude, I know. I had friends that would invite me to go to Hillman with them, and I would only go with them if I knew I had some stuff, but I would rather be socializing, because that's just how it works. Like, unless you go to a silent floor and really, like, you can't work in your own house and you need to be somewhere else, it's going to be so much less efficient. And then those same people are like, oh my god, I'm so stressed out. I spent all of this time studying.
Yeah, I can't really listen to music when I study because I just start getting distracted by the music. But
It's the
what
ones
I
with words that distract me.
yeah, what I found that works really well is, Jay Dilla, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. He's
They
on my homework
have
playlist.
like yeah, they have like hour long, they're called homework edits, like Jay Dilla homework edits if you look them up on YouTube, and it'll just be maybe like an 8-bar beat that just replays over and over for an hour. And when I used to go study, I even do this at work sometimes. If I have to get like a lot of work done, like really quick in a day and be like really in it, I'll just put that on. I'll listen to it for 3 hours straight. And like it almost, if you just listen to the same thing every time you're studying, it's like you hear that and your mind just goes to a place that you're like, all right, I'm gonna be productive like right now.
Yeah, I was the same way for really dynamic. It's called post rock, which I didn't know that was the name of it until my roommate told me it. But you know, like Explosions in the Sky. Did you ever hear of them?
Yeah, I have.
So there are all these bands that are all instrumental and really dynamic. They're the softest possible and the hardest possible. Those were always my favorite because at points it's really calm and you're like, all right, I'm gonna do my work. I might look up something and just like stop and think and rest my brain, but then it like builds up and it reaches that point and you're like, let's go. That
Yeah,
always
so
helps me too.
yeah, music. I kind of feel bad for people that don't like music or don't fully understand it because it's really a language, man. It's like learning Spanish or something. There's just so much in it. It can help you through the highest highs, the lowest lows, and I think like, dude, if you ever get the chills from music, that's like one of the best feelings.
Oh man.
Like someone just hits a chord or a note, or it comes to a crescendo.
Yeah, the more I've learned about music, the more I get chills as well.
Absolutely, just that's like I really enjoy jazz, but most people don't. But it's most people don't because they don't understand it. And it doesn't really make sense unless you study it because it just sounds like a bunch of like notes. It's not that interesting. But the more you hear it and the more you understand it and the more you play it, you can understand like, oh shit, that was a really technically challenging lick, or oh wow, that was a great resolution, or like you can understand like the chord movement, the solo over top of it, how things are working. And that's like when it really becomes interesting, whereas like most people gravitate towards like pop music or rap music because there's really like not that much theory going on. And I mean, think about like how many 18-year-olds are famous like Spotify artists like Lil Pump or Lil Yachty, or like all those people. Like Billie Eilish is really famous right now. Like I don't know if they probably don't have like half the musical talent that people like way less famous than them have. Like they're just kind of like hacking away on their keyboards, like singing shit, playing the
Yeah.
same like four chords over and
They're
over
making
again.
cookie cutter stuff too, though. Like, I feel like it's not even just the amount of stuff because if you think about blues artists in the 30s, 40s, 50s, they knew the least amount of everyone we're talking about. Like the music wasn't even available to them, but they just figured out how to make sounds that help them say something. I think you're right with the whole language thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember like the Chainsmokers, for example, like they have some pretty good songs. Like if you're trying to like get pumped up or
They're the
something, or you're just driving to
Nickelback
work.
of the 2010s.
Yeah, like they're easy to listen to, they're fun to listen to, but I saw like a YouTube video. It's like learn how to play every Chainsmokers song with four chords, and he just teaches you like four basic chords, and then plays like 10 of their songs with them. It's like, all right, so like they're not really like doing that much. Like it doesn't take like a high level of music knowledge to be able to make this songs, and like
Yeah,
they're not
yeah.
producing like production, and it's like we were talking about production before. Like that's a skill you really have to hone. Like being good at music theory is a skill you have to hone. Being good at an instrument, but if you have someone writing your music, producing your music, writing your lyrics, all you have to do is walk in the studio and like sing. Like it doesn't take. I mean, obviously, being a good singer is a talent in itself, but it doesn't take like a high level of knowledge just to be able to like sing or rap necessarily.
Yeah, and to make lasting music, that's a big thing too.
Yeah, totally.
So let's talk about jazz too, and what makes you like it versus someone not like it. So I'm sure you know this. I can't think of the name of it, but it's off Bad Bad Not Good 3. It's in 5, and it starts with the like tenor sax, and it's like bum 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 bum.
Is that like Confessions or something?
Confessions Part 2. That's what it is. So that song's
Yeah.
in 5. When I first heard that, I was like, first of all, I love the saxophone. I love the sample of everything. But I remember I heard it during a walk, and I was trying to sync it up with my steps and figure out what they were doing. And at first I was like, this isn't as instantly mind-blowing as everything else. But once I realized it was in 5, that they're just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, like that, everything was like, oh shit, I can jam with this now. And I feel like once you figure out where they're experimenting around, then you really see, like, put it this way, it's like watching a basketball game if you have, or here's a better example because we know nothing about this. Imagine watching a cricket game versus watching an NFL game, right? You know nothing about cricket, then you learn a little bit, and you're like, oh shit, that was a really good play, you know? Jazz is the same way.
That makes total sense because you don't really like sports that you don't understand as much. Like if you try to, I don't know that much about soccer, so when I put it on, it's just like, all right, this guy's like kicking the ball around, you know, he shot, he scored. But someone that actually knows soccer, they're like, holy shit, that was like a really
that's a great
skillful, like that was a really skillful move, or like he fucking like the way he like curved that ball into the goal like is insane. Whereas like I understand baseball a lot better, so it's like holy shit, if like a third baseman like dives over the foul line, catches the ball, and then throws it across the diamond to first base, like that's a fucking insane play, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of jazz that people that aren't really into jazz, they like vamps that are very consistent. So do you know Take 5 by Dave Brubeck? Boom bam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boom bam. They're all pretty much vamping the entire time, and then they trade off doing solos. That is really easy to catch on to for someone that doesn't like jazz, to hear that and understand what's going on, right? Someone that really likes jazz will also like that because they realize how fucking incredible it is. But then if you take a really fast, like prog jazz, I'll call it, where they're just doing the whole half, like runs all the time, and they're just like fucking around. Even at times, I'm like, they're trying to run without walking, like you were saying before. There's that fine point in the middle where some jazz really is incredible because they're so in the pocket that they're comfortable enough to just completely go out of it and then come right back.
Yeah, totally. Like, I don't know if you know the song Giant Steps by John Coltrane.
Of course.
That's like considered one of the toughest like songs to play. Like if you're going to take a solo over, that song is considered one of the hardest songs to solo over. And I remember when I was like just learning theory, I looked at that and I was just like, oh, it doesn't seem too bad. It's like a lot of like dominant 7 and then some like minor chords, some turnarounds and stuff. Like, what's so hard about that? But then you realize like you're not just playing, all right, I'm going to play like an E flat chord, and then I'm going to play an A minor chord, and I'm going to play like a C dominant chord. It's just like that song like cycles between 3 different keys that are entirely unrelated to each other. So you have to solo in a way that you're playing in one key and then switch to like an entirely different key, like in stride, you know, which is like, and then as you learn more about that, you're like, holy shit, this is actually like a really fucking hard song.
And here's the thing,
it's like kind of like if you're going to play the piano, you're playing in 1 octave and then all of a sudden you have to jump up like 2 octaves higher, like on the next beat. It's like, fuck, that's like a hard, like, that's a hard move to make.
No, definitely. A lot of people don't know this about John Coltrane as well. All of his music is based around him figuring it out. So the song Giant Steps is the perfect example. I'm so glad you brought it up. He had this really tattered book that he would always bring around that was pretty much like an advanced music theory study book. Like, you could think of it as a Hal Leonard type, I'm going to teach you how to play piano type book. There was a song in there just meant to teach you things. You know what it was called? Giant Steps. You know what the chords were? The exact same as he was playing.
Dude, so John Coltrane never even recorded Giant Steps, like intending it to be like a song. He wrote it as an exercise. Yeah, which is pretty crazy. And I'm actually looking up right now. I'm not sure.
He literally would just play that from the sheet music in his music theory book. Like, Giant Steps was one of the exercises in his book.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just looked it up because I couldn't remember the name, but on the album that he recorded, Giant Steps, the keyboard player the piano player was Tommy Flanagan. And when he literally just brought that into the studio, like handed the band like a page of sheet music and said, all right, let's play this.
That's crazy.
If you listen to the recording, John Coltrane is just absolutely shredding over the chords. Like, he knows everything that he's playing. And then right after Coltrane's solo ends, Tommy Flanagan takes the piano solo. He can't play that for fucking shit, dude. Like, he'll play like a few notes and then like have like 2 beats off and then like play 5 more notes, and then like there's no like linear movement to his solo at all, because he's just like, you could tell when you're listening to it, he's just like, what the fuck is going on, dude?
You know, I think I'm just realizing this right now, but I like jazz artists that are really good because they know when to shut the hell up. So think of the song My Favorite Things. They're never overlapping until they're trying to overwhelm you together. So they have the whole thing that is like boo da 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 ba da da, and they're all switching around. But then midway through the song, where it drops into the dun 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 dun, and it's like that whole new vibe. Oh my god, that part of My Favorite Things by John Coltrane might be my favorite part of any song of all time, just because like they're building up for a while, trading off, like shutting up so the other could shine, and then right there just like, oh, by the way, bam, into a completely other thing, and it's just so serene. Oh my god. Do you know what I'm talking about? That part in the middle?
Yeah, I do. And that's
So
like
beautiful.
that's another thing, like going to live jazz shows are they're probably my favorite concerts out of anything because if you go to say you're gonna go see Lil Wayne or like Beyonce or even she's a little more like proficient in her band, like obviously she's a great musician, but
But it's still
she'll do
scripted.
some shit. Yeah, it's still like it's like basically studio musicians that are just going on stage and playing. It's like, all right, I learned my part. I'm gonna play my part. Like John's gonna play his part. Like Tom's gonna play his part. Whereas jazz is like if you sit down and everyone just plays their part, it's not going to sound that good. But like the great thing about live jazz is like there's so much improvisation even in like the scripted stuff. Like I don't know if you've ever like seen like there'll be times where like a sax player or trumpet player is taking a solo and he'll just start playing like this continuous like riff or like a line or something like that, and you'll just hear like the drummer just start playing like exactly what he's playing, or you'll hear the bass like start fucking around, like there's so much like they're listening to each other, and like that's what really makes like the best music is when like they're all listening to what each other's doing and they're able to like make their playing based around that. Like it really just comes together in like a crazy way.
Yeah, no, definitely. Let's use the example of stand-up comedy as a metaphor. So, yes, if someone sits down and they prepare something and they say the same thing every single show, it'll be good, but it's you see it once and if you watch it again, you're like, "Oh, okay." But if there's a person that's really good at improv, you could go to see them every night, you know?
Yeah.
You could even watch the same show multiple times cuz they're going to improv here and there, you know?
Yeah, and that's I mean, even high like the most famous comedians, they'll talk about they'll play one set, they'll kill. They'll go play a show in a different town the next day, they just fucking bomb.
Yeah.
And that's like really you got to learn crowd management almost. You have to know when to take those pauses to let the audience like soak it in, or have to know like you have to wait for the audience to be done applauding for you to start. Like you can't just be like a robot rehashing stuff up there. Sometimes you'll get a heckler, you have to know how to respond to that. It's like a lot. It's an art, it's not a science.
Yeah, no, definitely. And even like someone that comes to mind for me is Jack White. He is not a jazz musician by any means. He's a straight up like I'm going to play power chords and I'm going to get my girlfriend to get on the drums that doesn't know how to play. But he approaches every show without a set list. He says if I have to stop playing guitar while singing and then run over to play a keyboard part during Icky Thump, put that 5 feet farther so I really have to struggle. Like I want my action is how far the strings are away from your neck, and like the higher the action, the harder it is to play. If you ever look at a picture of his guitar, his action is just ridiculous, and he always wants that struggle and come up with it in the spot, because like the things that happen because of that, it doesn't mean that you're playing any worse necessarily, but the imperfections, that's the part that makes it so great. It's not just like a polished thing. It's
Yeah,
really cool.
and I think that one of the reasons I love jazz so much is I really do think that it's the highest like education level of music, almost, like not to sound like I'm trashing anything else, but if someone was like a really talented jazz musician and then like Lil Wayne wanted a sax player on his like next album, that guy could easily hop over and play like pop or rap or like whatever. Like he could like
Absolutely.
they're so versatile. Whereas like if you're just like a guy that plays pop songs and you go try to sit in with a jazz band, like you're gonna get your shit fucked up.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know what's funny too? So I started a band too, Andrew Chris and the Fuck It Up Fam. We have this spot over in McKees Rocks, which is like 15 minutes away from me. That used to be an old brewery storehouse where they rent out rooms to practice in. I had a room there where I would record, and my drummer has a few other bands that he's like the lead guitarist and everything in. We go down there and jam with a bunch of people. A lot of the bands down there are metal players, and I could definitely tell when they only know metal versus other stuff when I go to play with them, because if I start on drums or something and they're playing a metal part, I'll play a metal type drum beat. I'll switch it up, like I'll play a hip hop thing and just like see what it would sound like over their metal stuff. I go over to guitar. I'm like, all right, just play in G minor, and they're like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, okay, just throw out keys, and then I'll play blues and jazz, but without kind of like the extra stuff on top of it. I'll play like a metal player who's trying to play blues and jazz, you know? But it comes down to the versatility, you know? You got to see what a good example is going to see a metal bands that people really like, or like a really hard rock bands, or a really good country band that people like. I don't necessarily like metal or country, but seeing the parts of their show that make the crowd react the most positively, you can understand a lot about your own genre.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's another thing too. I think listening to like all facets of music can really make you a better musician. Like there's definitely things that you can pull from metal. I mean, there's like a lot of really talented people that play metal. Like I don't listen to it a lot, maybe if I'm working out or something. But I mean, like a lot of metal drummers are fucking crazy drummers. They're really good.
Oh, ridiculous.
And it's that's like how some of the best music starts is people pull, like that's one of the reasons I love To Pimp a Butterfly is probably one of my favorite albums of all time, because Kendrick just starts pulling elements from like jazz and stuff in, and that's like another like Robert Glasper. I love his group.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, you turned me on to him.
Yeah, dude, he's great because he has like a traditional jazz education. He went to like the New School or something in New York.
Yeah.
I think that's where he went. And but like now he's like pretty famous because he does more like hip hop stuff. And he took like his jazz roots and he started incorporating it into like Jay Dilla beats and stuff like that, which is like it's great because it can kind of bring two audiences together to both appreciate that. And I think it's awesome because it's much easier for like the common person that doesn't enjoy jazz to listen to him than it is to listen to John Coltrane. But if they listen to him and they start enjoying him, they might start checking out like his roots. They'll see like, oh, where does he draw this from? And then they'll start expanding into other genres that they might not have been previously interested in. So I think people like that make that kind of music are really doing like a great service to like the music industry.
Oh, absolutely. Even Bad Bad Not Good comes to mind too. They were just three guys four, I guess, that went to jazz school together in Canada, and they just started making like heavy hip hop covers and jazz them the fuck out.
Yeah, it's sweet. Like they come off as like sort of like a jam band, you know? Like me and my friends used to just like in high school, we would just skip lunch, stay in the band room and just jam for 20, 30 minutes. And it's just like all these ideas start to come out. Like you can start like riffing off of that, or like change where the direction of the song is going. And like their music has like a very like authentic feel to it, where it's like, all right, they just sat down, started playing, and then came up with this song off of like some of the ideas that they improvised.
Definitely. And I want to talk about music school in particular too, because I've talked on here a few times about how I went to school for a finance and music double major, but then I dropped it really quickly. You of all people actually told me the thing that made me want to drop it the most, and it was the musicianship classes. I was like, how are those? And you were like, oh, dude, they fucking suck. You get 1 credit. They're the worst classes ever. When I get home afterwards, I don't want to do anything. That made me realize so much, and I dropped it. But did you stick with it? I forget.
No, so I'm
thank
sorry
you for that, by the way. I'm very
glad.
If
I ruined your music career, I'm sorry. But yeah, I went in. The problem,
No, that's what I'm saying. You did the best service to my music career possible. Dropping that was the best decision. Just because when I
Yeah,
when I went home, I didn't want to do it anymore.
no, yeah, and I love music. Like I was super into it in high school. I'm still into it. I'm not really like practicing as much anymore as I should be, but that's like one of the things that I hated about Pitt the most, which aren't too many honestly, but their music program just really wasn't very good. Like I made the jazz band in my freshman year and I was like the second best saxophone player and probably one of the top 5 6 musicians in the band like as an 18-year-old, and that absolutely should not be the case. And like the song, like the band director was just so like set in his ways. He was this old guy, like, all right, we have to play these tunes from like the 40s.
Yep.
Like we're never gonna play new
Yep.
shit, we're never gonna experiment. And like I dropped after my second year because I was like, fuck, I love music, but like I'm if jazz band starts at 4:30, I'm sitting at home at 4. I'm sitting there like, fuck, I don't want to go. And that is not the mindset that you should have for something that you love, like where it becomes a chore that you have to do it. And it was, like I took a couple of music
Absolutely.
classes and they all just kind of sucked. Like no, like there was
They
maybe
all
like
suck.
5 good musicians. There was
Dude, I
5
got
good
horrible
musicians
grades
in
in
the
them.
entire school. Yeah, and it was just I just got to the point I was like, I'm gonna hate music if I keep doing this way. Like it's not gonna teach me that. It's like way more work than it's worth. Like business school wasn't too hard.
Absolutely.
I probably would have had to put more effort into music school, but it was just like I hate this. Like I can't even find people to play with. Like they didn't even have a jam room, dude. Like you couldn't even get people together just to play with them, which was like so fucking stupid.
I know, dude. Pitt definitely is lacking on their music school, which never made sense to me because the music from Pittsburgh was ridiculous. Like New Orleans, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh in the 40s of all places. There was some hella jazz here. Did you know the hi-hat was invented in Pittsburgh by a woman during the Great Depression by taking two cymbals and putting them together?
Damn, no, I didn't know that. But yeah, I knew that Pittsburgh had a lot of like jazz roots.
Yeah, that never made sense to me that even in high schools, why do they not enable kids to learn music and like spend their time doing that? Like, here's a good example. We had senior privileges that we could go home at 1:30 and my mom worked until 4. So Jake and I, Jake Guerra played guitar and I was teaching him drums and stuff. We would go to my place and just go to the basement and we would jam until like 6 p.m. until it was dinner time, pretty much. During that, like, I remember my mom was joking. She used to be like, "You guys are being mischievous," and like, yeah, like we would smoke sometimes. But here's the thing: the other people that got out at 1:30 would get into some bullshit. They would go and like drive their cars in the woods and like fuck up their cars. They would go vandalize and shit like that. I don't understand, especially in underprivileged areas. Why don't you just have a room with some cheap instruments where kids can just like hang out there and do whatever they want? Like, people do not understand the brilliance of letting kids just like do their thing and figure it out with music because it's a sport, it's like intelligence, it's almost like a course, and it's also like a playground, you know?
Yeah,
It just
absolutely.
it never
And
made sense to me that places didn't figure that out yet. And yeah, it costs money, but compared to the rest, no, it doesn't. It really does not. You have one
yeah,
computer, and you have a bunch of kids sit around it and try to do shit. Like, you maybe have a mediator there to say, no, like, you're getting out of hands, like, we're gonna work as a group. It's not that hard. But music definitely made me a better kid.
yeah. I mean, that's like I never played like any. I played tennis one year in high school, but I never really played any like school sports. Like, not that I could have anyway. I wasn't that good, but I never really put effort into it, and I was always putting more effort into music. And it's like, I really think it's good for kids to have something. Like there's so many kids that don't have like anything. I'll go on like dating apps and I'll like talk to girls. They'll be like, oh, so like, do you have any hobbies or anything? They'll be like, not really. Like like to watch Netflix. I go to the bar. Like one girl was literally like.
I like
I
to
don't
fuck.
have hobbies. Like, yeah. I was talking to one girl and like she was like, yeah, I don't really. She's like, I like to drink, and I was like,
That's
oh,
her
cool.
hobby?
Yeah, and she's like, what do you like to do? I was like, I like to play music. I play sax, a little piano. I'm trying to learn bass. I like to play sports. I work out. And then she's just like, are those really hobbies though? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Is drinking
like,
a hobby?
yeah, like what do you mean is it like what else is a hobby? Like
Jesus Christ.
what's your definition of a hobby if doing those things aren't a hobby? But and that's sort of why like in high school I really wanted to go to music school, And then I eventually hit a point senior year where I sort of realized like I'm good relative to like most of the people around me. But if you go like out in the community, like I did like a jazz like program during the summer heading into my senior year, and there were kids there that was just like miles ahead of me,
Mm.
and it sort of made me realize I was like, fuck, dude, like unless I like start grinding really hard, like I'm never gonna be able to like compete with these kids because that's like their fucking life. Like people practice like 8 hours a day, and it's like that's never gonna be me. Like I'm not motivated enough to do that, and it's like one, I want to make money, so like I'm just gonna go to business school, and two, it's like I think that if I tried as hard at music as some of these kids, I would eventually start to hate it because
Yeah. Yep.
you're turning your passion and your hobby and like something you do for fun that like distracts you from like the mundaneness of life into like a job that you are like reliant on getting an income from, and I think that could be like really stressful.
Yeah, no, it's I mean it's turning intrinsic motivation into extrinsic. You know, people always say you don't want to be the best person on your sports team. You don't want to be the best person in the band all the time too. Like there's a trade-off where you don't want to be so inept that everyone else just makes you want to give up at the same time, you know? But every time that I've seen any musician play, no matter how new they are, like I was teaching this drummer how to play that just started a week ago. That was in one of my friends' bands. He was just his roommate, decided to be their drummer. I went over and jammed, taught him some stuff, and then I sat down and just jammed on my own. And I was like, yeah, just watch what I'm doing with the dynamics for everything. Um, then when he took over, I learned stuff. I feel like I walked away with as much as he did because he was so new to it. And like, no matter the talent level, you can always learn something from someone. But when they're so far above you, you're like, oh, well, that's a whole nother world I don't think I fit in. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's like a term for that, but I can't remember what it's called. But it's yeah, it's basically like you want to be challenged, but not like discouraged.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like you kind of want to be in a spot where you're maybe like the fifth or fourth or third best person on the team or in the band or the people around you, like other, because if you're the first by like a mile, there's no one pushing you to be any better, and you sort of get comfortable, and after a while you start thinking like, okay, like I'm already the best, I don't have to worry about that. And then eventually you're going to go out into the real world and someone's going to fuck you up, and it's kind of going to like really be a shot to like your confidence almost. Like
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
I was almost at that point in high school where it's like, all right, I'm like the best sax player in the school. Like no one's really like close to me. But then like you go into Philly and some kids like fucking way better than me, and it's just like holy fuck, like I'm way worse than I thought I was. But it's just there were also our guitar player was like a fucking insane guitar player. Like he's already one of the best guitar players in Philly, and he's only like 25. But so like there were kids like that in my band who's like that like really pushes you being like the fifth best person in your band. Like you have someone to look up to. You have someone that like motivates you to want to be better because you feel like you have to keep up with them.
Absolutely. And even just based on skill too, like I've played with a lot of other guitarists that are definitely technically better, but at the same time, if I had the option to trade with them, I would choose not to, because if I sat down to try to make a song, I know that I would lack the dynamics, I would lack the overall like central heart of the song that I'm trying to build in the groove. Whereas, like, if I was playing on someone else's song and tried to make the most ridiculous solo, I would blow people's minds. But that's not what I'm trying to do, you know?
Yeah, and I can argue that it's a lot easier to get technically better than it is to get musically better. Like,
Yeah,
and I think
yeah,
that's one of the things is I was always a great technical player, but I wasn't necessarily the best when it came to just pure musicality. Like I can play anything you put in front of me, like I know what's going on, but there's people that are way better at coming up with creative ideas that are able to make songs that I can't make and stuff like that. Whereas like if you just want to practice your instrument, you'll eventually get to the same level of technicality, but you'll never know how to play with like that soul and that feel that is just like that has to be so like internalized, which is that's a much harder thing to come to.
yeah,
And like
yeah.
you can even find like bass players that are they're good at bass. You put a piece of sheet music in front of them, they can't fucking read it. It's like looking at Japanese, like, and you're like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? What do you mean you can't read it? And they're like, oh, I just play tabs, bro. It's like, what?
Well, yeah, yeah. But the other thing is a bassist is thinking about ratios and stuff. They're not thinking about playing sheet music.
Yeah,
Whereas,
but
like,
it's still, I've still found it's crazy that people can play music but not know how to read music. Like that seems like one of the most fundamental aspects of music.
yeah, no, I mean, even me, like, I can technically read music, but I have to sit down and say, okay, that's an F, that's this. I can't sit there and read it as fast as I'm trying to play it, you know? But for
Yeah,
that same
gotcha.
reason, I know much more about the mechanics of it, which that's the important part. So I became a much better guitarist when I got better at drums, and I got much better at drums when I brought it back to guitar, you know? So if you think about it, even a monophonic instrument like a saxophone, you have certain notes you could hit, but then the main thing is when are you hitting those notes? You know,
Yeah.
I learned bass as the exact in between of them. So people always say your band is only as good as your drummer, but your groove is only as good as your drummer and your bassist are in bed together, you know? So if you learn where they're hitting the kick to like change the way you're playing to sync up with that for that song, you'll be a good bass player. But what if you brought that same thing to singing? What if you brought that same thing to playing guitar? What if you did like endless possibilities, you know what I mean? So it's always
Yeah,
like
I
if
think
you're at the ceiling of talent for one instrument, just go to another and like let that person do their thing and try to sync in with them and then bring that back to the other thing.
yeah, and I think that's what some of the best musicians do is if you're like say like I'm a sax player, if I only listen to people that play sax, I'm only going to have a limited knowledge, but if I take a month and only listen to someone play trumpet, there's going to be so much like the way you play trumpet is so much different, like the way that they can play the instrument, the way it sounds, like the licks that they can play just because of the different challenges of the instrument, and there's like so much different there's different nuances going in. So like a lot of musicians, like if you listen to sax and you listen to trumpet and then you listen to piano, you listen to guitar, if you're able to pull things from each of those instruments and sort of incorporate them into what you're playing, you'll get like a much more well-rounded sound than if you just strictly only listen to what the instrument that you're playing is.
Absolutely. Let me ask you, what do you think the hardest instrument to play is that you've tried?
Fuck, man.
I always say trumpet because trumpet is the only instrument that I've never been able to do a single note on.
Trumpet's really hard because a lot of it comes down to your embouchure, which is I don't know if people know is basically your like the your mouth. There's only three valves on a trumpet, so but there's way more than three notes that you can play in a trumpet. So if you want to play those extra, I don't know how many, like probably 3 octaves of 12 notes each. So if you want to play 36 notes on a trumpet with only three keys, you have to you have to do either like different fingerings or you have to do different things with your mouth. Like I think if you finger like a G, it'll be a G, but then to play a D, maybe you're still using one finger, but you're just changing the way your mouth moves. So that's and same thing with trombone. Trombone's probably even harder. But for me, I think monophonic instruments are kind of easier just because that's what I've like played the most. It's I've always really struggled with bass and guitar just because it's a completely different animal, the way your fingers work and stuff. But I can play piano a little bit, but I think piano is really challenging because you have to have two hands going at the same time doing two different things, and it's really challenging to be able to separate your brain in a way that your left hand could be playing something completely different than your right hand, and sometimes even in different times or not necessarily together. And like doing those two things at once, I think is extremely difficult.
What'd you say the word was? Armature?
Embouchure.
Armature. Yeah,
Embouchure. It's E-M. I can't think of.
armature. No, I think you
Embouchure.
armature. I was about to say you should have asked that girl that said her hobby was drinking. You should have said, "But how's your armature and your fingering?" But no, I definitely agree with you with the piano part too because even as a drummer, when you're playing different parts with your different limbs, like when you're I don't know if this will make sense, but say you're playing like boom tick ka tick boom tick ka tick. When they both hit at the same time or opposite of each other, you think about it as I'm gonna bring this arm up at the same time as the other one. So there's like when I play piano, I approach it kind of the same way. But if I went to play the Charlie Brown theme song, where on one hand you're going bo da da bo da bo da bo da, and the other you're going da 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 da, like there's such a difference between those two pieces that I cannot play that, just because it's so different.
Yeah, it's so hard, and it's like almost something. I mean, I'm not a good piano player by any means. I'm sure people that actually play piano are much better, but like if I'm trying to learn something like that, I have to drill the right hand 100 times, and then I have to learn the left hand and play that 100 times, and then I have to be so comfortable with each of those parts that I could just play each of them without really thinking about it. Because the second
Yeah,
you think
yeah.
about it, you're gonna be like, oh, my fingers are doing different things. And drums too. I have less experience on drums, but I mean that's four limbs you got to worry about, which is even harder.
Yeah, yeah. And that's interesting too. I was kind of thinking that someone that's used to a monophonic instrument wouldn't be good at chords, but that's probably not the case because you need to know what notes are in the chord to play those notes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I know the chords, but if you put like music in front of me, like, and you're just like, can you play those changes? Like, I'm not good enough at piano to just like play them. I'd have to be like, all right, that's a C minor chord.
No,
Let's
I mean
go.
just on saxophone even.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I could do that. Just be like, okay, yeah, C minor chord, C flat G. Like those are the notes, and then you know, stuff like that. But
So wait, let me ask you too, because I've found people always give a different answer to this. So when when I see that a song, say it's like A major, D major, E major, if I'm thinking about what notes are in there, have you memorized each of the chords and what is what? I think of a guitar in my head where I would be playing that, and I've memorized, okay, this finger in this shape is playing the third. What is that note for this chord? And then I
okay,
think of it that way.
yeah, I don't. It's like a it's drilled in my head. I'm a little slower now because I'm not practicing as much as I used to and playing over chords. But you know, unless it's like a really fucking weird chord, like A flat minor sharp 5 flat 13 or something, I'll have to think about like what the flat 13 is. But you know, if you're just giving me standard chords like a G7 chord, I'll just be like, yeah, G B D F, and then you know stuff like that. And then I don't know all of it, but there's different scales. That one might be like the Mixolydian scale, which is just a major chord with a flat 7. But there's different
Mm.
modes and stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I'm
definitely.
generally pretty good about that. But that's sort of where the that's the challenge about soloing is you have to know, like, all right, I'm taking like a G chord into a C chord. Like, what's the best way to play this G chord and then like seamlessly have it flow into
Yeah.
like a C chord, which is like you might play like the 7 of a G chord, which is an F, and then when the downbeat of the C chord hits, you're gonna go down like a half step to an E, which is like a nice resolution to like the third on the C chord.
But even like I was saying before, trying to think about music theory the least amount right now, all of my friends that are trying to get me to teach them music theory, I just say memorize the ratios, not in your head, but just when you hear one note compared to the other, what is that? Like, where does it want to go? So, anymore, if I'm trying to figure out a key, I'll hit one note on the guitar and I'll pretty much know everything from there. Like, I might play a few other notes and, like, figure out, okay, this is the one. If you're doing a certain run during a solo, and you feel like you're on a certain note that you don't know what it is, but you know this chord is happening next, and this note is going to be a little too high. Not quite a full step, maybe just a half step. Move down. If you hit the wrong note, keep moving down, you know?
Yeah, I mean I mean usually you're a half step away from a right note, right? Like if you're playing a
Damn.
C if you're playing a
Damn.
if you're playing a C sharp and that doesn't sound good, just go down a half step, play C, that'll probably fucking work.
Dude, that is one of the smartest things I've ever heard. That sounds
But
so mundane, but that is one of the smartest music things I've ever heard. That's
that's
crazy.
and that's kind of what I
It's
do
so
like
true.
yeah, and like say you send me a song and you're like, "Hey dude, can you solo over this?" You're usually not telling me like what the chords are, what key the song's in. I'll just get it. I'll like listen to it for like 10, 20 seconds, and then I'll get my horn out, and then I'll play like, all right, like what does this kind of sound like to me? And I'll be like, all right, it kind of sounds like, all right, what's that note right there? Is that sounds like it's around a D, or like maybe around an E, and then I'll play an E, and it sounds okay, but not great. I'll go down a half step to like a D sharp. That sounds even worse. Then I'll be like,
Exactly.
all right, it must be a D. So then I'll play a D, and I'll be like, all right, that note sounds good. So if D works, let's try F sharp. And then F sharp doesn't sound good. Like, oh shit, it's probably an F. So I'll play an F. That sounds right. And then you kind of find the notes that work, and then you piece them together. So say maybe like I'm like, all right, A works, C works, D works, E a little bit, F works, G works. I'll be like, oh okay, like, and then I kind of piece it together. I'm like, okay, this is probably in D minor.
Yeah, yeah. And even so, my guitar teacher, he played with Chuck Berry on American Bandstands. He played with Jimi Hendrix's bassist around Europe after Jimmy died. He said, if you had to boil down everything you need to know for music into one word, it would be steps. And I kind of figured out through the years what he meant by that. My version of that would be ratios. Here's why. So I did a presentation for my final in AP World History on how they discovered music theory, and they did it in Greece by holding two flutes in their mouth, holding one note in one and moving around with the other, just as you were saying, right? There's ratios between the frequencies. So if you play an octave, it's double the frequency, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. The simpler the ratio, the more pleasing it is to the human ear. A fifth is the second most simple. It's a 3-to-2, and a third is a 5-to-4. But a seventh, a major seventh, is I think 17-to-6. So it sounds weird on its own, but with all of the other ones in that context, like a 1, a 3, a 5, and a 7, it sounds beautiful and like it can move anywhere, you know?
Okay.
So I always thought about ratios as not only if you have two notes, but if you have the difference between starting on this chord and moving up to that chord. Even drums, you know, like what is the ratio of the hi-hat versus the snare? But here's the way I kind of figure out keys based on that too. So if you have two major chords a whole step apart, that only happens one time on steps 4 and 5. So that must be in a certain mode. It depends upon what sounds like that's the home base, you know? I spent 5 years trying to figure out modes, as in like if I start on this note, how do I change the formula to play this mode? Then one day it just clicked. Don't think about it that way whatsoever. If you take C major, all white keys, no sharps, no flats, and you just, instead of having C as your home base, playing C to C, just play D to D. There you go. There's D Dorian. That's a minor. Because I already knew like C major, D minor, so on and so forth. Those are the chords to the key. Well, there's also scales to all of those chords, you know? So a C major being the 1, that's the major scale, which is like Ionian. Then you move from C to C to D. Now you have Dorian. That's a minor mode, but you're playing the notes from C major, you know?
Yeah, totally. Like I think it's been a while, but I think what is it? If you start on like the 6th note of a major scale, that's like the minor scale
Minor.
or something
Yeah,
like
Aeolian.
that.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I gotta brush up on my modes. But yeah, that's totally true. And I think when I learned, I think it was helpful for me to almost learn it on like a number system. Like so you would learn like the notes of the scale, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then so you're playing a C, you know, the C is 1, like the G is going to be 5, and then you learn the relationship. All right, that's like a perfect fifth.
Yep.
If you're going to play an E, like C to E, that's a major third. C to E flat, that's a minor third. And then if you sort of understand that relationship, you can transfer that to all 12 scales. So that way it's a lot easier. So if you know like the relationship between that on a C chord, you can go to a G chord and say, all right, what's a third above G? Like, oh, that's a B. Okay, so like a G triad would be GBD. And then like if you sort of think of it, like I'm always thinking about numbers and then like, okay, what's the number in that scale basically?
Yeah. And that's steps, you know? And people always used to say, did we invent math or did we discover it? It's a little bit of both, but it's mostly discover. So like we invented the names of all of that shit, but
But they have to align with like the
ratios.
yeah, and the like the way the world works, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the
It's
same for music. I mean, music isn't created, it's sort of discovered.
yeah, yeah. I mean, all of the rest of the songs that will ever be invented, at least on pick like a guitar, all of the notes are there, but no matter how many years pass, people are still going to be playing completely different songs.
Yeah, I mean, there's like millions of permutations of songs that you can come up with, you know, and like it's crazy to think about that there can be so many different songs, but I mean, you change one note out of a series of 12 or something, it could sound totally different.
Yeah, I love nothing more than someone that doesn't know music at all asking me two questions. First and foremost, oh, you play guitar. Do you play electric or acoustic? They're different, right? No, they're not. Second of all, they're like, oh yeah, it's pretty normal for people to have the exact same chords and everything. Like, you know that famous what was that video called on YouTube? It was like, I'm gonna play all of these famous pop songs using four chords.
Yep.
It's like, no, it's not that, like, there's not that many options. It's just that people make cookie cutter songs that use the same techniques and they all end up being the same, which is why I don't listen to them. Like, not
Yeah,
that I
I
don't
mean
listen
that's
to
that's
them,
why
but,
pop music is
you
so
know.
much easier to play because it's usually gonna be in a major scale, sometimes like a pretty generic minor key or something, but you
Doesn't
know,
tickle my fancy enough.
no, I mean usually like you're gonna play some. I don't know exactly because I don't really do pop music, but you're gonna play the same standard progression of chords. Like you're probably gonna play like a 1 chord, a 6 chord, a 4 chord, maybe like a 2-5-1 or something.
Yeah.
But like
Yep.
you
Yep.
know, you're never really going like much beyond that. You're not playing like weird chords in between. You're not switching keys very often. Um, so that's why it's sort of like a more basic form of music to me. I think is just because it doesn't take like once you figure out like the formula, it's very formulaic, and once you figure out that formula, it's sort of like that's sort of where you're gonna live.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I want to switch this up. I want to talk about beer. I want to talk about being drunk while playing music, and I want to talk about business school after.
Sure.
So, first and foremost, what have you been drinking during quarantine?
Well, I can't drink any hard liquor because the stores are closed.
Yeah,
So
fuck that. I know it's so annoying.
like the best I could do is wine. I might go to like the grocery store and pick up like a box of wine every couple weeks or something.
White or
Um,
red?
Oh, red for sure.
Yeah, me too. Fuck
I
white.
don't like, dude, white's just like drinking juice basically.
It hurts my stomach.
Really? It's just like
Yeah.
kind of it's too fruity almost, and it doesn't really taste like you're drinking much, and all of a sudden you're fucked up. I don't know. But
Yeah.
so I definitely prefer red. I think it goes with food a lot better too. Like I like to eat pasta and Italian
Also, wait,
foods and
when
stuff
liquor
like that.
stores reopen, what bottle will you buy first?
Probably some whiskey. I like whiskey.
What type? What type? I've been doing a lot of research for whiskey actually.
I don't expand too much. I mean, I'll usually stick with like a Jack Daniel's or a Jim Beam, something like that. If I'm
You
gonna
like the
sit
more
on
bourbon?
yeah, bourbony stuff. I'm trying to not buy like bottom shelf anymore because I'm a fucking adult, you know. But if I'm just gonna buy a bottle just so I can go get fucked up somewhere, it depends where. But if I'm just gonna go out like drinking, like I might just buy like it's actually not bad. I think it's like Old Granddaddy or something. It's like kind of bottom shelf, but it's pretty cheap.
Never
But
heard of
normally, like if I'm at a bar, I like getting shots of whiskey at a bar. I'll usually get a Jack Daniel's or something.
it.
What's the
You know-
Maker's Mark is pretty good, but that's a little pricey.
Yeah. Maker's Mark is great. So is Woodford. Woodford's amazing.
Yeah, Woodford's pretty good. I've really gotten out of like mixed drinks. I used to do that a lot in college, but I don't really like. I used to drink a lot of vodka in college, some rum. It wasn't until like later on that I started liking like whiskey and tequila. I mean, tequila shots are easy, margaritas are good, But if I'm drinking a whiskey, unless I'm like at the bar, I might get like a Jack and Coke or something. But generally, I'm just gonna sit there, put a couple ice cubes in it, and then just kind of sip on it.
Yeah, yeah, on the rocks. You know
But
what's funny?
yeah, I've just been drinking a lot of beer.
I I hate soda. I've probably had less than 10 glasses of soda in my entire life. For that reason, I thought beer was the hardest thing to drink. So I used to drink like Bacardi white rum. I could drink a whole bottle of that. I used to down Four Locos and stuff. And then one year it just flipped. You know, like
Yeah, I would say the
completely
same for I
different.
used to not be able to drink beer. I think it's because it makes you really like gassy and bloated.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think I used to not really know how to like burp to get that out of your system.
Me
So
too.
I'd have like 2 or 3 beers and I'd feel like I was gonna throw up just because that like all that carbonation is
Yeah,
sitting
me
inside of
too.
you. But now I can pound like 12 like no problem or whatever. But
Not
so
to
yeah,
brag.
like on a
You
on
should have
a
wait. You should have said that to that girl on Tinder.
yeah,
Oh,
how many
you your
how many
your
beers
hobby
do you
is
put down in a
your
night?
hobby is being an alcoholic. I could down 12 beers, no problem.
It's like almost to the point now where like I'm trying to cut back on drinking a little bit just because like it's like especially now it's too easy to just start drinking like whenever you want.
Yeah.
But
Oh, definitely.
I mean there's nights where it's like a Friday night like I'll just sit there like I'll be watching TV or whatever and I'll look over and like I've already killed like 10 beers. I'm like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, dude, I've been hitting that spin bike and drinking a lot during that. Like even when I go out on real bike rides, I'll pregame those a little bit just because I've done it where I didn't have like even 2 beers before, and I get 2 miles in and I'm like, oh, this is so much harder.
Yeah. It's yeah.
But wait, I just learned this too. I always thought that whiskey and everything that was brown like that was that color because of what they put in it. Recently, I learned anytime you distill any sort of alcohol, like hard alcohol, it comes out clear. The only thing that makes it that color is the wood that they put it in afterwards.
Really.
And also, every whiskey, well, I shouldn't say every, but pretty much every whiskey in the barrel is something like 75% alcohol, and then they add water to it. So like a Jameson, they if you drink it straight, like they sell that sometimes, but apparently it's very very ethanol-y, like alcohol-y. It tastes like much. It tastes like if you put rubbing alcohol in Jameson. And people always say like, oh, you shouldn't water down your whiskey. Here's the thing: every whiskey you've ever drank is watered down. And I'll be the first person to say this. I like a Jameson style whiskey on the rocks with a little bit of water on top. And like I know if you have a good whiskey, the first drops of water on top will open the rest up. So like there's this YouTube channel where there's two guys that own a distillery in like Texas, I think. They did one on adding water to everything, and this guy said over time, as you age stuff, it's like if you put a really jagged rock in a river. You come back 12 years later, it's nice and smooth. It's now a river rock. But you can take a hammer to it and crack it open, and now you have that little harshness surrounded by softness. That's what you do when you open it back up by putting some drops in it. But I like adding a little bit of water to the whiskey too, because I just enjoy the body of everything better too. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna take a sip now. Yeah, that was whiskey.
Yeah,
Now
definitely.
it's like you're
When
drinking a
you
drink,
when you put the if you put a couple cubes in and just let it sit for a minute, it sort of like makes it much more drinkable. I find, and that's kind of why I like it.
Yeah, and they keep saying the only true way to drink whiskey is the way that you like it. So if you're trying to drink shit the proper way, quote unquote, and you don't like it, you're not gonna drink whiskey. You know?
Yeah, I mean it's like it's all come down to personal preference. What I'm starting to notice
Yeah,
more
absolutely.
as I'm getting older is that first of all, I'm getting way more hungover than I used to get. Um,
Yup. My parents used to tell me, and I didn't
Yeah,
believe
no,
them.
dude.
Definitely starting to
Freshman
happen.
year, I'd go out on a Wednesday, get fucked up, like wake up at 8 a.m. and go do squats in the morning, like no problem. And now I'm just like, if I do that, I'm out of commission for like a whole day. But
Yeah, I definitely need to chug more water
yeah,
now.
drink
But
more water. And the other thing I'm noticing is that it's like a really bad idea to combine different types of alcohol. Like I
Yeah.
use like I'll have nights where I'm just like, all right, I'll do 2 shots of whiskey. All right, I'll take 2 tequila shots. All right, I'm gonna drink some beer. Oh, now I'll drink like a glass of wine or something, and you feel like shit the next day. Like, it's definitely easier if you stick to whiskey and beer, or like tequila and beer, or just beer, like something like that. Like when you're mixing like all that different shit, you just kind of start to feel shitty.
You know what's funny? I had two cousins get married in the past year. One of the weddings, I drank a Jameson and ginger. I mean, I probably had 10 or so of them, and I was really drunk. The next morning, I was fine. But my other cousin, I kept switching it up. I had like champagne, I had whiskey sours, I had rum and cokes, I had this, I had that. That next morning, I woke up sweating so much. I mean, the room was really hot, but I went downstairs and I was like, I just need to go down there because it's really like it was in the basement of this. My neighbor had a place in Atlantic City, and the basement was like much, much colder than the rest. So I was like, I'm just gonna go down there because I need to cool off, and down there seems really cold. I get down there, literally 5 steps away from the bathroom. I'm like, well, good thing I'm going here.
Yeah, it's rough, man. You gotta be smarter.
Here's the other thing too. I think part of the reason that we're feeling more hungover isn't just because of our age. I think now we have the chance to spread out much, much more than what we used to, you know?
That's true. I mean, yeah, in college, you might, if you're going out on a Friday, you probably aren't starting to drink till like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock maybe. Whereas like now, if I'm going out on a Friday, I'll probably get home from work and start drinking at like 5. So it's like, if you add those extra 4 hours in, like, yeah, there's going to be probably 5 or 6 more drinks that I've had.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But even like we were talking about coffee before, I'll have 2 coffees now and I feel like my heart racing and I feel weird now. But even if it's 3 p.m., I'll just casually drink a beer and it will wake me up. It's not even like I'm getting drunk, but I mean, my go-to is Rolling Rock, and
Rolling Rock's good.
I
but
really like Coors Banquet
Rolling
too.
Rock's one of the weird, not to say weird beers, but Rolling Rock is way better in the bottle than it is in a can.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like, some beers are like not too crazy different, but I think Rolling Rock is one of those that's just like drinking out of a bottle is just so much better.
Yeah, I really like pouring it into a glass too. So for Christmas, I got this set of beer glasses for every different type. And I found putting Rolling Rock in an ale glass, which has a stem and it's really round and like has a smaller top to it. That is meant for like ales that are like light, but you really need the nose to kick in. It's not like Rolling Rock smells floral or anything like that, but I don't know. Just out of that, it just tastes so much better, even better than in the bottle.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was up in Boston the end of like back
Oh, I
in
love Boston.
Yeah, it was my first time there. It's a great city. I want to go back. It was I actually went for a work trip for like a weekend, but like I got to do a lot of cool shit. I went to the Sam Adams Brewery. That was cool.
Oh, that's sick.
I got like a 12-ounce glass there, and then like 2 little like one of those little flight glasses, like they're maybe 6 ounce, 4 6 ounces. And then I went to the Cheers bar, which was really cool also. And I got
Did they know your name?
they did not know my name. Sad. But
Did they know what armature was?
yeah, they did. They first thing out of their mouth. What armature were you be using to drink our beer? But I got I got a glass and a mug from there, and those are pretty cool. And you definitely feel a little more like, I don't want to say sophisticated, but a little classier when you're drinking beer out of like a beer glass as opposed to like a can.
Do you know what Southern Tier is?
I do not.
So they have a place in the North Shore right next to Tequila Cowboy now. Their beer, honestly, if you ever see it, get it. It is the perfect mix between craft beer and mass beer. Like, they have a thing called 8 Days a Week. I call it Rolling Rock on steroids. They have another one that's New Juice IPA. Either of those are like the best things on earth. They have them in like grocery stores and shit like that. So be on the look.
That's cool. Yeah, I like sort of like I'm not a huge craft beer guy, but I like the more like some of the more mainstream craft beers. Like Goose Island's pretty good. Fat Tire's pretty good.
Yeah, Fat Tire's great.
Stuff. There's a couple other that are slipping my mind, but those are nice if you're just going to the bar. You're just gonna get a couple pints or something.
Yeah,
You
certainly.
You could definitely sit on them a little bit longer instead of just like if you get like a Miller Lite, like you're gonna drink that in 5 minutes.
What are your thoughts on Guinness?
I like Guinness, but you can't. It's hard to drink it like all night.
See, here's one of the biggest tragedies of being an American. I went to Ireland, went to the Guinness factory.
I hear it's way better over there.
Oh my god. Dude, here's how I would describe this. Okay. Let's pick Fat Tire. If you had a Fat Tire that was like perfectly chilled, poured in a great glass, that's what Guinness in Ireland is, right? Here's what Guinness tastes like in America. If you took that Fat Tire, put it in your backpack, went on a 2-hour bike ride, and then put it back in your fridge, then drove over to your friends, and then left it on the counter for a few hours, and then said, oh shit, why don't I throw this in the freezer for a second? And then it was cold enough to drink, and it was pretty skunked. Oh, did I mention that this is like a 5-month-old can, or bottle rather? Like, it just tastes skunked here, and it doesn't have the frothiness. So here's the difference too. Like, the reason that they say to pour it slow, a lot of people think that it's because the bubbles happen too much. It's the exact opposite. You actually you pick about like 2 inches down on the glass to aim towards at a 45-degree angle. You pour towards there. Once it reaches there, you like tilt it, and then you let it sit until it settles. The reason that they do that is because the last pour, after it settles, you want all of that to stay on the top. So what you do for that last pour that no one does right here, also it's like imported, it took a long time to get here, it's been skunked, not a lot of people get it. You're supposed to put the tap all the way open to get as much air and as much froth as possible. And I think I like Guinness a lot too because the bubbles are really small, and I'm not a big fan of soda. So that always felt nice to drink. But once I learned that the only reason that it is dark, it's not any of the like the same reasons as any other dark beer you've had. They're the only brewery in the world that roast their barley before they put it in the mash. A Guinness and a Miller Lite are the same amount of calories. Once I learned that and like replaced meals in Ireland with Guinness, then I really understood like what makes it so great.
Yeah, I would love to like take a class or two on like brewing and like wines and stuff like that. I feel like having that knowledge would be pretty cool. Speaking of which, I'm actually like out of beer right now, so as you were talking, I go puffed a case of beer.
Nice. What'd you get?
Just a case of Natty Light. They don't really have a selection on here, and it's like I'm either gonna pay like $25 for 12 Blue Moons or like $17 for a case of Natty Light. So
oh damn. You know what's funny too? Everyone who's told me about Go Puff, they all live in Philly. Is that like a big thing there?
yeah, I guess maybe it's not in other cities. I'm not really sure. It's kind of I think I actually didn't start using it until I moved to Philly, but yeah, it's a pretty big thing. But talking about skunked, yeah, I got a case maybe like a month ago, 3-4 weeks ago. I forget. I think it was like Miller Lite I got off here. And I got it. I put it all, like the second I got it, I put it all in the fridge and I started drinking it. And it was just skunked.
Oh.
And it was like, I don't know if they had it in a cold place and then they pulled it and then it got warm. But it's just like I had to suffer through this whole fucking 24-rack of like skunked beer. It was fucking horrible.
Oh. You know what you could do real quick? I remember like both my sisters, they're 5 years and 4 years older than me respectively. They both went to Pitt and actually both lived in Camelot. And I used to come out 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. In 11th grade, I brought out my friend Brian, and we were having this thing in high school where like the grade above us, they were not a good grade. They didn't host anything. They always imposed on our parties. They like really didn't have much to offer for anything. Even like sports, they were just a bad grade. They ruined a lot of shit for us. So we were like, you know what? We're challenging you guys to a beer Olympics. And we smashed them. But me and my friend Brian, we were training for these beer Olympics. And keep in mind, this was a time in my life where I could not drink beer and we still beat them, right? So while we were out at Pitt, there was a party up on that road above center that like you need to walk up that staircase and it's just like that hidden kind
Yeah, I
of
can't
line of
remember
really
what the
nice
road
houses.
is, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a party there and there was a girl going around with Mio and I think it was near St. Patrick's Day. So that kind of explains it. She was trying to dye everyone's beer green or something like that, but she was like, "No, trust me, it's actually pretty good." That shit was not bad. Even with like Skunk's Natty Light, that made it taste a lot better. So if you ever have Skunk's beer in the future, just put some Mio in it. It'll taste
I'll
much
have to
better.
try that. I've never even heard of Mio.
Even lemon juice too.
Mm,
I mean, it's
okay.
it's the same thing as what do they call those? Dasani had those like
like
flavor.
flavor packets or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Gotcha.
not powder. It's like concentrated liquid. You're supposed to use it for a bottle of water.
Okay, yeah, I got you. You know what's crazy is some people don't like drinking water.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I
really,
fucking
that's
love
like,
drinking
oh,
water.
I don't like
drink
breathing air.
I drink like a gallon a day, like, and when
Yeah,
you're
me too.
thirsty, drinking like a fucking glass of water just tastes so good.
I drink so much water and so much coffee and so much beer all the time. I pee like fucking 20 times a day.
Oh,
And I've
yeah,
done that
it's
my
just, like,
entire
every
life
fucking
too.
hour.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. You mentioned before drinking and music.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are your thoughts on that?
So, I think there's nothing better than if you can time it right where you hold off drinking, but as you're playing, if you quench yourself with beer. But
Yeah.
there's also a point where you're too drunk to play shit. That is the worst feeling. And the difference between those is either 45 minutes or 3 beers.
Yep. I like drinking, or I like having like a nice little buzz when I'm playing, because it sort of loosens you up.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
not like as tense. Your fingers kind of flow a little bit better, like whatever instrument you're playing. Sometimes like you'll be a little more creative, especially if you smoke a little bit too. I've definitely had gigs where I've gotten like fucking hammered, dude. Like I'll play like gigs at a bar and I'll probably be like 10 drinks in, and by the end of the night I'm like, holy shit, I'm fucking drunk. But sometimes you sound like shit, sometimes it's pretty fun. But that also comes back like playing like a woodwind instrument where you're breathing a lot. It's hard to drink a lot of beer while you're playing because it sort of fucks up like your system. Like there's like a lot of gas and like it sort of fucks you up a little bit. So like it's hard to drink like 10 beers and play.
Yeah.
But
No, I think singing is the hardest thing with drinking too, because even like I used to perform with a gallon of Arizona iced tea. Because
dude, I actually knew a guy that did that. He was a singer in my band. He literally showed up every gig with a whole fucking gallon.
Yep.
And by the end, he drank like 3/4 of it.
Yeah, me too. Like, that's not only because I got really thirsty on stage, but
It's kind of good for your throat, probably, right?
it was good for my throat. And like even throughout college, I didn't like I mean I drank when it was time to drink, but everyone's always talking about like, oh, college, you drink more than ever. No, when I graduated, I started drinking.
Yeah, I think I drink more now than in college,
Oh,
honestly.
certainly. I mean, I have the money for it now too. That's a big thing. And I'm 21.
Yeah, totally.
But the hardest thing about singing is you get really nervous because like you're the main person and you're looking at all these people, you're in front of them. Singing in your room by yourself in the most comfortable setting is already hard to like maintain your breath, but also moving around in front of people and being nervous, then drinking and like having to burp mid-sentence when you're singing. If there's a singer out there that has never felt like they had to throw up, I am so jealous, because pretty much everyone I've talked to, that's especially a singer, they always come back after a dope show and they're like, oh my God, I swear to God I was about to throw up. I'm like, yeah, that's not that unnormal. Like, it's so common. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm not a singer by any means, but like singing, like you really have to, like you're not singing from, if you're a good singer, you're probably not singing from like your throat or your lungs. You're singing from like your diaphragm.
Dude, you're
and like
singing from
almost
your
like
toes.
You're really trying to pull. your fucking balls, dude. Like you're like digging deep to like get all of that, and like you're supposed to do that with sax too. Like you're supposed to breathe through your diaphragm, not like your chest and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So like being able to like really dig deep into like your organs when you're just like fucking like being weighed down is probably really hard.
Yeah, what are the I know they do vocal warm-ups. Like if you here's a good example. Every time I try to do falsetto, which is like your head voice, the if I can't hit a note, if I go like oh and try to hit a lower note than I can and I push my diaphragm down, I now unlock 3 more notes up top. Then they do like me,
Yeah,
me, 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 me,
totally.
me, 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 or whatever to say certain things and everything. Like there's a science behind it. What do they recommend for saxophonists to prep themselves doing?
So first of all, I actually took my senior year. I needed like some sort of like arts credit or whatever. So I took like a theater class, and I forget what it was called exactly, but it was basically
Was it
like
intro?
breathing and like was it what?
Intro to performance?
It wasn't that. It was I forget. It was like breathing and like body awareness. Like that's not what it was called, but that's
Did you
basically
major in
like
armature?
yeah. But it was really cool. Like honestly, it was like almost like a very meditative class, but it really took me out of my comfort zone. I was one of like the few people there that wasn't in like theater, like either majoring or like doing performances. So like for like it took me like maybe a month or two to like really like open up in the class, because it's like it was so far out of my comfort zone. Like I don't like singing or like being the center of attention in ways like that, whereas like that really put you on the spot. Like you had to like do a performance in front of the class and stuff. But a lot of the techniques I learned in there I'll even use today. Like like one class will be dedicated to like, okay, we're gonna open up like our airways and we're gonna sing, like we're gonna make like these noises like may 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 ma ma may 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 may, or like something like that. Whereas like then it's like, okay, now we're gonna move down like into like your stomach, and now you want to visualize like getting out of your stomach, and you'll be like be ba ba be, like something like that. And then a lot of it is like body awareness, where it's like, okay, try to like do this, but imagine you're bringing it out from like your toes, or like imagine like you're leading with your head or something like that. And there's like almost like a yoga aspect to it too, because you're doing
Absolutely.
different things with your body. And it was really interesting. And I think one of the things I actually noticed was like when I was doing that, like after the semester, I was almost speaking in like a lower tonality,
Yeah. Oh my
because
God.
I
Yeah.
just sort of I'd opened like my entire body. Like I haven't done that shit in a while, so I feel like it's like starting to creep back up again. But like after 3-4 months of just like really opening your body up, like you're not like speaking from your mouth or your throat anymore. You're like you're speaking like from down, like inside of you kind of. And
Yeah.
it's like a
Yeah.
really cool thing. So to actually answer your question, sorry. Yeah, saxophone, there's different ways to do it, but a lot of times I like to start with long
Conolingus?
tones.
Does that wet in the
Yeah, kind
does that wet in the
of.
palate?
No, that's how I end, dude. um, no, but long tones, which most people that don't play like wind instruments probably don't know, but it's basically just holding a note for like an extended period of time. So I'll just play like a G for like as long as I can hold it, and just be like,
Yeah.
like that. And first of all, it's really good because like sort of helps you hear like the different fluctuations, and like if you're starting to go sharp or starting to go flat, like can you hold it?
Yeah.
It's really good. Sorry to use the word again, but it's really good for your armature.
No, keep
Whereas, like,
using it.
'cause
That's my new favorite word.
there-
Actually, I didn't know that before.
there's muscles in your face like everywhere else, and like if you ever hear like a fifth grader play saxophone and then a professional play the saxophone, like the way their instrument sounds is completely different.
Yeah.
Like one
yeah.
person has like a shitty tone, whereas if you go to like hear like a jazz guy, like his tone is like beautiful. It's like so resonant and perfect.
Yeah.
And like they can be playing on the same instrument, the same mouthpiece, like the same exact setup. And the reason that guy has his tone is because he's like trained the muscles in his face to be so much more precise than just like blowing air through a horn. So long tones really help. That was like one of the like when I was in high school, I was really trying to get my tone to sound better because it's just like such a distinct feature. And like that's an exercise I did a lot. And I think for that as well, what really helps is listening to people play. So I would listen to people that I wanted my tone to sound like,
Mm.
and like I would start to kind of be able to mimic that more. But so for like warming up, I'll do long tones, and then a lot of times I'll like run scales or run like arpeggios, stuff like that. Like even going back to, I'll do exercises like we were talking about running the modes. Like I'll start in a D, play D to D, E to E, F sharp to F sharp, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll do different triads like in different patterns. Like I might do all the triads all the way up. I might do like C E G, G sharp, D sharp, C sharp, D, F sharp, A, B flat, G, E flat, like kind of going up and down triads. And then that sort of helps you get like your fingers like warmed up a little bit, So I've had some people just say like they'll like before they actually start practicing, they'll just kind of just like riff around for a while just to get like their fingers like just throw on like a backing track and just like rip a solo for a couple minutes just to get your fingers accustomed. But I kind of like to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny too. In 4th grade when I was taking well, wait, let me tell you this side story too. So I wanted to play tenor because 2 of my best friends were in that class. My teacher, whose name was Melody Jackson, which is amazing.
A great music name.
Oh yeah. She comes up to me. She's like, "Andrew, can you stay after class?" And I was always the person who was talking during class, and like I would get this all the time. Like, "Can you stay after? I know you're paying attention. I know you're always ahead of everything else. Whatever. Like when we try to call you out, you always know the answer. But like you're distracting others. Blah blah blah. You're not in trouble, but I just want to tell you, you need to change your behavior." I was expecting that. She goes, "Oh, I see on your form you're interested in doing tenor. But I want you to know tenors are like this big, like really big.
and you're like this big.
Yeah, exactly. So you should play alto." So my other 2 friends were in there too, both named Connor. And I would say like one Connor was large, one Connor was medium, and I was small, right? So we would do those long notes every single time we started practice. I shit you not, every single time we did it, we would do it like 3 or 4 times. Every time we did it, someone else would win, which always blew my mind. It's crazy. Like, it doesn't come down to lung capacity. It comes down to the breaths you're taking before, like how efficient you are at blowing the note out and everything like that. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, totally. Like, even how you're feeling that day,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Let's talk more about the quarantine.
Dude, the thing that I have to say is I love how much money I'm not spending.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if you think about it, like if you go to the bar 2 days a week, you're probably dropping, that's $100 right there. You're probably eating out on average. I probably eat out like maybe 3 times a week at least. So that's another maybe 100 depending on what you're doing. So,
yeah.
And I'm saving money on gas. I'm saving money on just like stupid impulse buys and like all that shit. So like I'm really I'm spending way less money than I was before quarantine. But dude, just the day that I finally just get to go to a bar and sit down and get a beer is gonna be fucking awesome. I can't wait for that.
Yeah. And I feel like a present to myself that I've been meaning to get even before this was like a really nice bottle of scotch to hide in my closet away from other people, that just like when it's time, I'll drink one at a time. Have you ever had like a really old scotch in particular?
I don't think so. I think the best scotch I've ever had was, which isn't like, not like crazy, but I've had like Black Label Johnny Walker. That's probably like the most like high end scotch I'd say I had.
How smoky was it?
It wasn't too bad.
See,
it's been a while, but it was pretty good. But I'm not super snobby when it comes to that. Like I don't really have like a sophisticated enough palate to tell you the difference between like a $25 bottle versus like a $50 bottle. It's obviously easier to tell like between like a $15 bottle and a $25 bottle, but
Yeah. Well, the other thing is branding for it too, but
absolutely. Like I would never buy shit like Ciroc. Like you're spending $60
absolutely.
for a fifth when you can get like a $20 bottle that's like basically the same shit. Like why would I spend 3 times more money just to try to seem cool?
Yeah, I mean honestly, for vodka, I really like Svedka, and
Svedka's good.
people love Grey Goose, but I don't see a big difference between them.
Grey Goose is expensive. I think a nice. I haven't been drinking that much vodka in the last like year or two, but if I do buy a bottle, it's probably Tito's. That's like a pretty.
Oh yeah, Tito's is great.
It's like good quality vodka for not too much.
Here's the thing about like a really old Scotch. I think the oldest I had was maybe like 12 or 15 years. It is so smoky that it tastes like a barbecue, and that on top of it just gives you a whole different purpose of drinking. And it's like you almost don't want to drink it fast. You want to sip it as slow as possible, and it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I love is like smoked old fashions. Those are good as shit.
I haven't had one.
There's a bar in my hometown that was like kind of a high-end bar, and like apparently the bartender there had won like several like national bartending competitions or something, so he was like really good. And he just like I would order like a smoked old fashioned, and he'd just have this like fucking like beaker that he'd mix it in and like dump like pour like smoke into it. It's coming out. It was like I don't even know how he made it, but it was like really fucking good.
Yeah, I've been taking master class actually. I split it with one of my friends.
Okay.
And they have a mixology class, so I've been researching a lot about that. I've been messing around with.
That's sweet. Yeah, I've been thinking about taking like a bartending class for a while or something, but
oh, dude, honestly, even though the mixology entrance for me was masterclass, I've found so many other ones on YouTube. Just watch those first. Within like 5 hours, you're good. You know most
Cool.
of the stuff.
yeah,
And, like you
I would
can't
love
practice
to be
it
able to make
obviously,
some more like
but
sophisticated drinks.
yeah, I mean it's a lot simpler than you'd actually think. A lot of it overlaps.
Yeah, I can imagine. I want to get like a. So I feel like what I normally do is I'll just go to the store, I'll buy like a bottle of something, and then like I'll finish it, and then I'll go get another thing. I would kind of like to get to a place where I can just have like a bar cart or something, and like I'll have like a bottle of like everything, and then like whatever I'm feeling that day, I can kind of drink instead of being like, all right, I'm gonna drink whiskey for 2 weeks, and then I'll switch it up to tequila or something,
Yep, that's what I've been saying. My girlfriends, I wanna like build this bar over on the side. We're gonna have a big like it's kind of a living room and then a place you eat and then the extra space behind it. And I'm like, I want to get some wood, build a little bar, and get a stock and like all the materials to make some good shit.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's like one of the things, not one of the things, but well, yeah, one of the things, but I'm really not a handy person. So like I'm not good at building shit, I'm not good at fixing shit. So I feel like I need to get better at doing things with my hands.
Yeah, I feel like the past year in particular, I've felt a large need to like build things physically because I'm at the point where I can start to get the things that I've always kind of wanted. Like I bought a new bike, I got a new drum set, things like that. And I started getting really heavy into researching the history of fuzz pedals, and I had started this YouTube series for that. Like basically after I graduated from Pitt in 2014 to 2015, about like 14 months between, I was just working for Starbucks as their like Pittsburgh traveling trainer. But I applied to over like 240 different jobs, heard back from 3 of them rather, had interviews for 3 of them, got 1 job. This job was by far like the best for my setup right now, so I'm glad for that. But in that 14 months, I spent all of that time researching all of the fuzz pedals and everything, and I majored in marketing, certificate in product innovation and in entrepreneurship, and certificate in digital media. So those kind of just made me interpret it in a certain way that I was like, oh, so the musicians were trying to do this, so the people making the gear did this. Now that was out, that made the sound change like this. And I was so interested to try to find the thread between everything that was happening then. And then after that, I got into building fuzz effects as well, and that is honestly addicting. Like I never knew jack shit about electrical engineering, but spent some time doing that, built a pedal, spray painted it and everything, and now that's like my go-to pedal. Sounds better than the rest. Like, honestly, it's crazy. It really wasn't even that hard to do. I stumbled across a friend that happens to be an electrical engineer major at Pitt, so we've been FaceTiming and like really getting serious about starting a brand to build pedals and stuff and amps and all that, and we got some big ideas for it. Like, do you know what Tolex is? They wrap amplifiers with it. It's like that sticky cloth shit that's durable on the outside.
Yeah, I think so.
I've never seen someone wrap a pedal in that, so I really want to do that. I think that would be like a big differentiator, and they really don't cost much to make. Like, total, a pedal that sells for $150 might cost like $16 to $20 to make, if that. And as you're doing like in scale, you get the economies of scale. They become way cheaper.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like the thing that like most people wouldn't know how to make that, so they could just charge like a crazy amount of money for it.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah, they don't know
Whereas,
the first
like,
thing.
Yeah, I mean like there's things that you can make on your own or you could figure out, like not too difficult. Like if I wanted to build a desk, like I don't really know anything about woodworking or anything, but like if they were charging $1,000 for a desk, like I'd figure it out, or I'd just go buy
Yeah.
like a cheaper desk. But it's like if you want a fucking effects pedal for your guitar, like fuck if I know where to start with that. So like yeah, I'm gonna have to pay the $200 that they want or something, you know.
Exactly. Were you in my Kafka class, by the way, managerial economics?
I don't think I was in your class, but I did take that class.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, we used to exchange like tests because we had it at different times.
Oh yeah. Dude, he was like one of my favorite professors probably.
Yeah, me too. He
It
was
was like one of the more interesting. Not that he was like a cool professor or anything, but he was just very interesting, and just the. It was really more of a class about thinking than like learning, you know.
absolutely. And the tests were like 20 questions, multiple choice, and if you got a 14 out of 20, you got an A plus.
Yep.
Because it was the way
They were hard
approached
tests, though.
Yeah. No, the way he approached tests, lectures, everything he taught, he was like, every company who has the smartest people have fucked up. Why did they fuck up? And I want you to fuck up so you figure out how to be smarter than the rest of them. And I don't know if you remember, but his main thing was always like, he was Austrian, so he was like, all of you would be the product innovators. There's all this money. There's all this money just sitting on the floor. You just need to learn how to pick it up. You just need
have
to reach down and pick
grab
it up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny as shit. Like
He was
He
so
wasn't, like,
entertaining. He was such a showman.
he was such a showman, and he was never saying like basically what he was teaching was like you don't have to be Mark Zuckerberg and know how to build Facebook. You just have to have an idea that someone else isn't having. He's like, you know, like these fucking random ass people in India just flew a drone over and realized like, oh, there's like a shortage of this, so like why don't we just like buy it and sell it higher, like whatever they did. He's just like you just have to think of things that like how can I make money, or like there's money out there that people want to spend, like how do I just take it from them.
Yeah, and the biggest thing I took from his class too is he showed us examples of, say, like economies of scale, which is as you have a variable cost that's per unit, how much does it cost? Then you have fixed cost, which is like overhead, how much does it cost per rent? How much does the lighting cost? Like whatever. As you increase the amount of units that you produce, you're dividing that fixed cost over the amount of units. So your overall average total cost, or average unit cost, I think, right? That goes down. But he showed us that bullwhip effect too. Like once you reach the diminishing return, not only on economies of scale, that we learned, I think, first semester of business school, but he brought us through so many counterintuitive examples of if you follow all of those other business concepts to a certain degree, you'll start to not be optimized. So he showed us, probably a fucking like dozen or 2 dozen different examples of that it's not even the exact examples that he would teach us that I could be like, oh, in this business meeting, I know this example, so I know this will happen. It's more so, oh shit, like this other class that thinks it's so right is actually leading itself to trouble if you really only believe in that. And it's not just that example, but it's like the overall, you need to think about what is actually going on with the million different variables, you know? I feel
Yeah,
like
totally.
business
I
class
like
is
the
literally just the ability to list a dozen things that have to do with it and listing all of them and like thinking of the 13th where someone else doesn't, you know? Like what will
yeah,
affect sales in this region? And then you just try to list them all.
yeah, totally. The one example that he gave that I still remember was he's like, there's two bottles of wine. They're the only bottles of that wine in the entire world. They're extremely expensive. Say each one is worth $100,000. He's like, you could sell each one for $100,000, or you could just drink one, and then the other one is worth $300,000 because now it's the only
Yep.
bottle of wine. You know?
Yep. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's one of my favorite examples too. Also, do you remember? The Blue Lagoon.
Yeah, he was a funny dude. I liked him and Atkin. Atkin was great.
Yeah, I liked
I had
Atkin
him.
a lot.
I had him when I studied abroad too, and it was really cool because it was only like an 8-person class, so it was really like
Oh,
almost
that's
one
right.
on one, and it was very like it was very discussion based, and it was really cool.
He did the Pitt and Sydney.
Yep.
Damn,
Yeah, it was
that's
cool.
sick.
I actually got
yeah.
to go out to dinner with him one time, which was pretty funny.
Yeah, wait. Let's talk about Sydney because a lot of my friends that have been to Australia have been like, you need to go to Perth and Sydney. You would love those places, like you in particular. So what
Yes,
was?
I never.
Because I
I
did
never
Pitt
went
and
to
Dublin
Perth.
too. What was Pitt and Sydney like? Especially with Atkin, I want to hear more. Tell the people who
Uh,
Atkin is. What is his personality? I would call him a turtle.
he's this really fucking short, almost like starting to have a hunchback little kind of guy.
Yeah, he's a
He's
little
like,
Brooklyn kid. He always made us
yeah,
remember.
like
He's hey, I'm just a
right off
Brooklyn
the
kid.
right off the fucking streets of Brooklyn. He's got a fucking mustache and like a tiny pair of spectacles.
Smokes
And
hella cigs.
He smoked. He'd talk about fucking smoking cigars out of his car when he was like 14, and he always just has like the same lines. He'd like make a point, and he's just like, "So you get the idea." And he's just like really funny, and he's just always babbling on about nonsense. But he's just a really funny guy. But Pitt and Sydney was fucking awesome, dude. It's Sydney's probably my favorite place that I've ever been.
Oh, really?
The city, it's very clean. It's pretty easy to get around. The people there are awesome. They're way nicer and way friendlier, but also they give like way less of a fuck. Like
In
I
what
did an
way?
internship, and they just say shit that people wouldn't say over here, or like even professionally. Like I worked at a startup. I was an intern, and I worked at the desk behind the CEO. And the CEO would show up riding a bike, and he gets changed. He's wearing fucking shorts and a t-shirt. He has like people coming in for like business meetings. He's like, all right, yeah, we want to be like partners on this, or like we're selling you this, or like whatever. He's wearing a fucking t-shirt. Like no, like you didn't have to dress up at all. It was great. And dude, like he was on the fucking, he was on the phone with some guy one time that he was like working with, and he hangs up the phone. And he just turns to me and like a couple of my coworkers. He's like, that guy was a fucking retard. So just like shit like that, like the culture is just so much more chill. Like no one's like no one's got like a stick up their ass kind of like they do here. Like
Yeah,
I remember like one of
definitely.
our first weeks there, we were like wandering around. We were looking for like the mall or something because we had to go buy groceries. And like it's a bunch of like 20-year-old idiots like wandering around from America. And we're like, oh, which way is the mall? Is it that way? Is it this way? And like some lady just walks up. She's like, oh, you guys lost? And we're like, yeah. She's like, oh, the mall's like, she gives us directions. She's like, I can walk you guys there if you want. And we're like, no, it's cool. But like, they'll just like take the time and stop. It's honestly like extremely beautiful too. Like the weather's great. The seasons are flipped. So I was there January till like April. So it was like basically coming out of summer, going into fall there.
Hmm.
And like it was just I went to the beach like all the fucking time. You would just take the bus like after class or whatever. The beaches are fucking amazing. They're so clean and like beautiful. I've never been into hiking, but I did a lot of hiking when I was there because you could do like coastal walks. I did like a 10K coastal walk and like a 5K coastal walk. You get a group of friends. That's really fun.
Hmm.
And then I did spring break in New Zealand. I got a van. I drove 1,500 kilometers around New Zealand
Jesus Christ.
on the left side of the road because that's how they drive over there. So I had to figure out how to drive a car over there, which is a fucking crazy experience, dude. We got out of the airport, picked up the car,
Oh, it's so
and I was
hard.
like,
It's
I
so
was like,
hard to get used
I was like,
to.
holy fuck, I'm gonna kill everyone in this car, because like, dude, because like you're making a left turn, but it's really like making a right turn, and then like you gotta like
Yeah,
think about
yeah.
it backwards. Eventually, it becomes like pretty ingrained to the point that like I sort of like forgot that that wasn't normal, and that like,
Right.
but I remember a while like I would always, because like that we were talking about getting hit by a bus in Oakland before, because like the buses are coming the wrong way and you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I always had to think about that, like when I'm crossing the street. I'm like, all right, I got to think that the cars on the right side of the road are actually coming, or like on the closest to me are actually coming from the right and not from the left. So like
Oh,
I gotta
it's so hard,
like
dude.
you'd have to like they always say like look both ways before you cross the street. Like
No,
you have
but
to
it's
look both
different.
ways. Like you have to look both ways like 3 times
No, but it's
because
sensing momentum, if that makes sense. Like,
But I ended up getting confused because when I first was over there, I was like, all right, the cars are coming from like the opposite direction.
yeah,
So I'd
yeah.
be like, okay, look the other way that you'd think they're coming. But then I got that ingrained in my mind, and I also sort of started getting an innate sense of the actual traffic patterns. But then I would always have to double check myself because I'm like, all right, wait, is it the opposite of the opposite, or is it the opposite? Like I'm like, ah, fuck. So like crossing the street's kind of weird. They have a ton of traffic circles over there, which like we don't really have too much around here.
Yeah, not
Like
at all.
every once in a while you'll come to a traffic circle, but there's like tons of them over there. So like crossing the street over like traffic circles is another like bitch of a problem. Um, the funny thing is too, like the drinking age is 18, so you're going to like bars and clubs where like there's like, you know, like 18-year-olds going in, and then you have to think that like, you know, if people are using fake IDs here when they're 18, there's fucking 15, 16-year-olds over there using fake IDs to get into clubs, which is like Jesus Christ, man. But the bar and club scene over there was awesome. There was this club that we'd go to on Thursday nights. It was called Ivy. It was like 2 buildings, like 3-4 floors, like probably 20 rooms. And then if you go into another building, if you take the elevator all the way up to the top, there's a rooftop pool. And it was like really fucking, it was a lot of fun, man.
Huh. So what was your study abroad experience, especially with Atkin too?
Akin was funny. So we had, so actually we had class, we got there like the second week of January, and we were there till the second week of April, I want to say. And so classes start, I think we had like a week to acclimate. So say the classes started on like January 20th. We get an email from Atkin on like January like 18th, like, hey guys, my travel plans are delayed. Like I might miss like our first class or something. And then like a week later, we miss a first class. He's like, sorry guys, like I'm still like getting held up with something. I'll let you guys know when I'm in town.
Right.
Like a fucking month goes by, dude. We don't hear shit from this guy. And then he emails us like the end of February. He's like, all right, guys, our first class is on like March 10th. So we basically missed like 2 months of this guy's class, which was awesome. And then, but he comes in, he just like, basically the whole class was just case studies. We just read them and talk about them. I don't even know if there was like a grade system. Classes were super easy. I never did like any work for any of them. What we were talking about procrastinating before, we had a like global supply chain class. Never paid attention in that class. I had no idea what was going on. Like 70% of our grade was based on like the final paper. And like, you know, in like February, he's like, oh yeah, you guys should like already have an idea of like what your paper is going to be. And then like beginning of March, he's like, you guys probably should have started writing this. I didn't start writing it until like the day before it was due. I just went to like the library. I popped like an Adderall, drank 2 coffees, wrote for 8 hours straight, handed it in, got a 97, and he commented, he's like, this is one of the best papers I've ever read. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. I was like, God damn it.
Wait, quick
But,
question. Did you ever write another essay for another person and get paid for it?
No, I haven't.
I did it one time, or twice for the same person within 2 weeks because this kid was lazy, but also my good friends. Didn't like English at all, but he was good at science. He was like, will you write my Great Gatsby report? And I was like, fuck yeah, I love that book. And then he was like, will you write my Scarlet Letter book? And I was like, yeah, I'll write that. I fucking hated that book. So I wrote this essay for myself, and it took me 4 hours. I wrote this essay for him. It took me an hour and a half. Guess what paper got the better grade?
Definitely that one.
Yeah, dude, I got him a 97. I got myself an 87.
I had offers a couple times from a couple people, but it's like they're like, "Hey, I'll pay you $50 to write this 4-page paper," and I was in my mind, it's just like, it's not really worth it for me. Like, I'd rather just not write the paper than have $50.
Yeah, he gave me $40, and I had other offers too, and I was like, nah, I'm going to work on music.
Yeah.
But yeah, so back to Sydney. Want to hear more?
Yeah, I took, besides going to New Zealand for a week, I took a weekend trip up to the Great Barrier Reef. That was really fun.
Oh, damn. What was that like? Did you go
it was
scuba
super-
diving?
We went snorkeling.
Oh, that's sick.
So, the Great Barrier Reef's still cool. It's definitely, getting like bleached and dying a little bit, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah.
But it was still a super cool experience. It was really fun. I actually though, so we stayed at this hostel that was a hostel / club. So like you're in your room and there's a giant pool and like this huge like sort of restaurant down on like the first floor, and it was like wide open. People would come, like we got there, we drank like all day, went swimming, went back up at night, went back downstairs, and then like partied. And then that was Friday night. Saturday night, we signed up for this bar crawl. And it's like you go to 5 bars, you get a free shot at every bar. And at that point, me and my one friend who was from Minnesota were like super into Jaeger bombs. So we probably did 5 Jaeger bombs that night, and I was absolutely trashed. I was like literally any girl that I would see, I would just walk up to her and start hitting on her. And like I was just striking out left and right, and I was like, I don't care. I'm having a fucking great time, dude. Like this is hilarious. I woke up the next day and we had to go out on a boat to go. It was like Sunday. This was when we were going snorkeling on the Great Barrier Reef. One of the most hungovers I've ever been, and I literally could not eat a cracker. I was so hungover, and so I'm just drinking water, and I'm also very prone to seasickness. So we go out on this boat, and immediately we leave, and I'm just like so sick. I literally had to like curl up in the fetal position on like a bench and just put a sweatshirt over my head for like the entire trip because I was gonna throw up like any second. I ended up going out. I was swimming. I got some salt water in my mouth. I was like, holy shit, I'm gonna throw up. I fucking booked it swimming back to the boat. Went in the bathroom and just like dry heaved. Like I was like throwing up, but it was like all it was like stomach acid coming out.
Yeah, like
I was
bile.
Yeah, it was disgusting. I was so sick.
That's so funny because I remember vividly the picture of you with a thumbs up, like with that scuba gear on in the Great Barrier Reef.
Oh yeah, it was weird because the only thing that really made me feel better was being in the water. But like the second, and like you have to go out on the water for like 3 hours to get there, and then like 3 hours to come back. So like for like the 6 hours on the boat, I was just fucking dying, dude. It was everyone around me is like. Everyone around me is like talking and laughing and having fun and like doing shit, like
plus seasickness too.
Yeah, it was dude, let me tell you, being seasick on top of a horrible hangover is not fun.
No, not at all.
But it was still a great weekend though.
Yeah, you want to know the most hungover I've ever been?
Sure, what is it?
I was so I went to 2 places for study abroad. The first one was called +3.
Oh yeah, okay.
That was
I remember that.
Business students mixed with engineering. And I chose Augsburg, Germany. I 10,000% made more friends with the Germans than I did with my own Pitt students, right? So that meant that I didn't just do like the American shit. I hung out with these other Germans, and they'd be like, "Oh man, like we had a good day with all of our classes and everything, and this, that, the other thing." but we're gonna go do like what we would normally be doing. You're coming. And we're like, all right, I don't want to hang out with the other Pitt students. That's fine. It's funny too because both of the the guy sides on Pitt and Germany were complaining about the girls on the other side. They're like, oh, but Americans are so hot. And we were like, oh, but all the German girls we see here are so hot. Where are all they? Why aren't they in your class? So we got
the thing about Australia though is Australian guys like American girls, but Australian girls don't really like American guys. So like all the girls just got fucking piped over there, and all the guys just like did not get laid at all.
Damn.
Yeah, so it was a shame. I never got to hook up with. I made out with an Australian. I never got to like have sex with one or anything. But if I ever go back, I'll try it.
Yeah, I was I was in Germany for 15 days, and I made one of the best friends of my entire life. So he his name was Matza, and that is Matthew. So you should be friends with him too. So quick tangent. The last time I saw him was the last night where we were all going to this one place, right? He runs into a person on it's like a kind of trolley, like a bus almost, but it's on tracks, goes through the streets and everything. Runs into a friend there right as we got off. He runs into his friends right at that stop. And he's like, well, have to go here. Andrew, I don't know if I'll ever see you again in my life, but goodbye. And I was like, no. And he was like, I'm so sorry.
Do you still talk to him at all?
Yeah, we talk on Snapchat every now and then. I should hit him up though.
That's sweet.
But it's funny too because I never realized Germans, when they speak English, have an English accent. Because, well, I should say not all of them. Most of them have an English accent, and some of them speak American. So I was so confused by that at first, and I had to get to the bottom of it. So I was like, why the fuck do you sound like an American and you sound like a fucking, like a Cockney, like English person, right? Apparently, they all take English courses like we take Spanish, but instead of starting in middle school and high school and stuff like that, they take it as a regular course in elementary, and their professor gets to choose whether they teach American or British. But this kid in particular grew up in Germany, lived in London through like middle school and part of high school, so he sounded extra British. Anyway, we went out later, I think, or no, I'm sorry, it was another night. We all went to this brewery that was like the entire class, including the teachers, the professors, the deans, everything. So we went there, amazing time, and then all of us went out to a club later. And this other girl that I was like really good friends with too, she was like, oh, you're a musician, I need to take you to this place. And it was literally, I would call it an electronic band with all live instruments and a didgeridoo. Every person in there was losing their minds though. And I was like, yes, this is awesome. And then everyone was buying me shots because they were like, oh, it's 3 a.m. and like, you're the American that we actually hang out with. So the next morning, we get on a bus. Guess where we're fucking going, Matt? We're going to Dachau on Mother's Day, right? So we woke up at 7 a.m. I got like 3 hours of sleep. I was so hungover. That entire bus ride, they have this Advil there that has caffeine in it. That's all I had. So I took some right before I went to sleep, so I slept like shit. I took like 4 more getting onto this bus. And that bus ride, let me tell you, I put my head down at the beginning, leaving, like, before the bus even moved. I put it down and I was just like, all right, just focus. The entire time I was in between sleeping and being like, don't throw up, right? So we get to this fucking famous concentration camp, And it wasn't that good of weather the entire time, but that day in particular was beautiful. Not a cloud in the sky, like 82 degrees probably, right? So we get there and I go to the bathroom. Even then, I'm like, I really need to pee, but I also need to think about not throwing up. So didn't throw up the entire time. They had water that wasn't sparkling, which apparently is hard to find in fucking Germany because they all like room temperature sparkling water as their regular water, which I don't fuck with. Anyway, find a water fountain, chug that shit, and as we're going on this tour of this horrendous place, I am like, it's Mother's Day. This is the first time I'm not like spending it with my mom. It's a beautiful day. This nature and everything is beautiful, like these rows of trees. They bring us through some different rooms that feel really haunted and everything. But whenever we're outside, it's not making me feel like I thought it would feel, right? So we get back. There's like a main building over here, like behind you, and you're looking forward at kind of nothing. It's like a row of trees, and this was just a little farm town, right? Over on the side, they had like a prison, like a legit prison, where they would keep the worst and like torture the worst. That was the creepiest because that was just weird. Very far in the back left, that's where they kept the gas chambers, which were never actually used. They never killed anyone, but they still walked us through that first. Actually, wait. Our way to the gas chambers, I'm sorry, we walked down the line of trees over to this wall, and then they told us, yeah, by the way, these gas chambers right over there, this little tiny, like, cottage-looking building, that never killed anyone. But this wall killed a lot of people. They killed everyone with a firing squad here. As they were saying that word, my friend starts, like, aggressively brushing my shoulder. And I'm like, what are you doing, Brandon? So he goes, dude, there was one of the most scary spiders I've ever seen crawling on your shoulder up towards your head. And then immediately after that, I was terrified, and all of my hangover just disappeared, right? And then immediately after, they walk us through the gas chambers, it's 3 different rooms. The first room is where they would bring a group in and be like, remember where your shoes are. Focus on where you left your shoes because we're not going to help you find them, and if you don't have them, you're fucked. So everyone walking into the next room would just be thinking about that. Then we go into this next room where I have to say, by the way, like the ceilings in here, they were only maybe 8 feet tall. So this already felt like a really weird room. There was only like 2 really, really small windows just to make the smallest amount of light.
You're probably super claustrophobic too, right? Like, that must be like a strange feeling.
Oh, yeah. And compared to the other rooms especially, like they were normal size. And the room with the ovens next door was like pretty tall. So in this room, there were these little openings in the ceiling that you could see a little tube. And they almost treated us like we were being gassed, which was fucked up, but also like really, really changed the entire day. This was crazy. So they walked us through there, and we kind of just walked around, and we were like looking up into the pipes and stuff. We walked into the next room. There's just like 2 ovens there, and then we walked back out. And I'm like, all right, well, this is probably the most fucked up Mother's Day that I'll ever have.
Damn, that's crazy.
But study abroad is great. Like,
study abroad is great. Yeah,
you get into
I would
some
absolutely
scenarios.
go back in a second.
Yeah, is Sydney the only one that you did?
Yeah, I only did that. That was. Yeah, I've never been to Europe. I would love to go to Europe, and I would love to do like a 1-month like backpack trip around kind of. But yeah, I did Sydney my junior semester, and it was probably like the best fucking 3 months of my life. It was so fun. I mean, there was like,
damn, you did 3 whole months.
Yeah, it was just absolute debauchery, and but dude, I'm just thinking of the story. It was one of my worst hangovers ever, but it's like also one of my worst drunken experiences ever. So I went this girl that's a friend of mine invited me down to her beach house in Atlantic City, like over at like winter break. I think it was like senior year of high school,
Mm.
She invited a few of her like girlfriends from study abroad, so I knew all of them. And then these two actually Australian dudes that they had met and befriended in Australia were in the States like visiting, so she invited them for one night. And then one girl also invited a couple friends, so it was maybe like a group of 8 of us the second night, and we went out clubbing. The one girl who invited us, she's like pretty rich, so she put down like she was basically like, all right, drinks on me like all night. So she racked up like a $200 bar tab probably. So the next night I was like, all right, I gotta like step up and like try to seem like cool or something. So I put my card on. And I was like, all right, if anyone wants a drink, just put their card like give 'em my name. I'll get you a drink. End up racking up like $150 on that. But
Jesus
so we're in the
Christ.
club, like we're doing like shots, did a couple Jaeger bombs. I got fucked up. Next thing I know, like I'm like borderline blackout. I'm like getting kicked out. I think I fell. I got kicked out of the club. Two of the kids came with me. They're like, all right, like let's go back to like this girl's beach house. We get an Uber. We get in the Uber. I'm like sitting in the like the bitch seat in the back. I'm like, fuck, dude, I do not feel good. And like I'm always that type of person that I could feel it coming on, and I like make the proper arrangements for when I'm gonna throw up. Like this case, there was like absolutely no warning. Like the second I felt bad, I just fucking threw up all in the Uber. The
Oh,
driver, the driver, we're on the highway. The driver pulls over on the side of the highway. He's fucking screaming at me. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of my car!" And it's these two Australian dudes. And instead of being like, "Oh fuck, like let's help this kid," they just fucking literally throw me out of the car. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro? Like get the fuck out!" I'm like blacked. It's the middle. It's the beginning of January. I'm wearing like a thin button-down T-shirt. It's like 2 a.m. -5 degrees outside. I'm like about to be blacked out. I'm stranded on the side of the highway. Have no idea where I am. So I don't even remember this. I call like every single person in my phone book. I called like several friends. I called my mom like 3 times who didn't answer. The next day she's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally fine." But so I'm like, "Fuck, I like
butt dialed you
I
3 times, mom.
dude, I literally like I was literally having plans of just like I think I might die like on the side of the road. Like
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
God.
die of like hypothermia. So I just start walking like in the direction that oh, and these kids, they kicked me out of the car and then they started laughing, and the one kid took a Snapchat video of me just chasing after the car.
Dude, that's some Penn State
So
shit.
that's absolute bullshit. So so I'm literally chasing after the car. I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna catch up to a fucking 60-mile-an-hour car. So I start walking. I'm calling everyone. I'm like, fuck, dude, I might die out here. Like I have no idea. Like it's so cold. I'm not wearing clothes.
Yeah, it's hard to
So
get
I,
direction in Atlantic City too.
yeah, dude. So I was just like, I just start walking in the direction that I think it was, and then I just black out, and then I black back in, and I'm like, fuck, dude. Like I have no idea where I am. And then I look up and I see my car. And I was like, holy fucking shit. And I look
Damn.
over and I'm like at the place. Like, I think I was
Jesus.
walking for like an hour. I have no idea. And then I get home and I'm just like banging on the door. And they're like, what the fuck, dude? Where'd you go? I'm like, they fucking kicked me out on the side of the road, dude. But like somehow in my like drunken stupor, I managed to like find my way home. Like, amazingly, like that was probably like I could have fucking died, but who knows.
Damn.
And I had to play a gig the next night too. I drove home like probably still like so hungover, and
How'd you
I
play?
played a gig. I honestly felt so horrible. And you know how sometimes when when you're hungover, if you just start drinking it makes you feel better.
Yeah, yeah. It helps you
I
like
was
come back
so
down.
hungover that I took a sip of a drink hoping it would help, and I immediately felt like I was like sick again. So like I couldn't
Ooh.
even drink to try to get rid of like the hangover because I was like beyond that. So like I played this whole gig just feeling like shit. I was like, I need to go home. I need to go home. And then I went home and like I was literally laying in bed like having like I just kept twitching. Like I felt like I was having like mini seizures
Yeah,
just from being so
dehydration.
hungover.
Yeah.
Yeah, like withdrawal symptoms or something. Like I don't fucking know what it is, but I was like, oh my god, dude, like I still might like I might die. And I ended up like staying up till 5 in the morning, just like, and I finally fell asleep. It was fucking wild.
Damn. Did I ever tell you how I almost got jumped by a bunch of Turkish people in Germany?
No.
So I don't know this, but um, the Turkish population in Germany is enormous. It's something like 20 to 30% of their population because after World War II, a lot of them went there. And I love Turkish people. Like one of my best friends through college. You remember Baron in our what class was that? Ethics. Us us two sat in the like very front.
I would know. I the name sounds familiar. I'd recognize him if I saw him.
Yeah, like she was Turkish. I've had so many good friends that were Turkish. So like don't take this as like Turkish people are bad. But this group of people did not speak English whatsoever, and one of their friends was like face down rolling on the floor and looked like he was like I couldn't tell if he was like ODing or if he was it was right outside of a club though. So it looked like someone just like punched him in his nuts and then like beat him with a bat and then injected him with some drugs. Like this kid was fucked up. I think this was the same night that I got really really hungover. So as we were going into this club, that was right outside, and I looked down and I was like, "Oh shit." And I was really drunk already, so I was laughing, but internally I was like, "Damn, like I hope he's okay." Like is it what the fuck? So this other guy in particular, like this big guy, this big burly guy comes up to me and starts like pushing me in the chest, screaming German at me. And I'm like, "Dude, I don't speak German." Like and that goes on for maybe a minute and he keeps pushing me back and I'm like, I put my hands up, I'm like, "Dude, like I'm sorry, I don't speak German." And then my friend Mona comes over and she saves me. I don't know what the fuck she said in German, but immediately the guy was like, "Oh, okay," and then he left. But dude, these three guys behind him were like pumping their fists. They were like, "Come on, you making fun of our friends?" So when I got inside, I was like, "What the fuck was that guy saying?" And she was like, "Oh, he thought that you were making fun of his friends." And I was like, yeah, that shit was crazy though. But you said the people in Sydney go out of their way to help you to find places. So I went to Ireland next for 4 weeks, and that was so cool because everywhere else I've gone, I've been enthralled with the place. Ireland's is cool, like the place, it's definitely cool, but it's not as different as you'd think. Honestly, like I would call the geography in Ireland a really, really old Pennsylvania. It's the exact same square footage as Pennsylvania.
I hear it's like really beautiful though.
Oh, it's so beautiful. But like Pennsylvania's beautiful too, you know? Like they have a lot more like rocks and really interesting architecture, and everything just feels like it's thousands of years old, you know?
Okay. What's that famous like the hills of something or the plains of there's like a it's sort of off the coast. I forget what it's called, but it's supposed to be like really cool.
Well, there's the Aran Islands. I went there. That was my favorite part of it. Did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
So you know the Iron Islands. They're based on the Aran Islands. You get one ferry there, and there's a plane that goes, like a little charter plane. If you don't make it back, or there's inclement weather, like you have to knock on people's doors to try to sleep everyone on that island. There's no like cars or anything on the main roads. You bike everywhere. So we were just like biking around. We saw these seals and everything. That felt like Skyrim. That was insane. But the plains, I can't think of the plains.
Oh, I just looked up the Cliffs of Moher.
Oh, the Cliffs of Moher. Yeah, I went there.
Moher, yeah.
It was pouring on our bus ride there. And when we got there, like, that place is pretty fucking scary. They don't have any barriers or anything, and it kind of, like, gently slopes off, so you have to, like, kind of talk your way into going a little bit closer, and there were people sitting on the very edge. And a lot of people actually, like, commit suicide there, which is crazy.
Yeah, dude. There was one place I went in Sydney. It was, like, on the other side of the harbor. I'm blanking on what it was, but they literally, it was sort of like a small like town, like kind of park feel, but It was really cool, and you get to see like the whole city skyline from there. But there was like a it was basically right off to the water, and then probably like 100, 200 foot, I don't know, 150-foot drop maybe down to the water, like these just like I forget what you would call it, these cliffs basically. and they literally put up fences, and they had signs like every 10 feet that would be like basically saying like, do not jump, like, and basically explaining like it was a very popular suicide place, which was pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, they had signs at the Cliffs of Moher that were kind of like almost epitaphs. Like here's a moment of silence for all the people that have killed themselves here. But I mean, they're probably 400 to 500 feet. They're fucking enormous, dude. It's really cool though. Like the Aran Islands had another cliff that was just like rock cuts down, and you could almost see like below you, like inwards. So it wasn't a straight 90 degree. It was like almost more
Oh
than
shit,
that.
it came back a little bit.
Yeah, and the thing to do there, since it was like such a safe place, you laid down with just your chin against it and you looked down. I
Oh yeah,
shit you
okay,
not,
that's awesome.
that is the trippiest thing I've ever seen because, like, I talked to people that went skydiving and they said you just can't really comprehend that the earth is the thing that's rushing towards you. Like, you're looking at it straight. That was cool too because, like, the ripples in the waves were doing all of these, like, weird shit that, like, your brain cannot comprehend. It was very interesting. But, anyway, so I took two classes there. I was only there for 4 weeks. One was called Pop Culture in Ireland, which was more of a semiotics class. And what semiotics is the study of symbols and archetypes and why they root themselves in cities especially, which I always thought was like that was one of my coolest classes of all time. The other one was literature, and through both of them they showed us like the first day of the pop culture class they showed us the episode of The Simpsons where they go to Ireland, and as they're picturing it in their heads versus what they actually see kind of unfolds as humor the entire time. After that ended, he was like, okay, everything that Americans think about Ireland has been frozen in time because your ancestors left here, and that's what you know about it. So it's definitely different than what we think, but also kind of has those same roots. Here's the thing I learned in literature, especially, is that the Irish people, for 700 years, the English wanted their lands. They sent over people to like annex all of their lands, like kill and rape everyone. That's why Oliver Cromwell is the most hated person to ever step foot in Ireland because he like led the first charge pretty much. So Easter Rising in like I think it was 1918, 1919. No, 1919, I believe. So there were all these things that were leading up to that for 700 years. Like the harp. The harp is a great example. It's on Guinness, but it's also the national symbol of Ireland because the Queen at that time made harps illegal in Ireland, and anyone that was found with it would be hanged and they would burn the harp. But that same Queen had a harpist in her court. And every political cartoon, the lack of funding, everything was intentionally making the Irish people seem barbaric, right? Like even the way they would draw them, they looked like cavemen. For that reason, A, there were no painters, and they got really good at literature because they couldn't take that away from them. B, even to this day, the reason that Irish people are so nice is because for 700 years, they have been going out of their way to prove that they're A, nice, and B, have something to offer, and most importantly, like C, they're cultured and they have, you know, they anywhere I went in Ireland, I felt safe enough that I could get as drunk as I wanted and as lost as I wanted and walk up to any given person and say which way is the Liffey. And the Liffey's just like a little river with all these bridges that I kind of thought about as exits on a highway. So if I got there, I would find my way home. But here's what I found. Every time that I would like ask someone, where is this bar, going to a place to be like, oh, fuck, I'll walk you there. Like, oh, what's your name? What are you interested in? What are your hobbies? Oh, I like this. Like, here's a cool story. And they always go out of their way like that. And I think maybe that's similar for Australians too, because that was based on people that were like that was a jail at first, right?
Yeah, I have actually two things that I thought of when you were saying that. So yeah, it the I guess it was mainly the English, but maybe other European countries sent. It was basically a prison. They just basically outcast people down to Australia.
Mm.
Um, so that's like sort of what it was at first. And there's actually like I'm blanking on the name, but like the indigenous group of Australia. We did like a
Aborigines.
Aborigines, yes. Probably should have known that instead of you, but um, but we did like a day where we went on like a tour with them. They sort of took us around and they explained a little bit about their culture. One, their culture is crazy because they're sort of like basically Native Americans, like from here,
Mm.
but they
Hmm.
believe in like a lot of well, like star signs and like all that stuff. And basically, the one guy was saying like Aborigines to get married, they have to have like I don't remember all of it, but it was basically like 12 things have to align. It was like you have to have been born in the same moon cycle, you have to have the same spirit animal, you have to have this, you have to have that. And it's like when you get down to it, it's like there's like maybe like two people in the world that are like your soulmate or something. Like and that's all you can marry. So it's like crazy. It's like all right, dude. Well, you look at it that way. I'm not doing too bad. Like I should be able to find a wife, you know. but,
Yeah.
um, but they are also
But
heavily
then
persecuted.
you meet someone that meets all those 12 requirements, and they're like, "Oh, my
Yeah,
hobby
it's
is
crazy. Like the one
alcohol."
dude was like, "Oh yeah, like my daughter went to Brazil and she found her husband." It's like Jesus Christ, you got to go all the way to Brazil to fucking find someone. But
And then they
But they
got
were also
divorced.
heavily persecuted by the Europeans that came in, sort of like the Native Americans in America.
Yeah, yeah.
They were like attacked. They were kind of pushed into like their own sort of camps, So like their numbers really dwindled. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. The other thing I was gonna say is sort of unrelated, but we were talking about beer and drinking and stuff earlier.
Yeah, go
Um,
for it.
Alcohol in Australia is extremely expensive
I've
because
heard that. Why is
basically,
that?
well, basically everything, it's an island, so everything that's not domesticated has to be imported, and they don't really have very many domestic manufacturers of beer or liquor. So if you like here, if you wanted to get cheap beer, you could spend like $14 on a case of 30 Natty Lights. If their worst beer over there, you'd pay like $30, and it was shit beer. If you
Hmm.
wanted to get, if you wanted to get like Corona, you'd probably pay $50 for a case of Corona.
Jesus.
And if you wanted to get liquor, like the cheapest I could find would be like $35 for like a fifth of vodka or something. So I think I maybe bought two fifths the entire time I was there, maybe a case of beer. But the wine is extremely cheap. You could
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to
yeah.
you could go to Aldi and get a box of wine for $4 to $7.
Hmm.
So that's like all we drank when we were over there, like pre-gaming. We would just literally I lived in like a big suite with seven other people. So at any given moment there's 8 boxes of wine on top of the fridge. But I was the only person that liked red wine. All of my roommates liked white wine and they would just shit on me
Oh,
all the
fucking
time.
pussies.
Yeah, dude, they're like, "Oh, red's fucking gay. Like, why are you drinking that shit?" I'm
No,
like, "Dude,
rosé is gay.
it's way better." Like, I actually don't mind. Rosé's good. I don't mind rosé, but
For
like,
some reason though, rosé just bothers my stomach even more than white. Can't
really,
explain it. Yeah, I love drinking red, and if it's a good white, I'll drink it with food. But like, I don't know. It's harder for rosés and especially oh my god, rosé ciders. If you want me to have the worst stomach ache, just feed me rosé cider.
yeah, like if it's like here, you can either drink this or nothing. I'll drink it. Like, I don't care. But if I'm
Oh, I
gonna go
mean,
to the
yeah.
store, if I'm
It's
gonna
like
go to the
fucking
store and buy
Everclear.
something, I'm not gonna get white wine. I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
yeah,
red.
absolutely.
But so it was like 7 boxes of white and 1 box of red. And we'd always play like card games to pregame. But the funny thing is, I think like I drank a lot when I was there, like almost every day probably. Especially the first couple months, we were going out probably 6 nights a week.
Yeah, when else are you
But
gonna be studying abroad in Australia?
yeah, exactly. Like you want to live it up. But even though I was drinking so much, I think I was like much less drunk every time because
Absolutely.
it was kind of like, first of all, you're pre-gaming with wine, so like you're not gonna be like pounding it, and then it's also like, all right, so we pre-game and then we gotta take like go out and get an Uber and then Uber to the club, wait in the line for the club, so it's like you kind of sober up, and then shit's expensive, so you don't want to spend a ton of money, and then you go home, so it's like you really weren't getting like that. Like I was kind of like just living it buzzed like most of the time, but
Like
it was
my
definitely
quarantine.
interesting. Yeah, but it was definitely different. I mean, I could also, the other thing, I felt so fucking stupid. Um, they had one of their only domestic beers was like
Bex.
yeah, 4X. But I didn't know that colloquially you call it 4X. So every time I'd go to the bar, I'd be like, "Can I get an XXXX?" Like, and then like it's like XXXX.
No one
And then,
told
like,
you?
no, no one told me because none of us knew. I was always hanging out with Americans, and then I came home. I was watching like an Australian TV show, and they're like, "Yeah, can I get a 4X?" I was like, "Ah, fuck! I feel so stupid." But
Damn.
another funny thing is my one friend's dad came over from Wisconsin or Minnesota to visit him and his mom, and there was this sports bar. It was an American sports bar, like right near my house. So we'd go there, and the funny thing is, because of the time difference, it's like 16 hours, something like that. So it was like, and this was like during March when March Madness is going on, so we wanted to watch all the games, and this was like the only place to go to watch it.
Mm.
So you'd have to get up at like 7, 8 in the morning to go catch a game that's happening at like 9 a.m. Like, for example, I took Super Bowl Monday off, like so I could watch the Super Bowl at 8 a.m. on a Monday. And so
Oh
it's like
yeah,
you
yeah.
have to get up and start drinking at like 7 a.m. And so my
Damn.
friend's dad came over. We go to the bar. We're watching like a March Madness game. He's ordering Coors Lights for the whole table, which is like probably 8 of us. And he gets us like 3 rounds, and the bartender's like, "I'm cutting you off." And we're like,
Why?
"What?" He's like, "Yeah, you've bought like 20 Coors Lights." He's like, "Yeah, because I'm with like 8 other people." And the bartender was just like not like giving into that. They're just like, "Nope, you're cut off." And we're like, "Well, that's fucking stupid." So we just
That
had to
is
leave.
dumb.
But
Damn.
yeah.
The rest of the group couldn't go up and buy?
Yeah, I think he cut us all off too. He's like, you guys have had so many beers. We're like, we've had like 2 beers or 3 beers,
Damn.
but it was weird. But oh, it was a great experience. It was definitely great. And I think 2 main reasons I went there was because, one, they spoke English. So I was like, if I'm gonna live somewhere for 3 months, I kind of want to know like how
Yeah.
to get around.
Yep.
Like I don't want to worry about the language barrier.
Definitely.
And also like it's literally as far away as you can go. So like when most people I knew flew on like an American airline, or not American Airlines, but like Delta or something, like an America based airline. So they would fly to LAX and then fly to Australia. I didn't want to spend like $2,400, so the cheapest tickets I could find were on a Chinese airline. I spent $1,200, and I flew over there with this girl that I knew. We flew 16 hours to China, had a 2-hour layover, flew another 10 hours to Sydney, that's like 2 days of your life basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus the
And then
time change.
on the way back, on the way there, I was in a fucking middle seat between 2 people
Oh,
that didn't speak English.
that
So I
had
was like,
gas.
"Oh, what the fuck?" I think I literally got up to go to the bathroom once on that entire flight because I was like, "I don't want to piss this Asian lady off. I don't know."
Oh,
And so,
fuck that.
but then on the way back, the girl that I flew with changed her flight without telling me. So I had to fly by myself 10 hours to China. I had an 8-hour layover in China by myself in a Chinese airport, and then I flew 16 hours home.
Damn.
And I think the most like surreal part about that was it was during baseball season, and I'm a huge Mets fan. So I like checked to see what happened in one Mets game, and I landed, and they were talking about like what had happened like 2 Mets games later, because
Huh.
I had missed like 48 hours of, and I had also like come like back in time, basically. So it was like super fucking weird.
So wait, what makes you a big Mets fan?
So I was born in New Jersey. I lived there for the first 5 years of my life, but my dad
Oh,
is
get on.
he was born and raised in Queens.
Oh, damn,
Uh,
what part?
yeah, he's from Queens. He went to SUNY Binghamton for college, and my mom's also from New Jersey. So both of them are like really hardcore Mets fans. So I was sort of raised with that.
So wait, what part of Queens do you know?
Um, fuck. I can't remember exactly. He was kind of near Flushing, I think.
Dude, that's crazy. Wait, how old is he?
He's 64.
So my mom grew up in Ridgewood, which is pretty much Flushing, and I still go there every single Christmas morning.
Really?
And like all of my mom's side pretty much lives in Queens. Some of them moved to like one in Brooklyn. My dad's side, they were like also Brooklyn first. They moved out to the island for a little bit, and then his brother moved down to like Philly, like around there. His sister moved down to New Jersey and stuff like that. But yeah, that's crazy, dude. You know what's funny too? Growing up, going there all the time. I mean, I'm from the Poconos, so that is like all the space you could ever need, and
I was
just
in the
having to
Poconos
drive
for
everywhere.
New Year's this year, actually.
Oh, get out! Wait, I want to hear about that. So wait, going to New York all the time. I never like could fathom ever living there until I was maybe 13, and then I was like, yeah, I could probably live here. And then I was obsessed with moving there from like 18 to 21.
Really?
Yeah, now I'm kind of like, now that I brought up moving there with all my cousins, they were like excited for me to go there, obviously, because I've never been able to kind of be like, oh, my cousin, like, let's just go hang out. I've done that through trips and everything like that, but it's different when you live in the same place. Like, granted, I have a sister here, and that's completely different. But my one cousin on my mom's side, the only other boy who's the exact same age as me, him of all people was like, oh, you're trying to move to New York? Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone I've ever met in my entire life and their brother is trying to get the fuck out of the city because it's so expensive. And you're trying to move here, Andrew? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's see the thing, like, I like New York, but for me it's almost like a weekend town for me. Like I mean, if I lived there it'd be different, but every time I go to New York I sort of feel like I'm dying when I come back. 'Cause
Exactly.
I
Yeah, me
survive
too.
on like beer and dollar pizza when I'm there. I mean, I obviously if I lived there I wouldn't be doing that every day, hopefully, but if I
But still,
I
it's
wouldn't
not a
want-
bad option. It never sleeps, and like you can't get anything after 2 a.m. Like maybe 2:30, 3 if you want food. But New York, you could get that any time of the fucking day for really like
oh
corner
yeah.
store prices.
It's yeah, that's great, but see, my problem is like it's so expensive that I wouldn't want to live there unless I had like a lot of money. Like I wouldn't want to live paycheck to paycheck and live in like a shoebox. Like I'd want to
Exactly.
live in like a nice place. And even the thing is like a lot of people are moving to like Brooklyn or, you know, whatever. But it's kind of like everyone that lives there kind of wants to be in Manhattan. And like if you're there like in Queens, Brooklyn, whatever, you're probably, if you're going out in the weekends, you're probably going to want to go like into the city. And
Yeah. It's a
like
different world too.
it's a different world, but it's almost like you're in Brooklyn, like you're right near Manhattan. But I've visited friends in Brooklyn, and it's like if you want to go to Manhattan, it's gonna take you 45 minutes, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
like that's
Yeah.
kind of just like if I was like that's the same amount of time it takes me from living at home in the suburbs to get down into Philly, and that feels like a fucking hassle, dude. Like
Exactly.
I would never.
Exactly.
Like I would never take an hour train ride into Philly just so I could party in Philly and then go back home. Like it's just like like you're there but you're not there and you're still paying like the same prices. Like it's crazy. Like
Yeah.
if I want to go up to New York from Philly, it takes me like 2.5 hours depending on traffic. Like that's not that much different than living like in like Brooklyn, you know?
Yeah, dude, definitely. I still kind of want to live there, but I will not move to that city until I have like a job set up that I can walk in there with leverage. That's the
Yeah,
big thing.
absolutely.
Like
Not an
if you
entry
don't
level
have
job. Like, I'd have
leverage,
to be like some sort of manager or something, like making probably well
yeah.
above six figures. Because I mean, six figures is like average for New York, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
but also like I love having a car, dude, and you just can't own a car there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like Queens you can.
Queens you can, Brooklyn maybe, Manhattan unless you're fucking like loaded and can afford like a garage to park your car in or something. You really can't.
Yeah.
And it's just
Yeah.
like, like public transportation's great, but it's just like even just like if I want to go grocery
It's a
shopping, I
lot
want
of
a
time
car.
gone.
Like I don't want to
A
go
lot
grocery
of time
shopping
gone.
every other day and bring home 2 bags of groceries. Like I want to go once a week or whatever and just stock up on shit.
Yeah, that's why I really like Pittsburgh too, cuz like I
Yeah.
can walk pretty much anywhere I want, but I could also drive a couple blocks to the supermarket and there's no problem with that. It's never like yeah, we have traffic, but at the same time if you take the dumbass main roads, you might get stuck and like if you know your way around, you can if you know what time to go where for concerts, for going out, for cheap drinks, for driving, to meet up with people, to do this, to do that, to like anything you want in Pittsburgh, if you try genuinely, you will get not too much but not too little. And that's why I really like it.
Yeah, I mean the it sucks that there's not really a subway system there unless you're going from like downtown to the north side or
Yeah,
something.
north and south. That's it.
But the bus system is super accessible. It's not very hard to learn.
Yeah, plus
And
Pitt students get it for free.
Uber can get you anywhere in like 10, 15 minutes and it's pretty
Oh, definitely.
inexpensive.
Yeah.
So
Plus
it's
the
it's
like
really not bad.
bikes. You
Yeah.
can there's so many bike trails here.
Dude, I mean if you're biking, you could probably get from Southside to Oakland in probably 15 minutes.
Oh, dude, definitely. Like you have that hill, granted, but if you take if you go over Hot Metal and then to the right, you could go up Shenley Park and get there like pretty easily. Then you just have to go up John Kerr Street, that cobblestone.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Rachel actually, when I let her in, she ran to the Pete and back
Oh
from
shit.
here. She lives 2 blocks away from me right now. So like
What is that? Like 3 miles maybe? Like one
feels
way,
like it.
I guess.
Well, to the Pete. She probably went Hot Metal first, so I'm guessing yeah, that might be about 3. But
Okay.
like from I remember from Sutherland to my sister's house on 24th and Jane, that was 2.4 miles. And my bike to work, which is next to PNC Park, is only like 2.2ish. But here's the thing too, like when you're on Pittsburgh is so hilly that when you get on the bike trail and it's flat right near the river and you're seeing everything all at once, it just flies by.
Yeah, it's great. Pittsburgh's a super beautiful city, man, especially around the rivers. It's awesome. I love going to baseball games there.
Yeah, oh my god, that was rated like the best place to see a ball game, which sucks because our team
Team is
fucking
shit.
sucks. Yeah. So wait, tell me why you're like, have you always been a Mets fan? Do you still watch
Yeah,
it or
dude,
anything?
I'm a diehard Mets fan. I fucking love the Mets. My mom literally has baby pictures of me. They would like take baby pictures of me wearing like a Mets onesie or something.
Have you ever been
Um,
to Shea Stadium before they tore it down?
I went to Shea once. I've been to City 2 or 3 times, and I just recently made it to the new Meadowlands. I saw the Jets last season.
Oh,
They actually
dude,
played the
that
Steelers.
place is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It kind of sucks because it's like in the middle of nowhere, so it's like we had to drive up and park and then like take a bus and shit.
No,
But
dude,
it
it's
was,
it's great because of that. Like, I've seen a few Giants games there. I'm a pretty big Giants fan,
oh really?
and I
Okay.
went to go see a Red Bulls game. They have their own stadium now, but they used to share it, right? So it's just far away enough that if you look on the main street, you see all of the city, but it's far enough away that it's not as overwhelming to go see a game, right? The other thing is, no matter where you're looking, even if you're not watching the play, you will still see the play because they have all of those screens tucked in the corners. It's great, right?
Yeah, it is good. It was fun to go to, but honestly, like it's fun for the experience if you go every once in a while. But I would say I prefer watching football on television. I think it's kind of a television sport.
Definitely.
It's much easier to follow
It's
on
cool
TV.
though when it gets so loud you can't hear yourself, like, talk to the other person next to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I think hockey is really fun to go to. I actually went. So I'm a Rangers fan too.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Oh shit, no way. Yeah, they remember freshman year the Rangers played the Penguins in like the first round, I think.
I do.
They played. It was like either during or right before finals week, and I had like no one's a Rangers fan really, especially out in Pittsburgh, but everyone's a Penguins fan. So I was hitting up like all my Penguins friends. I was like, yo, dude, like I'm a huge Rangers fan. Like, do you want to go see this game? I think I went to game 3.
Oh, dude, you should have hit me up.
I couldn't. Yeah, dude, I didn't fucking know. And like everyone I hit up was either like, no, I don't want to spend the money, or no, sorry, I would, but I got to study. So I was like, well, fuck it, dude. Like this is like almost like a once in a lifetime chance to like see the Rangers play the Penguins in the playoffs in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm going like by myself.
That's
so I
sick.
dropped like $100 on a ticket, just went by myself, sat there. It ended up being a 1-1 game, went into overtime. Carl Hagman scored a breakaway goal and won.
Oh!
And you just feel the whole stadium deflate. And like I'm surrounded by Penguins fans. So I just gave like a silent like fist pump. I was like, fuck yeah. And I just like caught up and walked out. But it was awesome.
See, I'm the rare breed that likes the Penguins and the Rangers. So the Penguins' little team is in Wilkes-Barre, which was like
Okay.
I used to go there all the fucking time growing up. And I like the Penguins, I like the Rangers, and also I kind of like the Islanders because my dad is a big Islanders fan, my mom is a big Rangers fan, and I grew up watching the baby AHL Penguins, right? So
Yeah, that makes sense.
those 3 teams I actually like, and I don't care if they don't like each other. But hockey is definitely my favorite sport to see live.
Yeah, it's probably the best. Basketball is pretty good, but hockey is just like extremely intense live.
Dude, wait. I went to the new Spectrum as Motley Crue was playing in the old Spectrum, and I saw the Cleveland Cavaliers play the 76ers. Iverson
Ooh.
and LeBron literally both, they got like, I think it was like 42 points and 48 points respectively. Crazy,
Damn.
yeah.
I would love to see LeBron play live. It's just anytime he's in town, no matter where you are, the tickets are super fucking expensive.
Yeah, no, dude, I was in like 4th
Especially
grade.
now
He was
he's on the
brand new.
Lakers. Like yeah, I mean, especially since now he's on the Lakers, like they're always gonna charge a premium for the Lakers, and now LeBron's on him. Like you're gonna pay out the ass for that. But I would love to see him play live.
I think he's like breaking some of Jordan's records, and some people are starting to say he's the best of all time.
It's tough, man.
It's definitely tough. They're like different animals, you know.
It kind of sucks for our generation because we were a little too young to watch Michael play. Like he was.
Yeah.
I'm not a little too young. Like we were too young.
Yeah. Quite too young.
So we don't really have the like the reference. Like I would say I have always kind of thought LeBron was better than Jordan, but I don't know Jordan as well. But
Exactly. Yeah,
I don't
me
know if
too.
you've seen it. I saw the first 2 episodes that they came out with of the Michael Jordan documentary on like the Bulls, The Last Dance.
Oh no, is that on Netflix?
No, it's on ESPN.
Hmm.
It's like the final season, like basically after they won their 5th championship, they came back for the next season, and basically everyone knew that was like the last time that team would ever play together. The GM was kind of a dickhead. He didn't really like some player, like a lot of players didn't like him. He didn't really like Phil Jackson. So he said, like, he literally told Phil, he's like, I'm signing you to a 1-year deal and you're gone after this. Like, you're not coming back. I don't care if you win 82 games in the championship, like, you're gone. So, like, Phil was like, all right, well, this is our last season. And, like, Michael was getting older. Scottie Pippen was getting older. So.
You know, Scottie Pippen got paid more than Michael?
No, dude, not on the Bulls.
Oh, really?
Dude, Scottie Pippen. So they addressed that in the documentary. And, like, the second. So the way they're doing it so far, it seems like the first episode was centered on Michael Jordan. The second one was more about Scottie Pippen. And then I think the third one that they're coming out with is about Dennis Rodman primarily. But so apparently, like, everyone knew that this was going to be, like, the final season. And they're like, all right, can we get a 6th championship before, like, this team breaks up? So like a film crew approached them like, hey, we would love to like record this, like maybe one day do a documentary. So they gave them like unprecedented access, like the entire season. They had a film crew following them,
Oh,
like
that's
in
sick.
meetings,
What year was
like
that?
on the bench, in game. Like they'd film like huddles, shit like that, like behind the scenes stuff. So it was super cool.
What year was that?
So they've had this 97, 98, I
Oh,
think.
damn.
So they've had this footage for over 20 years, and they just decided to come out with it. But so they filmed all of this stuff, and Scottie Pippen actually, I didn't know, was considered one of the like maybe top 5 players in the league at that point. I didn't know he was that good, to be honest. But he signed a contract for like 7 years, $18 million. So he was making like two what was it, $2.2 million a year.
Jesus.
He was like considered a top 5 player. He was the 122nd highest paid player in the NBA.
Damn.
Like he was like literally everyone was like, dude, you're like, what are you doing? Like even they have like the interviews with like people that were around that time. Like they interviewed like the guy that owned the team at that point, and even he was like, Scotty, like I have no idea why you're signing this contract. Like you could make way more money. And he's just like, I don't know, I just want the security, man. So it was kind of fucked up. And then he ended up getting like a huge fight. Like he would literally just like they would just make fun of the GM, just be like, oh, you want to go play some ball? He's like, no, you're probably too short anyway. Like just like shit like that. But it's really interesting and it's fucking crazy. I mean, like it's like honestly the like a great insight into Michael Jordan, who I never really knew anything about before that. And just I like there's the way that everyone talks about him and watching him play. It's crazy, and like everyone modeled his game after him. Like I don't like LeBron might be the best like 5-tool, like I don't know, like in baseball they say 5-tool player. LeBron might be the most well-rounded player in NBA history, but I don't know, like Michael was just fucking like basically Kobe Bryant on steroids.
Yeah. So wait, who's your basketball team? Do you watch
The Knicks,
any NBA?
unfortunately.
Knicks? Nice.
Yeah, I don't watch a ton of Knicks games because they're just fucking like impossible to watch right now. I try to follow them, but honestly, I'm probably watching more Sixers games than like Knicks games these days because it's local market and the Sixers are good. So like they're like I know a lot about the Sixers. All my friends are Sixers fans, so it's just kind of easier to watch right now.
Yeah, right. I grew up
But it really sucks having no sports right now.
a Yankees fan, a Giants fan, and a Rangers fan for the most part.
Okay. Yeah, I listen to a lot of New York sports radio,
Oh, nice.
which is like covers like all the teams. I listen to like one of their shit, like especially when I'm working, I'll listen to it like almost every day. But they cover like all the teams, so I know more. Like I root for the Mets, the Jets, the Rangers, and the Knicks. But like I know more about the Yankees and the Giants than like any other team outside of the teams that I root for.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the
And
thing too. Like all the New York sports teams, they don't really hate each other besides the Islanders and the Rangers. Mostly the Islanders fans hate the Rangers, but
yeah,
um,
it seems like there's a weird divide. Like some like either you root for like
but it's
say you root for the
arbitrary.
Mets and you'll kind of root for the Yankees because they're like the home team,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
when the Yankees are in the playoffs, I'll root for the Yankees. Like when the Giants are in the playoffs, I'll root for the if the Giants are playing the Eagles or like honestly any Sunday, I'll root for the Giants cuz like they're sort of like the home team, I would say. But some people take it in the opposite direction where they're just like, I don't want to fucking see the Giants win a single game, or like I fucking hate the Yankees. Whereas like I'm more of just like, like they're still like representing New York. Like I don't know, maybe it's easier because I don't live in New York. I don't have to like deal with like Yankees fans, but you know.
No, but even like the people in New York that I've talked to about this, it is completely arbitrary. It doesn't come down to anything besides everything, like their childhood, who did they know that was on the other team, who did their dad really like, stuff like that. But
Yeah, dude, you know what I hate the most though is people that are like, I'm a Yankees, Patriots, Lakers, and
yeah, fuck
like Chicago Blackhawks fan.
Yeah,
It's
and
like, all right, so you just pick all the best fucking
yeah,
teams.
and they
Like,
also are head
I'm
to
a
toe in
Yankees
Supreme.
Cowboys fan. Like, what the fuck you talking about,
Yeah,
dude?
yeah, they're fucking walking around in a Supreme fucking fanny pack.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Or just like
I
I
never
don't like
understood that.
I've
Dude, why are there Cowboys fans in Pennsylvania? Get the fuck out of here. You have the Giants, the Eagles, even the Redskins. Why do you like the fucking Cowboys?
they're America's team, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
But dude, I know like one kid. He's like a Patriots, Red Sox, like whatever Celtics fan. But so like, and they Boston fucking wins everything, dude. Like they have 6 Super Bowl rings, like 2 or 3.
Yeah, Tom Brady also demands his son to come back to kiss him harder.
But it's just like he also just openly says he's like, I don't care about the regular season. I only watch the playoffs. It's just like,
what a
dude,
bitch.
you can't just wait till the playoffs and then come and brag to me like when your team's in the playoffs or you won a title. It's like you don't get to call yourself a fan if you don't know fucking shit about what's going. Like he's like, I think baseball's so fucking stupid. And then like October comes, the Red Sox win the World Series. He's like, yeah, we won the World Series. I'm like, fuck you, man. Come on.
You fucking bitch. If you went there.
Yeah, dude, you don't like. You literally said 3 months ago you don't give a shit about baseball and it's a stupid sport.
Yeah, the other thing I have to bring up too is I am definitely more of a Giants fan, but in the past 3 years, the Giants have not been very entertaining to watch, and I have made my way either for free or discount tickets to a lot of Steelers games, and they're pretty entertaining to watch. So I would say more a Steelers fan right now than I am a Giants fan. Like, especially Odell Beckham Jr. I fucking hated that guy, dude. He fucking, the minute he took a piss in the end zone, that was just I don't know. Like,
yeah,
the
dude,
reason I like the Yankees
too,
not only their history, but they like even when what was the name of that outfielder that came from the Red Sox? Lefty. He had long hair and a beard.
Johnny Damon.
Johnny Damon. Yes.
Yeah.
They were like, Johnny Damon, you have to shave, you have to cut your hair. And he did. You know, like anyone that ever caused a problem on the Yankees, they got them the fuck out of there. And I always respected that. But the Steelers...
Dude, the most facial hair the Yankees have ever had is when Brett Gardner grows a shitty mustache. Also, dude, a lot of people that come over to the Yankees, it's not even... They say it's like, the Yankees didn't tell me I have to do this. I'm just trying to, like, honor the Yankees tradition.
Exactly.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, when Johnny Damon came from the Red Sox, he was like, no one told me I had to cut my hair, but, like... That's just kind of like the unspoken thing in the Yankees is that like you do that. He's like, so I'm on this team now. I'm just going to honor it.
Exactly. Dude, also Derek Jeter was in his prime when I was interested the most in baseball. Do you remember his last at bat? Did you watch that?
Didn't he hit a home run?
No, he got his
RBI. Like double 2 RBI single or something.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I mean, the pitcher may have thrown him a meatball, but still. The way that the entire crowd erupted during that and everyone at home, oh my God, that was, I have to say.
I remember that. Was it a walk-off?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
That is one of my favorite moments in baseball. I felt like I was watching a movie in real time. Derek Jeter's a good example, but let's talk about, we talked about Odell Beckham Jr., but what about... Wait, I won't say his name. So, this guy was a good wide receiver. He fucked up the Steelers' locker room, and then...
Antonio Brown.
Yeah, there you go. Dude, Antonio Brown is the antithesis.
Dude, he was like the best receiver in the league, and he just totally fucked his entire career up.
But here's the thing, too. Like, you have really talented people that they fuck up everything else, and they ruin it. So, sports at some point become not only talent... But why are you showing up to practice? Why are you doing this? Why, like, what makes you so consistent? You know, like Cal Ripken Jr.
I think a lot of it
he was
comes.
Good.
I think a lot of it comes down to mentality. Like a lot of, like some athletes come from like really humble beginnings. They work really hard. They get into the majors or like whatever sport they're playing. They're like extremely great. Like they could be the best player on the planet, but they're extremely grateful for like what they have. They're trying to teach other people. They're trying to be leaders. And then there's other people that are just sort of like, yeah, I'm the best. Like you guys should all suck my dick. basically, which is like kind of like an Antonio Brown, uh, Odell Beckham complex, where it's just like they just think they're the best. They think they're above everything. They don't think they should have to like show up to team meetings or practice. They just want everything handed to them,
Which
which
makes
is
them
like
better
really
in
a shame because
plays.
yeah, but it's just like it's such a shame, dude. Like Antonio Brown was like probably the best receiver in the league for maybe 3 years. I mean, like
Such a shame.
like Julio's great, but like I think like Beckham might be like maybe the most like talented receiver in terms of like
No, dude,
like
Crabtree. Do you
the
remember
shit.
him? He was
Crabtree was a
he
monster,
was
yeah, back in the
yeah,
day.
he was before all of like I feel like all of this is kind of a new thing too where people are like, "Yo, yeah, like I'm the person," like this started in the late 90s with Michael Jordan and like all these people, like Tom Brady really pushed it and LeBron, but all of them whatever sport they're in, they're kind of just like doing that now. And like Crabtree, he's another story. He was before all of that, and he kind of just like he dumps headfirst into the sewer.
Yeah, the end of his career wasn't very good. It's I wish we were a little bit older, man, because there's so many great players that came just a little before us. Like
Yeah, but
like
there will be
in
better.
every sport. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, man. There used to be so many good people. Like fucking like Chad Johnson was a monster.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Like
think you
we
mean Chad Ochocinco. He
yeah,
legally changed it.
Chad Ochocinco.
We're gonna
Fucking
have to take
like
this off YouTube. That's copyright infringement. That's not his name anymore. I'm sorry.
we didn't really get to see much of Terrell Owens play in his prime. We
Yeah.
never got to see it, it's so that's the thing. It's like really hard when people are like, oh yeah, like Deion Sanders was the best, or Barry Sanders, or like, oh, Tom Brady's great, but you never got to see like Dan Marino play or something. It's like we'll never really know, which sucks. But
True.
I mean, the every league is always changing. It's so hard to say. I mean, like baseball had the steroid era. Football and basketball both had they're much more defensive oriented than they are now. So it's just like I mean, people even say like Michael Jordan scored 30 points a game, but that was when like hand checking and shit was legal. So it's like he probably would have scored 40 a game
Right,
like now,
right.
but you never know.
Yeah. No, definitely.
And I mean, you got to think like people. One thing I've always like people say Babe Ruth is one of the best baseball players of all time, but it's like he was playing against fucking dudes that were just coming off the street, drinking beer and eating hot dogs, hitting home runs off them. Where it's just like, would Babe Ruth have hit like 746 or whatever home runs he did, or 16 maybe?
Oh, definitely not.
Like there's no way he would have hit that many home runs if he was playing against like Justin Verlander and Jacob deGrom and like all that shit. Like I just don't see it.
But here's my contrary to that. So I definitely agree with that. That's an apt point. But let's move that to slide guitar, which is very, very difficult. And the most famous slide guitarist of all time, who is probably in my book the most important musician of all time, is Robert Johnson. His famous story is like he couldn't play. He was friends with some other blues musicians, and a year later, he was really, really good. First of all, we don't have a lot of evidence on how he was playing before that, but that's the story. So he went to a crossroads, found the devil, and he sold his soul, and then he came back a beast, right? So that's the story. But from my perspective, looking at everyone who made me start playing music in the first place, Eric Clapton, like Jimi Hendrix. I'll use Dwayne Allman for this example too, because he's probably the most famous slide guitarist, and he's the person who impressed Eric Clapton. So, seriously though, slide guitar is actually one of the hardest things that you could possibly do if you're tuned in regular tuning. If you're tuned in open tuning, it's a little bit easier, but the runs you have to completely relearn. So there were these two guys that kind of just like recorded him, and all of his licks and his songwriting made its way until like literally the late 1970s, and he started in the 30s. Would you say Eric Clapton and Robert Johnson are comparable? No, you wouldn't. because you would say like Robert Johnson was obviously a less guitar player. He knew what he was doing for recording himself in an acoustic guitar, tunes open, playing with a bottleneck, versus Eric Clapton selling out Royal Albert Hall. So there's a difference. So it's hard to say who is better because you have influence versus talent versus results. And I always thought about sports with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you could definitely say that across music or sports. Like Charlie Parker, for example, like considered one of the best alto sax players of all time. Like, is he the best today? I don't know. I feel like people are probably better than him, but all the people that are better than him, or arguably, that's because they studied him. Like, he laid the groundwork. Like, if he came along today and he studied if Charlie Parker had studied like what Charlie Parker of 70 years ago did, he'd probably be even better. And it's like same for like would Kobe Bryant have been as good at basketball if Michael Jordan didn't pave the way for like him, and if he hadn't studied him? Like, would LeBron James be that good if he hadn't watched Michael Jordan and like Magic Johnson and all those people play? Like, it's hard to say because like it's almost an unfair advantage, like when someone shows you what to do and then you sort of like model yourself after that, whereas like the people that did it first, they had to like figure it out and they didn't have role models to really base it off of.
Yeah, I have a good quote for that. Isaac Newton said, "If I've ever seen farther than any other scientist, it's because I've stood on the shoulders of giants."
Yeah, absolutely. You can even say that with technology too. It's like,
oh, for sure,
we are making so much progress, like much more quickly, like year over year than we've ever made before. But that's because they're all building on the contributions of people that have come before them. Like, if we hadn't discovered electricity or like, built basic things like televisions or like room-sized computers, like we wouldn't have the capability to be doing these like making iPhones and stuff. So it's like, would Steve Wozniak have known how to build an iPhone if whoever invented like the computer didn't do it? Like, we're all just building on the things that other people have showed us how to do.
Yeah, dude. Do you know the story with Atari, the beginnings of Atari?
No, I don't.
Okay, so there were two guys, Alcorn and Bushnell, right? This one, let me tell this in a more cinematic way. So Edison, a long time ago, kind of had these, they were called Nickelodeons. You would put a nickel in them and it would play a little film, and it was seen as almost like in what we would see right now as an arcade game. They found that the most money that went into it would be in a bar where drunk people would be, and then be like, oh, fuck it, I'll look at this. They exploded all the time, first and foremost. So fast forward a lot of years. The people who were developing nuclear war, like defense systems, they had a lot of free time during the Cold War, and they had the resources. So they would make games pretty much in their free time. And someone made Pong, right? So there were two guys, Alcorn and Bushnell. So Alcorn was just a guy who knew how to create programs, pretty much. Bushnell was more of like a business-minded person who saw Pong through some means, right?
Dude, I mean, that sounds exactly like Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak.
Dude, exactly, yeah. You know what's funny, too? Steve Jobs worked for Atari, and he knew that, and then he was just like, oh, I could do this with someone else. That's how Steve Jobs started before Mac.
Damn.
Which is crazy. So, pretty much Bushnell found Alcorn, and he goes, hey, if you can reverse engineer Pong, you have a job. He created this game. He added where whenever you touch like the ball to the pad, it speeds up. Also, I'm gonna add a timer. He built it as an arcade game, the first arcade game. They put it in a bar. The next day, they got a call from the barkeep. They were very non-descriptive of what the issue was, and they just said, yeah, you're gonna want to get down here. There's something wrong with your machine. They show up there. The line is around the fucking corner, and it's like the middle of the day. They go in. Guess what's wrong with their fucking machine? There's too many quarters in it because people were so interested in it. So they built Atari and everything like that. The two hated each other kind of after that because he was never paid for Pong or a lot of the other stuff. But then they brought on all these other people, including Steve Jobs, and that kind of, you know, wait, let me check my iPhone for what I want to say next, you know? Hey, Siri. For though, Steve Jobs is crazy. Like,
Yeah, man, he was.
that always blows my mind. He just realized, like, the world around you, you don't take it for what it is, but what it could be, and you could change it.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend about this today or yesterday or something, and actually we were talking about music specifically, where it's just like people who aren't the best musicians can be way more famous than people who are the best musicians, and some of that comes down to just popular like ability. But even like you can give two people the same skill set, and one person will make zero money and the other person will be a multimillionaire. And it's just like there's a little bit of luck involved with that, just like someone happens to find it and pick it up. There's a little bit of work behind it, and there's a lot of marketing. And I think like Apple isn't really any better like technically than any of their competitors, but they're so much more popular because their marketing is just absurd.
But even their innovation, too. Like, Steve Jobs invented the mouse. Like, before, the function keys were your mouse. Before, you had to press, like, a certain function and then this other key to access a menu, and then you had to, like, select this.
Really? Wow.
Steve Jobs pretty much created the mouse, where you could select things on your screen. And he created, like, the iPod mixed with the smartphone. He pretty much invented the smartphone, you know?
But did he like invent it, or he came up with the idea of it and told someone to do it?
Here's the $1 million question. Did Edison invent the light bulb, or did he make
Steal
it possible?
From Tesla?
No, but here's the thing. Did Tesla create what we know as, like, you could walk down the street and buy this? You know, he may have developed the concept for what a light bulb could be and produced one, but here's the difference between creativity and innovation by definition in my corporate entrepreneurship class. So, like, creativity is being creative to make a solution for a problem you have. Innovation is applying that to business. Right? So, I know there's all these things about fucking Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park. He treated all of his people like shit. But, I have to say, to get a job with Edison, he used to bring people to lunch to interview them, and he would always get soup. If that person added salt to their soup before tasting it, he would never hire them. Which I always thought was really interesting.
That's
Here's
like,
the other thing, too. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to get off. That's like when like big pop performers or whatever, they get like an assistant, and they're like, all right, give me a bowl of M&Ms. And then they're like, all right, I only want the brown M&Ms. And then like, it's not that they really want the brown M&Ms.
I know where that
they
comes
want
from.
Someone that's, it's that they want someone with that attention to detail, that they're going to pick out all the M&Ms except for the brown ones.
Dude, I know where that comes from. Van Halen's main manager back in the day, not only the like gear, but all of the way that they were making music was based on not making a different type of music, but like, how could we make this where we could play this in front of a lot of people, right? So Van Halen's manager came up with a clause in their rider that said no brown M&Ms in like fine print. If they got to the gig and said, I'm sorry, there's brown M&Ms in here. I think it might have been red M&Ms or maybe brown. I forget. One of the, like, regardless. If they got there they knew that they did not read it, so there would be other problems with their show.
Yeah, totally. With like the sound setup, the lighting, or something like that, you know.
Yeah. So
But
wait,
that's what like we talked about in business school. The whole idea of like the first mover, the second mover. Like I forget what comes. I think there's 4 stages. I forget what comes after, like the late innovator or something like that. I think honestly, like I think being the second mover is really the best person to be
yeah,
because
leapfrogger advantage.
yeah, absolutely. Because someone is gonna do it, but if you can figure out a better way to do it, you're just better off because you can find the flaws in their product, you can make it better, and then you can market it better. People have already a big problem with being the first movers. You might be introducing something that people don't really understand. They don't understand the utility for it. They don't understand how it works. They don't understand the function. But by being the second mover, you can make it better. You can make it simpler to understand. People from the first mover may have already understood what it is, and now they're more primed to actually buy what you're selling. So I think in a lot of ways, being this, like, you don't have to. I think we touched on this earlier. You don't have to be the idea guy. You just have to see the opportunity. Like, sort of going back to Kafka's class.
Yeah.
Like, just if you're going to start a business, you don't have to. I've been thinking about this a lot lately because I feel like I do want to eventually start a business. You don't have to come up with some ingenious idea that no one's done before. You just have to find almost a flaw in a currently like available
Unoccupied
business.
space.
Like yeah, say I wanted to start a gym. There's a million gyms out there. There's one every other street block.
But if you have
That doesn't mean I
if you
can't
have
run
a
a successful
brewmeister of
gym.
Rolling Rock, I'm there.
Yeah, dude, you just like you have to just find a way to make your gym better than the other person's gym. Like that idea has already been conceptualized and implemented, but how can I make it better? Like, oh, some people add a smoothie bar, some people add tanning booths or a hot tub or like sauna, whatever
Yeah, the
like that.
differentiator.
Like I love the sauna, so when I moved to Philly, I specifically joined a gym that had a sauna because I was like, I want the fucking sauna in my gym.
Right.
So and it's like there's so many ideas you can like, oh, we're gonna offer classes, we're gonna offer this, we're gonna offer that. How can it be better? Like a reward point system, so you just have to find ways to improve it a little bit, and then people like they already know what a fucking gym is, but oh, why am I gonna come to your gym?
Yeah, I would say the third and probably most important variable is the environment, which you could call that resources. If the second mover has more resources than the first, they're gonna leapfrog and just destroy the immediate one. Like if they have economies of scale on their side, if they already have some stuff that kind of matches that, they're gonna crush the other person who just had an idea and they're trying to start a business. But if the first mover has more resources and someone tries to leapfrog it that jumps into popularity for a little bit, the first mover, what's their next move going to be? They're going to say, okay, this is what people actually want. We're going to make an even better version, and people already trust us as the first person, So
Yeah,
it always
absolutely.
changes depending upon industry.
I'm trying to think of examples, but I feel like the second movers almost like BlackBerry had the first smartphone. Apple fucking blew them out of the water.
Yeah.
Even BlackBerry tried to come back and compete. Like, oh, we have a touchscreen now. We have this and that. No one wants a fucking BlackBerry.
But I mean, if you think about it, if you have a device in your pocket that lets you do certain things, Apple did that first, where BlackBerry took the phone aspect for business especially. They were focused on the business side of it. Like,
yeah, like the email aspect.
yeah, definitely. Like communication for business. BlackBerry took over Apple for a short period, but Apple was the first mover for saying, we're going to put something in your pocket that will give you music, that will give you videos, whatever, After BlackBerry did that, Apple came back as the first mover again, and they were like, no, we're going to make something that is going to bankrupt BlackBerry. Apple has always been, whereas Microsoft even, like compare Microsoft as the first mover to Apple. Apple made the first kind of like big moves inventing the mouse and everything. PC came along. they focus more on business. But which is bigger now? It depends. Are you talking about people doing business? PC, for sure, Microsoft. Are you talking about people using the product? Probably Apple. You know, more people have Apple iPhones that they use for computing services right now. Even computers, like more people own PCs, but they're probably using them more for a business sense, whereas Apple is much more user friendly and the UI for it is much better.
Apple is ironically more of a personal computer than personal computers are. But
Yeah.
dude, I'm really interested to see what the next evolution of the cell phone is, because if you think about it, it's kind of been, even computers, cell phones, and maybe even tablets. I don't. There's definitely a lot of things. Even though they're being updated year after year, they've really kind of been stagnant in the same utility for a long time.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
your iPhone doesn't do much more than it did, like 5-6 years ago. Like it has a bigger screen, maybe a better screen, maybe it's a little faster, has a better camera, but like the utilities of the iPhone haven't really changed very much in the last like 7 years maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, like I'm very interested, and even like the next iPhone, it's just gonna be this iPhone but better. Um, and you know that's basically what Samsung and like whoever else is making Google, whoever else is making a phone these days, like that's really all it is. And same with computers, it's like, oh, this computer runs faster, better, has a better screen, whatever, but they haven't really added any additional features to it. So like I'm really interested to see what the next like iteration of the phone will be. Like, can you like I don't even know. Most people probably don't know, and that's why they're not doing it. But it's like, can you maybe like crunch it down so it fits in a smaller place in your pocket? Like, can you have some sort of hologram come off of it? Like, I don't know, but
Well, I
yeah.
would say the disruptive innovation for mobile phones especially. Um, there's a few things. So the foldable screens, for sure, that will become more of a thing. So these giant screens will become more compact. But also, computer power will that will keep going up slowly. The cameras are already approaching professional cameras, so that will continue. Doing things like recording, that will become more through computing. So I feel like there's a slow game right now to develop the computing power and the recording power visually and audibly on the smartphone. But the other thing that do you remember Randy Pausch, the last lecture?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was big on VR, and in that book he talked a lot about VR and how it wasn't ready, like the world wasn't ready for it, right? You have like did you hear about Travis Scott's Fortnite concert?
I heard about it. I don't know anything about it though.
So he had a concert where he programmed these maybe like 7 or 8 different circumstances where people would log on, they would be in this environment, they could move around as if they were in a real concert, and it showed all this crazy shit happening during it. Like you were thrown into space, you were thrown into the water, you saw him as this like 60-foot person, whatever. Especially, I think quarantine will definitely help this, but anytime that on your device you can not only interact with another worlds like that, like I think especially for the music side of it, we'll see way more VR stuff.
I think sports. I don't know if it would be
VR
considered
sports for sure.
VR
Oh my
or
god.
AR, but dude, imagine just like being able, like, I would like to think that the prices would get driven way down for this if like hundreds of thousands or millions of people could do this. But imagine just being able to buy an AR experience of like a courtside seat. You just
No,
sit
that's
in
what
your
I'm saying.
bed, like sit in a fucking chair, put on a pair of goggles, and like LeBron James is 10 feet from you. Like you can like feel his fucking sweat pouring off or something. You know, like that would be sick.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Definitely that.
that's what I was gonna say too. So everyone right now kind of thinks that tracking your data, like what did I purchase right now, What did I expend for energy this week and shit like that. That's the big thing right now, but I think that's kind of minute. The big thing is replacing your other stuff. Like TV kind of has been destroyed at this point, but it also serves a much bigger purpose right now because it's integrated with the same thing that's happening on your smartphone. You know, you could watch Netflix on your phone.
Yeah.
You could push Netflix to a smart TV, whatever. That will become much more in the future. And if you mix that in with VR, that is a complete disruptive innovation right there. Like if you could have something in your pocket all the time that can transport you to a completely different situation where you also have control, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. First of all, I just do you watch Westworld at all?
I have been meaning to watch that, but I have never watched it.
I just caught up on season 3. It's fucking crazy, and it's kind of along what we're talking about. I don't want to spoil anything for you, so I won't talk about it. But it's crazy what the future might hold. Um, but yeah, I do think probably VR and AR are the next big thing. I've always thought it'd be super cool, like the amount of shit that you could do with VR. It would be really cool. Like I don't know what like the social implications of this would be if it would drive up crime or something, but I've always thought it would be really cool if you could have like an immersive VR experience where you're like simulating like robbing a bank or like something like that, where it's
You mean
like
GTA VR?
yeah, but like it's like you're there, you're trying to rob a bank, like all right, could I pull this off? Like you gotta like do something, you know, or like
yeah.
like you know it'll be or like there's like a school shooter, like all right, what let me try this. What happens? Like, let me try. Like, all right, can I stop him? Nope, he fucking killed me. Like, I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. I think, just getting to like
Yeah,
almost
definitely.
live like scenarios that you could never like do out. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen VR porn, but that shit's crazy. My friend took, I guess it was back when it was sort of starting. It was like senior year of high school. My friend found a pair of like primitive VR goggles. They were like made out of cardboard. They were probably for some
Yeah,
class or something.
no, Google Cardboard, yeah.
Yeah, he found them in the library. He took them home, and it was like me and my two other roommates. We'd literally just fucking like we'd take like 3 days and then we'd pass it to the next person and just watch. Like all we did was just watch VR porn. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's funny. My roommate lived in like Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Shanghai and shit like that. His parents when they were in Singapore, Google had a big unveiling there of Google Cardboard and the VR possibilities for a phone. So his parents waited in line for quite a while, and they got one each, and they just gave them to him and me. So this little thing of cardboard, it was flat, and you would fold it up using Velcro and put your phone
Yeah,
in
yeah,
it,
yeah.
and you could play like roller coaster games and shit like that. It was decent, but like you really have to stretch your eyes for it. I got to play an Oculus Rift at my
Oh,
company
those are probably
Christmas party.
crazy.
Dude, that shit is crazy. Not only does it trick your eyes, like you don't have to change your vision or anything like that, like Google Cardboard was, but the way the controllers work, if you press in with your ring finger and your pinky finger, that naturally makes your pointer finger and your middle finger point up, right? So there's a control on those where you press with your ring finger and your pinky finger that points your finger out to press buttons and shit. So naturally, I was handed that. I saw Vader Immortal for free and I was like, I'm downloading this. So you're dropped in during like a space battle and you have to flip all these switches and push the light speed. I went into that thinking like, no, I won't be tricked. My fucking dude, the vice president of sales and marketing, he gets up and he plays boxing. He's about to punch this other coworker in the face and instead he punches straight into this door. So I get handed it next and I'm like, I'm not going to make a fool of myself like that. I didn't make a fool out of myself, but like the same time I was kind of thinking I won't let my brain think that I'm not in real life right now. But when you put that on, the way the controllers are especially, and you see it in front of you, it really tricks your brain. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, I can imagine. I can't honestly. It's gonna be so fun, like playing like a Call of Duty first person shooter, or like honestly anything, like whatever, like World of Warcraft. I don't know, where like you just are the character and you're like physically feeling like you're shooting other people and shit. Like that's got to be crazy.
Yeah, I had a running joke in lunch in high school with me and my friend RJ Valenti. We were like, if I could choose a way to die, it would be when I'm old, having like a video game I play is so realistic that it gives me a heart attack. That would be a great way to go.
Dude, it's gonna be crazy, man. Like in our lifetime, especially the generation under this, is like the amount of technology that we're gonna have. I feel like we're gonna get to a point. It might not happen in our lifetime, or at least till we're like too old. But there's definitely gonna be some sort of like anti-aging thing, or even like you download your brain into like a computer, and then like you just like live your life like that somehow. Like I don't. It's crazy, man. Like.
Yeah, that's just definitely crazy. Do you play a lot of games?
Uh, I used to play a lot of games. After I went to college, I kind of stopped,
Yeah, me
and then I
too.
hadn't played in a while. But now that this quarantine's been going on, I've been honestly gaming a lot.
Yeah, I got back into Skyrim a little bit, but by getting back into it, I've played maybe a collective 3 hours, and that's a lot for me. I really haven't played more than that in like the past 2 years. Like I used to play with my roommates and shit, but
I'm really bad at those like open world type games. Like I kind of like games that are either more just like do this and try to beat it, or like more of just like straightforward. Like I don't really, I don't know if it's that I don't have the patience or what, but I don't really like when they just kind of drop you in a world and then you kind of got to figure it out for yourself. Like it
right,
just kind of
right.
feels very random. Like I've always been more partial towards like either, I used to play a lot of Nintendo games like back when I was a kid. Like
Like
like if you
arcade
play,
style.
yeah, like you play Pokemon. Like all right, this guy tells you go from here to there, and you do that, and you know what you're supposed to do. Or like Super Smash Bros. All right, I'm just gonna drop in and beat the shit out of someone. Or
Yeah, yeah,
Call of
yeah.
Duty. All right, just run around and shoot people. Whereas like I got Red Dead Redemption, I played for maybe like 2 or 3 hours, but it's just like fuck. I don't. They're just like, oh yeah, like go get a horse and then go to this town. I'm like, I don't know how to do that shit. Um, I I started playing this game. It's an old ass computer game, but it's a lot of fucking fun. You could play by yourself or you could play with up to 4 people online. So I've been playing with my friends mostly. It's called Lost Castle.
Hmm. I haven't heard of
It's
that.
it's really fun. It's really addicting. It's basically like a two-dimensional game. It looks like it's from like the late 90s or early 2000s. Basically, you just go through, you like it's I guess it's 3D, but it's like really primitive graphics. But it's you basically just have to go through the castle, you upgrade, you like pick up weapons and armor and like shit that upgrades you, and you basically try to kill all the monsters, but it's like really hard, but it's like really fun.
Hmm.
Besides that, I was playing I really like Naruto. So I got like
There's
one
a
of the
game?
Naruto like, yeah, they have they have fighting games about it. It's sort of like Mortal Kombat, but it's more like three-dimensional. You can move like in like the Z plane instead of just X Y.
Hmm.
But it's really fun. I don't know if you watch that show at all, but it's
Yeah, I
pretty
used to
fun.
watch that. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite shows, honestly. So it's fun to like play as the characters and like fight like how they would actually fight, but it
Yeah.
gets a little old. Um, I played the Spider-Man that came out on PS4. That game
Oh,
was
that
really
shit's
good actually.
crazy. Yeah,
But
that's
it was
crazy.
a short game. It was a short campaign. It was maybe only like 30 hours to beat, which kind of sucked. But it was really good. The graphics are insane. I
Yeah,
might
they
have to
are.
play that again.
Definitely. Yeah, I've been did you ever hear of Quiplash or like Jackbox TV?
I've heard of it. I've never played it. I don't know much about it.
Oh, dude, you gotta hop in a game. I've been hosting these Quiplash games. So
Is
it's
it
like
on PlayStation or like computer?
no, so it's literally like you get it on a television, like a smart TV, or on Steam or something, and you host the
Okay.
game. Picture Cards Against Humanity, like a board game style, except there's 3 rounds. So the first one and the second one are the same. You get 2 questions to your phone that you submit an answer and you type it in open ended. Those two show up, like you and another person, and the rest of the crowd votes on your answer,
Okay.
just like Cards Against Humanity. The third one is the same question that everyone gets, and that's the whole game. So each round lasts like 10 minutes, but it's a really good like social game. But I've been hosting those on Zoom with either like my sister's friends, my family, or the on tap people. So I'll definitely let you know next time. That
Yeah,
shit's so
absolutely. That
funny,
sounds fun.
hilarious. Because like just as Cards Against Humanity, you don't win from answers that are correct. You win from answers that make everyone be like, "Oh my god!" But you could write them in. So like one of them was like, what is one thing something, I forget the question, but one person said like one of the players' asses, the other one said the other player's like the same player's balls. So it's like you have to read the room. It's really funny though.
Yeah, that's the thing with those Cards Against Humanity games is it really depends on who you're playing with because some people, like if you're playing with your friends that all kind of have a fucked up sense of humor, like or like the same sense of humor that you do, it's really fun. But if you're playing with people that just like don't really get it and you're putting down shit that you think is funny that's kind of fucked up, like they're just gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yep.
Like I don't fucking know. Like what? Like if there's like a card that it's like, if it was in a news story today, like what would be the craziest thing? And like people put down like, oh, like climate change or like a meteor, and then you put down like Bill Clinton's ball sack or something. People are gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, but yeah, those games are fun in like party situations though. But
Yeah,
I guess
no,
I have
exactly.
all right. Here's a question for you though, sort of off topic, but I feel like there's two schools of thought on this regarding quarantine, where one is we have so much time that we should be taking advantage of it to learn things or better ourselves or develop new skills, and the other is fuck it, we have more time than we're ever going to have. I'm just going to enjoy it, sit back and relax. Like which one do you feel like you identify more with?
I think mainly the first one, but also if it takes the world going into shambles to realize that you should be spending your time progressing yourself with your hobbies, with your main acts, with your intelligence, then fuck you. You will never get anything done. So
Yeah,
at the
but
same time, like if you have this much
have
free
you gone
time,
out of your way to try to learn any new skills that you'd say like anything out of the realm of what
no,
you
I have
were
not.
currently doing?
I've
Okay.
I've went back to relook at other things that I've been trying to do, but that's me personally. I always have like 30 hobbies at once that I don't have enough time for each. And even now, I've been struggling the same amount to balance all of them because I'm so interested in all of them. But the difference is the amount of time you have to do stuff like that versus socialize. So it doesn't necessarily mean that like, oh, I have all this time, I better like learn new things. I better spend more time on the things I'm doing. It's like, no, you have to figure what the like this time right now is to figure out what the fuck you're doing for all of them. Like who do I want to talk to? Who do I want to spend time talking with versus doing what I could be productive? When do I want to be productive? When do I want to just like intake some shit that I've been meaning to intake? Because in your normal life, besides all of the quarantine, you have a trade off. Do I feel like watching a movie right now? Do I feel like going out? Do I feel like having a one on one with like a girlfriend? Do I have the time to record with someone? Do I want to go like record a new song by myself? Do I want to go bike? Do I want to sit down and do absolutely nothing and look at only fucking stupid questions subreddit that you and I are going to invent? But like,
Yeah, totally.
yeah, what do you think?
I've like I'm really conflicted because I feel like that I should be doing something more productive with my time, but I'm really not. The only thing that I've really been doing more of is reading. And I used to love to read like when I was a kid. Like I would spend hours reading, and then I think once like school got a little more intense and I started, being a little bit more social and picking up other hobbies, I sort of dropped off of it. So it's like kind of fun to be able to experience the joy of reading again, you know, like, and I'm sort of, I forget, I feel like I think it's James Franco that says, like, maybe it's a joke, but it's sort of like, one for me, one for them. Whereas like he'll make a shitty movie that he wants to do, and then he'll make a good movie that like appeals to the masses. And I'm sort of trying to apply that to books, whereas like I'll read like a fiction book, like a fantasy book or something that like I'm interested in. Like right now I'm reading a Stephen King novel that's about 800 pages long, so that's taking me a fucking while. But
I've always wanted to read one of his books.
I've never read one. I've seen some of his stuff, but I actually watched. It's called 11/22/63. They actually made an. Ironically enough, it was with James Franco, but
what is it called?
It's 11/22/63. It was the day that JFK was assassinated, and it's really. I actually got turned on to it by the PKA podcast. That dude Kyle was talking about it.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
He said it was one of the best books he's ever read. It's a really long book, but they made a 1-season series out of it. I think it's on Hulu. I watched it a while ago, but
yeah, it is. I just saw that.
It's really cool because it's about this guy that can go back in time, but he can only go back to a specific time, like I forget what like September 12th, 1958 or something. And he can go back and forth, but every time he goes back to the future and then goes back, it like everything that he changed resets. So he can, like, if he doesn't want to reset anything, he has to stay in the future. And basically the point is that he's trying to stop the assassination of JFK. But that happens in 63, and he can only go back to 58 on the specific day. So if he wants to stop it, he has to stay there for 5 years. And every time he fucks up, he has to go back and like restart it. But he's still aging in normal time. So if he spent 5 years back in the past, if he was 35, he'd come back and he'd biologically be 40. But it's really interesting. It's pretty cool. I'm about halfway through it right now, but I already know what happens basically. But it's cool. So anyway, the one for me, one for them thing, I'm trying to read one fiction book that is like, you could really get your mind lost in it. Like it's like, you know, it's like a page turner. And then read one like business book or like development book or something like that, you know, something that's going to give you actual life skills that's like a little bit more boring to get through. But, you know, I feel like that's a good way to read.
Yeah, I've been trying to read a lot more. That was actually my New Year's resolution, and I have not read a single page of a book the entire year.
That's another. It's going back to the action versus inspiration and motivation thing. Like it's really hard to get like with so much stuff on Netflix and Hulu and HBO. Like it's so easy to just sit there and just watch TV shows because they're like it doesn't take any thought. It doesn't take any effort. You could just lay there. You could sit on your phone while you're doing it. But it's like if you're reading a good book and you just sit down and you could force your way through a couple pages, eventually it'll just get so present that like it's almost sometimes it's hard to stop reading.
Yeah, that's kind of the exact opposite for me. So visual stuff, I try to find things that are almost so invigorating that I can't keep watching them, that I have to pause and look up and go do some other things. So a good example is Carlos Santana's Masterclass. He kept naming so many other things in like passing breaths that I would have to pause it and go make a new Spotify playlist for what he was talking about. Go look up this, go practice the guitar for that. And his class actually wasn't about playing guitar at all. It was about the soul approaching the guitar. He was like, here's the stance I take and it all comes from here, pointing at his cock. He's like, it's all about what you bring to it. It's all about the soul. Like, what are you trying to do? Where are you looking to try to learn more? And I mean, he plays guitar to show you examples, but at no point he's like, all right, you're going to play this note, then that note, then this note, and I think about it this way. No, it's none of that.
Yeah.
Books for me have always been like, okay, I need to sit down. I need to spend this amount of time, like, reading this. Where, like, I love reading on the beach. I love reading on airplanes. I love reading on anywhere where it's like, okay, I'm here for an amount of time. I am always watching things. I'm going to read something. And, like, yeah, I read stuff all the time, but I never open a book to read a page of it, you know?
Yeah.
Which I wish I
Reading on
did.
the reading on the beach is amazing. I fucking love reading on the beach. That's
Yeah.
like
Oh,
one of the best
absolutely.
places to read. Even stuff like I think I read way more than I think I read because I'm reading in like non-traditional ways. Like we were talking about anime, and I'm reading the One Punch Man manga right now, and I just got caught up with it. It's like 110 chapters right now, and that's a lot of reading. Like probably 20 pages per chapter, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
you're reading all the way through it. So it's addicting. So I'm spending 20 minutes reading it, but like I don't really consider that reading. Like and I don't know. And do you ever listen to audiobooks? How do you feel about audiobooks?
I have always said I need to get into those more because I am such a audio person.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I I like audiobooks. I don't listen to them as much as I should, and I actually just re-subscribe to Audible so I can start getting back into them. Like I listen to hours and hours of podcasts a week, but I don't listen to that many audiobooks. But technically you're like consuming books, but you're not really reading them, and like I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Hmm.
Like, are you getting anything less out of like, because you're not technically reading, you're like listening to it, so it's a different uh like sense almost, but you're still getting the knowledge you're supposed to be getting. So, like, does it really matter how you're absorbing information if you're absorbing it?
Yeah, I mean that goes back to the whiskey that we were talking about. The only true way to drink whiskey is the way you want. So if you don't like reading, but that means you won't ever learn any new stories or teachings or anything, then you should probably do audiobook and you should probably watch videos on it or something like
Yeah,
that.
you're right. I mean, yeah, if it works for you, it works for you. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Um, Actually, going back to we were talking about Tim Ferriss earlier. I was just watching a video. He made one. It's a little bit old at this point, but he made a video on how to learn how to speed read, and I've been sort of trying to implement it a little bit. He basically said is like when you're reading a book, you're reading from the the end of the left line all the way to the end of the right line, and then you go down to the next line. He's like, but first of all, your eyes don't the way that your eyes move, they're not moving in a straight line. Like your eyes move from one point to another fixed point to another fixed point. They can't your eyes can't just like go across a plane.
Yeah,
They're always
yeah.
like looking at things. And he's like that's how your eyes are when you're reading. So if you want to learn how to speed read, he actually took a book. He's like, "All right, take a ruler, draw like come 1 inch from like 1 inch right in from the left margin, draw a line down. Then come 1 inch left in from the right margin, draw a line down." He's like you have peripheral vision that you can see a lot more than you think you can actually see. So it's almost unnecessary for you to read from like all the way from the left to all the way to the right because your mind can like understand the word outside of the boundary that like you're not technically focused on. So if you are able to bring those margins like closer and closer to the center of the page, and so you're only focused on maybe say half the actual textual page and you're still understanding the outer peripheries of that, you're going to be able to read much faster.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that before too.
It's hard, but it's really interesting, and I'm trying to learn how to read faster because like, obviously the faster you can read, the more you can digest information. But it's really just it's making sure that you can read fast enough, but also comprehend everything that you're reading.
Hmm. What about like movies or series? What's a good version of like a series in particular actually? Which one have you rewatched a lot?
Rewatched a lot.
For me it's The Office.
The Office for sure. I'm trying to think of more like all those like The Office. I actually haven't rewatched Parks and Rec. We talked about Community before. I've been watching that, and I sort of I think talked about this earlier. I've been having trouble sleeping, So I've sort of just been watching stuff, and then when I'm trying to fall asleep, I'll put on something that I've already seen and then just fall asleep to it. So I don't like it's almost like a familiarity thing where like I'm not missing anything, but it's sort of just like helping me fall asleep.
Dude, I
Um,
haven't been able to fall asleep in years without
Dude, it
that.
fucking sucks, man.
Oh, it sucks. But also,
I'm
like, it's fun.
yeah, but
It's entertaining.
in terms, I'm trying to think of like show like drama show like those like long form based television shows. Um,
No,
I was
even
this
the Office is a good example for this too. So
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think for the way that I've kind of learned to watch those. It's almost not. So the first time you watch a show, you're seeing it for the story that unfolds. Next, you're kind of like you know the characters. You're seeing like, oh, haha, this character they like developed this way or whatever. After that, kind of like always switches up. One watch through, I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch this as if Michael is a genius, and then next time I was like, what if Kevin is the genius? Right? Like those are extreme examples, but
But yeah, that's actually really true. Like not necessarily that, but
yeah. Then you could look at like
the
cuts
first
and
or second
stuff.
pass through, you're so focused on like directly what's on the screen. But for some shows like that, there's a lot of nuance going on behind it. Like you could see like, okay, we have a frame of 10 people. It's Michael and Jim talking to each other, but I've already seen this. Let's see what Meredith's fucking doing in the background. You know, like something like that.
No,
Um,
exactly. And then you could get into stuff like, okay, when do they choose to cut? When do they choose to zoom in? When do they choose to switch over to another character?
yeah, or like a show I've seen a lot is How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
And
good one.
it's a great show. I feel like the first and maybe second time I watched it, like obviously like Ted is set up to be like the protagonist of the story.
Right.
If you watch it a little bit beyond that, you sort of get to see like, oh wait, this guy's kind of a fucking dick, dude. Like he just like doesn't know what he wants. He's being super picky. You
Yeah,
know, you watch it the
definitely.
first time, like you kind of like Lily. After that, you're like, oh, dude, Lily's kind of a fucking bitch. Like she just sabotages everything. She only cares about herself. Like she doesn't care about who Ted's with. She wants Ted to be with someone that she likes, not that he likes. You know, like there's a lot of like I think it's interesting is it's really like Breaking Bad's a good example.
Yo,
Like
I
Walter
love
White is
all
set
of
up to
that.
be the main character, so you assume that you should be rooting for him, even though he's like a pretty fucking terrible person.
Yeah,
And
dude,
I'm still gonna root for him because like I like him, but like he's not the hero of the story.
but the arc he goes through. At first he's like such a disheartened character that's so mellow, and by the
Yeah,
ends he's the
he's like a
complete
crime
opposite.
syndicate.
The biggest arc of any character I've ever seen. Vince Gilligan's editing too, just like it ties it all together. There's never a dull moment. Like, have you watched
Yeah,
Ozark by chance?
have you seen what?
Ozark.
I saw the first season and then I kind of fell off. I heard the second wasn't as good, but I've heard the third is really good. So
Yeah,
I've been meaning to catch up on it.
the second is pretty good. I think almost better than the first. The third was really good, except the I forget how many episodes. Say there's 10 episodes. Second half of 6, 7, 8, and 9 were taken up by a completely unnecessary side story, which like, yeah, episode 10 you needed to have all of that happen for that to work, but still. Vince Gilligan, every single moment that is shown on screen, he doesn't have to waste any time. If he has filler, he does a fucking time lapse to show you the passing of time. He shows something completely random, like something very visually entertaining, you know?
Yeah, that's something that kind of bothers me in shows is like um
Filler. It's just fluff.
the filler. Yeah, we were talking about Naruto before, and Naruto is like a fucking 500 episode show, and there's plenty of filler in it, but it's just like either you could skip that, like I skipped a lot of it, and you can just watch like the main plot. Obviously they're gonna have filler because they're sort of waiting for the story to come out and then catching up to it. But it's just like if you have like if you're HBO or Netflix creating an original show that's only 10 episodes long and you still have to add filler to that, like
Exactly.
it's not a very
Why
well
don't you just
planned
make a
out
fucking
show.
movie?
Like like you don't need like even there's other ways to go about it than just having filler. Like you don't have to create side arcs or side characters. Like you can start
If you
like
don't use them.
you could start going into like backstories of characters or like advancing the plot or advancing the character or understanding the world more. Like you don't have to just introduce random like almost like side quests in a video game.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
it's kind of,
yeah.
especially if you're like, you know, like a 10 episode like season, like it's just not very well thought out if you have to add filler into that, it seems like.
For sure. Also, have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
I have not. What is that?
Oh god. So I saw this trailer going to see like another movie. I forget what it was. I saw a trailer in the movie theater for Jojo Rabbit and I was like, "What the fuck is this movie? I don't know if I like that." I watched it because although I don't really like the Oscars anymore, I do like watching all of the best picture nominees at least during that year. So I decided I would watch all of them. Jojo Rabbit, honestly, my favorite movie I've seen since freshman year, since Whiplash, Grand Budapest Hotel, that whole year of 2014 came out. Jojo Rabbit. So you know how A Christmas Story is from the kid's perspective, and it's framing the adults as incompetent, just like Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
Christmas Story is pretty much Tom Sawyer, but Christmas in like middle America in the 70s or 80s, whatever. Yeah, 60s.
Yep.
Whatever. Jojo Rabbit is that, but it's based on like the main character is a little kid whose dad they never explain, but he's gone. He was probably a Nazi that died, or like he was a like an army Nazi or whatever. So his mother, I won't spill too much of the beans, but this kid is like a die-hard Nazi, right? He's maybe 9 years old, 10 years old. He goes through a journey where he's in the Hitler Youth up until like our understanding of World War II, and it unfolds in front of your eyes with the kid's perspective as a Christmas story. That movie, like when I think of what is a good movie, I think what will make me laugh and cry at the same time in an hour and a half or 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
That movie made me laugh harder than any other movie I've seen in a very long time, and it also made me tear up more than any other movie I've seen in a very long time. Definitely
Damn, I'll
watch
check
that
that
movie.
out.
It's so fucking good. Yeah, I'll send you a link of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, I've really liked shows that the character that you're supposed to be rooting for is not a rootable character, but he is because he's like the main character.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it's like we were sort of talking about like perception earlier, like even with VR or like whatever, where you think that you're sort of better than what the story or the scene or whatever your environment is leading you to believe, but you end up like it totally fucks you up. I watched this show Bloodline. It's a Netflix original. Apparently
Killed
it's
his brother.
pretty old, but I'd never heard of it. But the main character, first of all, the actor is fantastic, Ben Mendelsohn. I watched it because I watched The Outsider, and he was really good in that.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's like a terrible person, just like not a good guy.
But he
like,
starts
I
out
just
as good,
found
right?
myself rooting for him the entire time.
Yeah, wait, it's the guy that's the cop. He's pretty straight at first, but his brother's really annoying, and then he gurgles him away in the fucking in the water.
Yeah, I think so. The main guy is the actor Ben Mendelsohn. He like comes back to his family in Florida, and he's like trying to get back to live there, but then he starts like selling cocaine and shit. His brother's a cop, and then like all this crazy shit comes out that like his dad was abusive and his sister died, and all this shit. But it was just like really good because it's like on one hand you really feel for the kid, like, or the guy, because like he had a fucked up childhood, but on the other hand, like he's kind of a fucking piece of shit criminal now. But
yeah.
that was 3 seasons, and I think it got canceled. The 3rd season was terrible. The 2nd season was like okay, but the 1st season was honestly maybe one of my favorite seasons of television I've ever seen.
Huh. What about cartoons? Are you a fan?
Yeah. Speaking of which, they are adding Avatar: The Last Airbender to Netflix in May, and I'm super fucking excited about that.
Dude, I used to love that show.
It's a great fucking show.
That taught me so much about everything. Even SpongeBob too, and like
I love
shows like
SpongeBob. That
that.
shit was great back in the day.
Yeah, there's so many things that people bring up, and I'm like, oh, I actually know that from SpongeBob.
Somehow SpongeBob was a kids show that managed to be highly entertaining to adults also. Like I would watch that shit with my dad and he would find it funny and I would find it funny, but also they add so many innuendos that go over kids' heads, but when you're an adult you watch it and you're like, holy shit, that's fucking funny, dude.
Yeah, that's like all of Pixar movies right now are based on that. But here's the thing too, cartoons were originally made for adults when they first started making cartoons. SpongeBob in particular actually started as an Adult Swim show, I believe, called SpongeBob No Pants that was supposed to be like really dirty. Then the creators said, "No, we should make this for kids." And then it became SpongeBob.
Damn. Yeah, that's
Makes
yeah,
sense.
they did a great job with that show early on.
Yeah, so wait, let me ask you. I have two more questions for you and then we can wrap up. When you first got interested in being a musician, what was the first music that you were inspired by? Like, oh, I want to
Um
do that.
Fuck man. You know what's actually crazy is for a long time I didn't like music.
Huh.
Um so
Listening
growing
to,
up
playing.
my parents are super into music. My dad is a really good guitar player. My mom played a little bit of flute. So I was sort of raised in like a musical household. Um like my dad would play guitar all the time. My mom would play a little bit of flute. They used to play in like a community band together.
Hmm.
They're actually divorced now, but they're still like friendly and stuff. So the radio would always be on. They were always listening to CDs. I remember being that kid in the car, like my mom. I don't know if you know what 88.5 is. I don't know if you get that.
I don't.
But it's like a like, I would consider it like an oldies station. But
Oh,
so they're always
106.9,
playing like
baby.
they're always playing like 60s, 70s, 80s stuff, and like being a kid, like a 8, 9, 10 to 12-year-old kid growing up, like everyone around you is listening to like pop and like rap and all like Kanye West, Lil Wayne, like Eminem, shit like that, and like I wanted to listen to like that stuff in the car. And
Sean Paul.
my mom was always putting on like the oldies shit, and I was like, oh my, like fuck this. So like I remember my sister, who's about a year and a half younger than me, got like a good set of like speakers back in the day, and she got an iPod also. So she used to play music, like all that, like she used to listen to like fucking like all that pops. I can't like shit that like Now 21 or like Kids Bop or something,
Of
like
course.
stuff that they would play.
PG Sean
Um,
Paul.
Yeah, and I like my parents were like, "Oh, your sister got an iPod, don't you want one?" And I literally said, I was like, I don't really like music that much. And like I never listened to it, and I never really found it interesting because like my mom was always playing shit that I didn't really like. And then like towards the end of elementary school, I started getting into like rap and hip hop, and like radio tunes from my friends. So I started listening to that, and then I finally got an iPod. I finally got like a stereo. I started getting CDs, and I started to get into it. I start in the fourth grade. You were able to play wind or string instruments, so I played violin. I didn't really care for it that much, but I wasn't too bad at it. And then fifth grade, you were able to join the band.
Yeah.
My mom had a saxophone
Ooh.
that she had used to play a little bit, and she was like, "Yeah, if you want to use this, you can use it." And one of my good friends at the time also was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna." His family's like an incredible music family. Like his brother was like all-state, like second trumpet all-state jazz band. His dad's a professional musician. So he was like, "Yeah, I want to play sax." So I was like, "Okay, cool. Yeah, like sax seems pretty cool. Like my mom has a sax, I'll play sax." So I started playing that. I really started to enjoy it, but I wasn't really like into any of the music that I'm into now. Honestly, and then I was in the middle school band all 3 years, and then I got to high school, and then high school is when I really started to like actually get into music. I think 10th grade, I sort of became like a music purist. I was like, I'm only listening to jazz. Like I'm listening to Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, all that shit.
Damn.
I stopped listening to like rap music and all that stuff, and then I sort of came back around because like some of my like peers, like they were able to like integrate it, and I started like, for example, this that kid Simon, who's like a monster on guitar. He introduced me to Robert Glasper, and at first
Mm,
I would only listen to like his straight ahead jazz albums because I was like, this is music. And I didn't listen to any of his like black radio stuff or like any of like the hip hop stuff he was doing because I didn't really like it.
yeah.
But the more and more I hung around with people, the more I just picked up on music, the more I like sort of broadened my horizons, and it just really came from there. And I think like I think I got stuck in that like almost like elitist music mindset for a while, and like then I went to college, and everyone's playing like Kendrick Lamar and like Kanye and shit like that, and then like I sort of came around on that, like, and I think now, like, I'm much more open minded. Like, I don't really like country music, but if someone is listening to country music, I'll like try to give it a try, like see like what they're doing. And
Right, right.
I think music is, it serves a utility. Like if you want to go out to a club, you're probably not going to want to listen to jazz music to pregame. So like you listen to hip hop or like EDM stuff. Whereas like if you're having like a chill night and you're just gonna sip like a whiskey with your friends, like jazz is pretty cool. Or like if you're trying to study, classical is cool. Or like wake up in the morning, like this and that. So like I've become like a lot more open minded over the years towards music, and I just think it's fun. It's really it's a real bonding experience with, if you have friends that are into music. I think you can become extremely close through that, because it's just like it's a tool to build relationships, honestly. And I met a lot of cool people through music, from all over, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. So I started mostly. I always liked the Beach Boys for some reason. Like when I was a fucking dweeb that could barely walk. For some reason, I always really liked their harmonies for their singing. And one of the first Christmas presents I got, apparently I really liked them, was the Beach Boys' best hits, right? Then my sisters, they were into what you were saying too, but a little bit like they were interested in some cool stuff too. So, and they also showed me hip hop when I was in 7th grade. But the real time that I really got into music was the end of 3rd grade, that summer going into fourth. My dad showed me like Jimi Hendrix, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen, Eric Clapton, Mountain, people like that that were guitarists. But not only just saying the guitarist is the main thing of this, like listen to the drummer. This is where the backbeat is. This is interesting to me, and these are people that everyone have always looked up to, right? So I was very interested, but also like it was magnetic to me because that's the time where you're trying to like kind of figure out who you are, what other people actually are interested in. And he challenged me. He was like, "Yo, the solos of Crossroads, if you ever learn to play that, like once I finally got a guitar, he's like, "Yo, that shit would be crazy." So, took lessons for a little bit, and ever like I remember driving home from, first we went to a Walmart that didn't have this guitar in stock. We drove like 45 minutes to get this other one. On the way home, I had this Led Zeppelin CD that I burned onto disc, and they had Whole Lot of Love that was like meow, meow, and I was like, "Dad, can I do that on my guitar?" It's like, "I don't know." So, honestly, ever since then, it's always been looking at not only other people making really, really cool shit that a lot of people respect, but realizing the stuff that I fuck around with can turn into something that even myself, when I listen to it, I'm like, damn, I made that shit. That feeling is more than anything ever. Literally, like making something that you cannot understand astounds my brain and my heart and my soul more than anything ever. Like, I can listen to the same song over and over and over, even if it's not mixed, if it's not like done yet. If that is there that I created from nothing, that astounds me so much. And the reason I got into it is like the same thing. Someone tried a lot, that they dedicated their life to doing one thing. And if you talk to someone right now and you said, like, what does Eric Clapton do? They would say, oh, he's a fucking legendary guitarist. Do you want to know what Eric Clapton wanted to do? He was a stained glass window designer first, and then he became the most popular guitarist in the world just by like listening to old blues records, slowing them down, trying to like play what they were playing and then speed it up. Then he happened to be in a band. But here's the thing. At some point there's a bridge between your childhood and what you're doing right now, mixed with everything that you've ever been interested in, learned, and or struggled with, that you can put into something accidentally or on purpose that will sometimes lead to like a physical item that you can intake yourself at a different time. Once I realized that like I could put these things down then, and then if I listen to them another time and get overwhelmed by that feeling, by then I was like, all right, I don't care what I do with my life, but I'm doing this as my main thing for the rest of my life. That's why in I'm such an addict for creating music. Not even just listening, but creating, you know?
Yeah, man. Honestly, I had a lot of thoughts come to mind when you were saying that. The first is, I'm not sure who said it, but a quote is, "You are the sum of every decision that you've ever made." Which
Dude, I tell people that all the fucking time. I can't believe you just said that.
I think it's a great quote because a lot of people like, and I guess there's outliers, but a lot of people like to blame their life on certain things, whether it's other people or their upbringing or something like that. And I think that quote, "You are the sum of every decision you've ever made," is extremely important to recognize that your life is in your hands and it is what you make of it. For whether you came from everything or from nothing, you have to take every advantage that you have. You have to try, whether it's harder than some people or not as hard as some people. But you know, it's really like, you know, if it, like you're the decisions you made in high school led to what college you went to. The decisions you made in college led to what job you got. What you're doing right now is going to lead to, if you get that promotion or you stagnate, it's going to be the difference between you being a great musician and not a great musician. If you're good at basketball, if you're not good at basketball,
or even a great musician that no one remembers versus a semi-decent that everyone remembers, and everywhere in between.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's incredibly, like, I think self accountability is extremely important. I not to get away from the subject, but back to Tim Ferriss. I was listening to something of his where he's like a big advocate of stoicism, which I've been reading a bit about lately, and I think it's really interesting, which is basically the principle of accepting things that come in your life and not not changing your mindset based on that. I'm probably not saying that right, but it's basically like something happens to you. Are you going to get mad about it, or are you going to accept the fact that that happens to you, and are you going to do something about it? So, you know, just like really not blaming the world around you and just almost taking personal accountability or understanding that something can happen to you. I don't want to go too much further on that because I'm not an expert on it. But the other thing that is kind of ironic, I was saying that like my mom used to play oldies songs on the radio, and I used to hate that stuff. That's some of my favorite music now, which is pretty funny because like I now have the same music taste as my parents. Like and I think part of it is, I think it was back in 2012. I was probably either in 10th or 11th grade. I got recruited to like like a classic rock like oldies band, and I've been playing with them for the last like 8 years or so. I've probably played like 100 gigs with them at least at this point,
Oh, damn.
and it's a lot of fun. But all of it is like Stevie Wonder, Earth, Wind and Fire, Steely Dan. We've started adding more modern stuff. We still play like Michael Jackson. We'll play some Bruno Mars tunes,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
all that kind of like Joe Cocker, shit like that. And it's a lot of fun. It's given me like a lot more of appreciation for that type of genre. And I listen to that shit all the fucking time now, man. I love that. I love Stevie Wonder. I think that was honestly one of the best eras of music. I wish I could have been alive for that because it was such a there's nothing wrong with produced music and it's great and it's done really well, but just like the live band setting, like when you have the drums and the horns and the piano and the singing, like that all comes together, I think it's fucking amazing. And it's like dance music, party music too. Like it's just great music.
Yeah. Yeah. It's when they first mixed all of those. You know what's funny too? My sisters used to be like, "Oh, you like dad's music, you like mom's music, like back in the 70s type music, 80s type music." And since I've been really interested in figuring out the course of music history, especially, I've found like here's a good example. I used to drive my parents to the airport at 4:30 in the morning before going to high school, and I used to listen to 40s music on the way home. They used to have a 40s on 4 channel on XM, right? So for some reason, I mean, my favorite show growing up was Tom and Jerry, and that music, they didn't have to say stuff. They didn't have to write dialogue. They did it visually, and they used the music to like set what was happening, you know? So for some reason 40s music really speaks to me because it sets a tone more than anything else. But here's the other thing too. 90s, 2000s, 2010s right now. They all had a chip on their shoulder, right? Especially right now. Everyone can kind of like sit behind a computer and make whatever they want. But the 40s, you had to write stuff, you had to get people together, you had to get someone to like pay for everything and it was really expensive. You had to know someone that could mix it, record it, everything, right? That took so much effort to do that everything I've heard from the 1940s, like during the war and right after the war, while people were intaking a certain type of media and producing a certain type of media for that matter too. For some reason, that is just so enthralling to me. So every time I really have to sit down recently and have to completely let go of other stuff that I'm doing, I'll just look up like other 1940s stuff. And it's beautiful because even if it's similar to other songs I know or completely different, I have never heard that song before. It's like finding a new playlist or a new genre for that matter of something I've never heard before. You know, I think 1940s really is even 50s too. Like 50s started being more rock and roll, but like 40s in particular, it was the big band era turned into more of like a mass radio. Um, like we're making cartoons now, so we need to use music for more than just we're gonna make a song that you can own and listen to and put on during this setting. For some reason, listening to that, I think like, okay, so if this is what my sisters thought was my parents' music, this must have been my parents' music. And then I'll go even further. Like, as I was saying before, Robert Johnson, he was 1936, he recorded most of his stuff. That's like before. My grandparents probably go back to that and they're like, oh, that's some old shit. Like, who listens to that anymore? And like classical, yeah, that's another story. That's a little too far back, but like 10s, 20s, you have either like jazz standards that like oh that are they're just too cheesy, you know, but as after the Great Depression happens and the war and everything, as they came up with new ways of communicating through that and they added music to that, for some reason, that style of music is just incredible to me. And I think a lot of the genres that happen now, like if you want hard rock, you could find it in the 40s. Just find someone that put a mute in their trombone and just like pushed it extra hard. If you want jazz, listen to people that were getting really complex. If you want rock and roll, listen to like very straight up like boom ga boom ga boom ga. Everything is in the 40s. Everything that you think of now for music, you can find it in the 40s. You just have to look and like give it your time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love doing that. I think the word that comes to mind is like etymology, like I think it's like the origin of things. I love if I'm super into an artist or a genre, I love doing like sort of like a deep dive and understanding where that came from.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So like for example, if say you're super into Kanye West, like Kanye West didn't fucking like invent a new form of music. Like he took like reference from other people. Like he Kanye West was a huge fucking Jay Dilla fan.
Yeah,
You go back to Jay
absolutely.
and you could see the influence that Kanye took from Jay Dilla. But then you study Jay Dilla and you understand that he was sampling people like Roy Ayers and he was sampling bands from the 60s and like jazz stuff and like anything from anything, and just like the way it just you can backtrace that all. It's like almost like creating like a family tree. Like, all right, who did this guy derive inspiration from, and
Yeah.
then who did that guy derive inspiration from? And it all goes back, and like I said it was a language, but it almost feels like it transcends a language because like it's ever evolving. like like the most evolution that like a language does is like Oxford dictionary adds like the word YOLO to the dictionary or something. It's like, all right, we get like a couple fucking retarded words like once a year, but it's like music is constantly changing and evolving, which I think is like so fascinating. And it's like like no matter what, people are always deriving their form of music from what they were inspired by that came before them, and it's crazy. And the thing I love about music is we were talking about sports earlier. The two things I really like, if I'm gonna relate and connect to my parents, it's through sports, like talking about the Mets or something, and talking about music, because those are the two things that they love, and that's kind of what I got from them. So it's you can meet so many interesting people through that. It's amazing. Like, I've met people that I would never be friends with otherwise, but I'm like good friends with them because we have a shared commonality in music. You can go to a
Oh,
party and start
absolutely.
talking about sports, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I love sports," and like, all right, there's your opening right there, and just like, being able to relate to someone on that level is just like really important.
Yeah, and sports are different than music too, because if you meet a person that's really into sports, there's about like a 50-50 chance that you won't get along. Whereas music, there's more of like a 90-10 chance that you'll probably get along, or at least see eye to eye.
Yeah, and I mean the best people, like I said, like I used to have like trouble with sort of being open-minded in terms of music, and I've gotten a lot better at that, but it's sort of like people don't have to like the same music as you, they just have to be willing to try it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
like if people say they love music and it's like, all right, who do you love? It's like, all right, I love J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar and Eminem and like Tribe Called Quest or like whatever. It's like, all right, well, like, are you set on that, or like are you willing to like, expand? And I feel like the coolest people that you can meet are people that like, if they love like hip hop or something, you can show them something that's sort of preceded hip hop, and they'll be like, "Oh fuck, that's actually sick, dude." And then they'll
exactly.
like they'll be
Yeah,
more interested in
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, dude.
Like people that are willing to open up their palette for music a little bit are like the best kind of people.
Yeah, and that's even like when I'm working on something like a very particular part of a song and I have it looped up that if you're listening to it as if you're just trying to hear music, people in the background will be like, What are you doing? Can you stop that?" Be like, "You're in the wrong room right now because the reason I'm doing this is to make this particular part a lot better. So you're listening to the wrong things. You're not here to listen to music. You're here to listen to things being created, you know? So if I have something looped up, you need to listen to what we're trying to like change, you know, whether it's trial and error or it's just like slowly getting to where we already know we need to get, but we're just like we're brought back by technology or something like that. That's always spoken to me too. The people that are fine with being in the room just because we're doing it versus, oh, I want to hear what you're making. I want you to make it fast. You know, those tend
Yeah.
to be the same people that only listen to the certain types of things versus, oh, I do want to I want to see where this came from. I want to come in the back door, not the front door.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like almost another, like when I was saying that music should be a hobby, not a job. I mean, that's just sort of something that I feel for me, whereas like I'm not great at making music, like by any stretch of the imagination, but the shit that I do make, like I make it so it sounds good to me, and like I'm proud that I made it, and I think it sounds good. Like I'm not making it for anyone else. Like I don't like I'm not trying to make money on it. I'm not trying to impress anyone. Like up, I might put it out there, but it's like almost something that I'm more proud of, and like I don't really care if other people like it, like maybe people that I respect in the music community or something, but
Mm.
like I'm not
Mm-hmm.
making it for the masses. And like I feel like a lot of musicians that are doing it for a living get caught up in making music for people to enjoy rather than stuff that showcases their actual talent. Like there's so many like good musicians that just like sell out. Like us, like the token person for this is like Kenny G. Like Kenny G's actually pretty fucking good at saxophone, but he decided he's like, oh wait, shit, I can make way more money if I make Christmas albums for like housewives. So that's what he does, and he makes a shitload of money. But like he's not utilizing his potential. He's just making music that he thinks that sounds good, that like other people would like, and it's very pentatonic, it's very simplistic, and like people can understand it. But like he can definitely perform at higher levels than that, but he chooses to make music to the lowest common denominator,
Right,
basically.
right. So the way I like to look at it is there's music that you can make for yourself and others where it's mostly you becoming successful, but you're mostly making it because you think that's what people will like. And you're probably right. You know, if like you have the heart to do that, by all means, you'll be a very successful musician. But by the nature of it, you probably won't be a really good musician and also have that same spirit. And if you do, you're going to be a fucking pop star. But the majority of people are not like that. The way I approach it, which probably gets me in trouble more often than not, is there is music that I really, really am awed by. And when I mix them together in this time, I'm like, no one is making that, but I really want to hear this. So I just try to make it myself. And that's the most selfish way to come about music, but that's the best way to come about music because music is a very like solitary thing to learn. Yes, you can collaborate with others, but you need to bring something that you learned yourself. You know, like alone in a room, that's the only time you could practice. You could learn stuff with other people, but you will only have every like thought within your own brain even during that. So, as selfish as it is, I make music because there is a lack of what I want to hear out there, and I hear it in my head, and I need to do it myself. So I don't care if no one listens to it, it will make me happier than anyone else. And if I could bridge the gap between that, like the guy who made acid rap, Nate Fox.
I was thinking Chance the Rapper. He
No,
had an album, Acid Rap too.
Nate Fox, he's his go-to producer. He actually invited me and Kel to ID Labs, and he was so chill. Like, it came down to me, his friends, Mikel and Dante, and he was just like trying to give us beats. He's from Pittsburgh apparently, which this makes sense, but he was there was probably about a dozen people in this room before, and the main thing that he kept coming back on was there's a part where you need to compromise what do I want to make versus what do people want to hear. Once you figure out what people want to hear versus what you want to make and you could compromise, that is one thing that a lot of musicians don't figure out soon enough. And after that, I was mostly kind of thinking like, yeah, I need to rethink everything, and I made a Spotify playlist of things I should be making. That is the worst playlist I've ever made in my life. I every time I go back to listen to it, I'm just like, I don't like any of these songs. I'm sorry. Like, this is not why I'm making any of this. Yes, I could be successful if I did this other thing, but I'm not going to do that. I want to make something much, much more important that lasts a long time, that I want to listen to first and foremost, and I know someone else will find this and be like, holy shit.
Yeah, man, like you were talking about like finding the balance between what you want to make and what people want to listen to. And I almost feel like they're entirely conflicting ideals.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's almost like the closer you get to one, the farther you get from the other.
Unless you really, really, really like pop.
Yeah, yeah,
Which
totally.
you probably won't be a musician.
Yeah, and it's tough because I mean the shit that like the shit that I want to hear is definitely not the shit that a lot of people want to hear. And it's kind of just like I don't like it's hard to explain, but it's kind of just like I'm not doing this for anyone anyway. Like I'm never expecting to make money off of music, like but it's almost like if you want to make money off of music, like you kind of have to compromise a little bit, and almost like the more money you want to make, the more you have to compromise. So it's really like it almost comes down to like artistic integrity. I mean, and
Unless you find
you
that
know,
sweet spot.
yeah, unless you hit the sweet spot, or you're able to sort of bring like a a big audience over and convince them that what you're doing is good music, and like maybe it's outside their realm of taste or something. But
Even like
um
Travis Scott is a good example. You know, like he's not making so outlandish shit, but at the same time, like he's so set on being his own brands that everyone from any walk is like, yeah, that's cool. He's really doing himself.
yeah, and I mean we to bring this back to the business aspect a little bit, like we were talking about like iPods and iPhones and shit like that, like being the second mover, or like whatever, the leapfrogger, the innovator. Um you can love John Coltrane and study John Coltrane, and you can be the best John Coltrane impersonator that you want, but at the end of the day it's sort of like, all right, well, why would I listen to you instead of just listening to fucking John Coltrane? Like
Yeah.
that's John Coltrane. So it's like but you can take John Coltrane and add something to it, and then it's like a more marketable like product,
Mm.
because essentially music is a product, like everything else. So it's sort of like if you're just replicating what someone else did, then it's sort of worthless, because
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
there's no motivation for someone to listen to you over the person that did it first and that they've already sort of accepted. But it's like if you can take that basic idea of the artist or the computer, or the painter, like whatever, and sort of put your own twist on it or improve on it in some way, then it's like people might start to follow that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they might out they I don't know. There's there's the famous story of like an artist that creates stuff and then they die before they actually mean something. After that they mean so much to everyone and they're like a household name. That always kind of interested me because who are they talking about now? They're talking about that person, you know? And going back to that whole original inspiration conversation, like I don't know, it's so interesting to see the root cause of what people are trying to do, because not because they're trying to make money necessarily, but just like, this is what I do, so this is what I'm going to do. And like, even Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, all those people, they 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 passed away in like 30 years or less with not that much money in their pocket. Like, I'm pretty sure both of them only had $27 or something like that in their pocket. 27. I think that's
27
what
Club.
20. I was about to say. I think that's what 27 Club means. Is like they died with $27 to their name. No, but that's the thing too. Like, both of them, they were very successful, but at the same time, they didn't care about money to the point that they just kept going even after things happened. Like, Jimi Hendrix's manager made a deal with a guy in I think it was somewhere in like Europe or something, or maybe America. He got them all these gigs and they gave him $1 million, which was a lot of money back then, and this guy absconded with that money and they never saw it again. So then they were fucking broke. It's crazy, but at the same time, like, I was reading it in his semi autobiography. He was making a movie, so he had all this shit, and someone like pieced them together and ghostwrote it. He was talking about, yeah, that didn't really matter because that's not why I'm doing this in the first place. So as most people would freak out and that would destroy their worlds, that actually changed my world in a different way. So
Dude, that's actually sort of like an interesting psychological question. Is, I guess, rooting out people's true motivation for making music. Like, is it uh, because they enjoy it, because they want to change the world or influence people, or because they want like fame and fortune? Is like, if I were to tell you, yeah, dude, you're gonna make music for 40 years, no one's gonna give a shit about it. You're gonna die, and then 20 years after you die, it's gonna become super mainstream, and people are gonna idolize you. Is that okay with you, or are you pissed about it? And if that's okay with you, that means that all you cared about was the fact that your music was able to change lives and influence the world. But if you're pissed about it, that sort of means that you cared more about the fame and fortune of it, right?
that's an incredible point. I side with only one side of that. If I only got fame and fortune, but 10 years down the road, people didn't give a fuck, it wouldn't really mean that much. Like, yeah, I made a living, but if you gave me the option that 20 years after I died, people would idolize what I was trying to do but didn't do during my life, that's perfect. That's fine. I still led the life of trying to get to that point, and obviously other people will bring that, like, they'll carry that torch in the future. I don't have to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I just thought of it listening to you talk, but it's sort of an interesting question. It sort of susses out like the your motivation for why you're making music,
Yeah,
right?
and that goes back to intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean, obviously people probably wouldn't mind the fame and fortune from it, but if they're really doing what they say they want, then it wouldn't matter.
Right. And sometimes they don't know it enough to say it, but they know it enough to do it.
Yeah.
So I have one more question for you. While I have you, explain to me, as a monophonic instrumentalist, what is the use of the whole half, or the half whole scale?
Fuck. I'm not nearly educated enough to know that.
But I've heard you use it quite a lot in your solos, especially. So here's the thing about scales. You use them to build chords and relationships between everything, right? When you're using the half tone, I've noticed that a lot of people use them as passing chords, or like passing notes rather, but in jazz a lot people get carried away with that. And they're just like, they're moving around with different notes that make sense to them for that scale, and then they come back to everything. So like, it's a good way to escape from everything. And there's obviously passing notes. You could just like, you could take a scale and add a note between the notes to have a passing tone. But what is the benefit of using the half whole scale if you can't really build chords around it and you could build passing tones other ways? What's your perspective on that?
Um, so this is gonna sound sort of hypocritical because I said before that you shouldn't play out until you know how to play in, and I'm certainly not the best at being able to play in, but I do like to play out. Like I feel like that's sort like if I had to have like if you were gonna like if someone was gonna listen to my shit and say like what's like his like what's his signature, I really like playing out of the changes. So say we're playing over like maybe like a D, like D minor.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll fuck around on D minor, but then I might go up to like D sharp minor
Oh,
because I
interesting.
feel like that it adds like a little flair. I'm not saying I'm good at this, but like I guess from it's kind of fun to play out a little bit because it just stands out more, and then if you can bring it back in, like resolve it back down to like a D minor, I feel like it kind of sounds cool, and it's maybe like a little bit different of a signature than like a lot of people might play on it, but that's just kind of that's just kind of like we were saying, like I'm playing what I like. If I was gonna go on like an audition and be like, hey, I want to be in your jazz band, like I probably wouldn't fucking play that because they're gonna be like, all right, you know what the fuck you're doing. Like, so it's like, all right, we're playing like a G blues. I'm only gonna play the notes in a G blues. But like if I'm just like fucking around, like shedding or jamming with friends or trying to record something on your shit, like I feel like it just adds sort of like an interesting like texture to it almost that it's just you might not be expecting to hear it, so it sort of stands out a little bit, and then you bring it back. Like I don't know,
No, for
if you could do
sure.
it right, it kind of sounds cool, I think.
Yeah, that's a big thing to do in blues guitar actually, is say you're in A minor, is just for a second, like you're going boom da 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 boom 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 you go up to the minor third, so you're playing C minor pentatonic just for a little lick, and then like instead of going wait, let me play it real quick actually. So instead of going instead for a second, just a second, you go up and then back
Yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cause it's like it's not that all of the notes that you're picking fit the same key, but it's moving the home base over there for a second.
Yeah, I could talk about this for a while actually, but I think it catches your ear. I think it's really cool because it's if you're playing like a standard tune, it's really easy to just keep playing the same shit over and over again, and eventually it just sort of all sounds the same whether you're playing the same thing or not. But if you sort of go out for a second, even like an untrained ear might kind of hear that. And I actually think I meant to make this point earlier, but if you talk about like movie soundtracks,
Yeah,
every
yeah,
single person, whether they know nothing about music or everything about music, they know exactly what to expect out of a scene or what's going on in a scene based on the score underneath of it.
for sure.
Like if I played you something that would be a soundtrack under like a scene where someone's going to get fucking murdered, like they're opening a door slowly, they're about to get murdered. You could identify that versus if I'm playing you a scene from like we're charging into battle or about to fuck these guys up, like the good guys are going to win. Like
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
could identify that, but they don't know why. Like it's just something about the human ear. I'm not like I don't think it's socially ingrained. I think it's just like a primal thing. Like we said, like music isn't created; it's like discovered. And I
Yeah.
think just like even the untrained ear is able to recognize like, oh, there's like they might not be able to know like what's going on or identify like the terminology for it, but it's like, oh, there's a dissonance there, or oh, this is like a minor key, like something bad's gonna happen. Whereas like a major key is very like triumphant and happy and stuff, and like you can't identify it, but you intrinsically know it,
It's
innately know it. I
it's
think is probably a better
ratios.
word,
I'm
but
telling you, it's ratios. But
yeah,
wait,
man, absolutely.
one of my
Um,
favorite videos of all time is when they take a movie that exists that you know what it is and they change the genre with either like visual effects but mostly audio. So there's a YouTube channel called Corridor Digital, and they take Like they just put one up today about Willy Wonka, but they made it rated R, and they just like remake that as an R-rated movie. But here's the best example: Mrs. Doubtfire, a father really wanting to see his kids, and will go to such limits that he dresses up as an old woman. there's there's a video where this person re-edited that for him to be like a serial killer. He's just like deranged pretty much. No, he's not a serial killer. He's just so deranged from losing his kids that he literally like takes on this other persona, and they do all this creepy shit and change the music. But like, even if they take a horror film and they put happy music over it, it's gone. You know, like audio
It's silly.
already
It's stupid.
using dialogue is half of a movie, if not more. And if you change just the music of something like a horror film or add horror music over a comedy, you already, like, that's the first thing you intake to understand the circumstance, to prepare yourself what you're about to see.
Yeah, man. You can even find that, like, if you ever watch the show The Big Bang Theory, like, they're really big on laughing tracks. Like, someone will say something, and all of a sudden there's a laugh track.
Yeah.
They have, like, shit on YouTube where they just edit out the laugh track, and if you watch that, it's, like, almost fucking creepy. It's like someone will just say something, and then there's just, like, 4 seconds of silence.
Yeah.
And it's, like, it's weird without, like, the implication that you're supposed to be laughing at this thing, and that's, like, really... It's almost like a trick. Like, they're telling you, like, oh, this thing's supposed to be funny, and like that's why, like, now during quarantine, like, there's stand-up comedians that are trying to do like YouTube live shows with no audience telling the same jokes. Like, it's not funny. It's You need the audience, or you need a reference. You need something telling you, like, is this funny? Is it scary? Like, it sort of primes your brain to know, like, what you're supposed to expect.
Yeah, it shuts your brain off more too. You know, this is really funny, but full circle, the original time that they used a laugh track, there was a guy that invented it first. He created like this mobile box that he would bring, and he did like all of the laugh tracks for fucking like 25 years or something, right? There was a comedian, he recorded a show that was not PC, we'll call it, but everyone was cracking up. They had a mic on the audience, and they had a mic on him. So the broadcast network said, we cannot air this. Can you do a PC version of it? And he did, in front of no audience. And they took the laugh track from the original show, and they just put it in the other one. So then that guy kind of like, he realized that this was a possibility for film production, for movie production, to have like a box where you could have these samples. And it became such a thing, but the few shows, like Bill Cosby's original show, he really didn't want a laugh track, and it failed. And then the second one, he had a laugh track. But then these shows came out that were mockumentaries that a lot of people that grew up during the sitcom era with laugh tracks, they don't understand what The Office, what Parks and Rec, all of those are without a laugh track, because they replaced the laugh track with the camera. Now, instead of being told, haha, laugh now, the camera physically, like, has someone say something, they look over here, now the conversation goes over there, you know, and like they zoom in when it's important. Now, instead of being told what to experience, they're now telling you what to look at. You know, like the mise en scène means what is in frame. And that has been a big thing since the 60s, especially in France, they invented it. That is a big difference being compared to like, this is what's happening, you're supposed to laugh now, versus, hey, here's what this person is saying, here's what this person is saying, I'm going to zoom and like decide to wipe or cut anything. It's all editing, you know? It doesn't have to be laughter. It needs to be anything worth looking at. They zoom in and want you to be like, okay, now look at this. What do you think about zooming in on that? We want you to focus on this. And that's not telling them what to do. It's just saying, hey, this is what we think is important, so you're going to look at that, you know? And you still have the ability to think and laugh whenever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like really a sign of true comedy. Like The Office doesn't have a laugh track. Another The League. I don't know if you ever seen that. That
Yeah,
show is really
yeah.
funny. Like shows like that are they don't stop when people make jokes. They just keep going, and it's like up for you to decide if it's funny or not. And when you still find like The Office fucking hilarious, even though they're just going, like it might some jokes, like especially if they're really like intelligent humor, you might not get it for 5 seconds. Like someone says a line and they just keep going, and then you're thinking about it, and 5 seconds later you're laughing, and it's already in the middle of a conversation. That's when it's a sign that your show is really funny, because it's not directing you in a way that's just like, here's a joke, pause, like ha 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 ha, like oh shit, yeah, that's funny. It's just like they just keep rolling as if nothing was funny, but actually like fucking everything's funny.
Yeah, instead of laughing at other people laughing, now you have to suppress your own laughter to hear what the next person is saying.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that's like, if you've ever been to like comedy shows, like you could see a stand-up comic and you're in the audience and like you're dying laughing like every 30 seconds. Like
Yeah.
it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
You could watch the same special from your bed by yourself at home, and the audience is fucking dying laughing, and you're just like, dude, that wasn't really that funny.
Yeah, yeah. It's because you've been primed when you're seeing them live.
Exactly. You're just it's the like the social and like like the influence from other people around you. Like, oh, everyone thinks this is funny. Like, this must be funny. Like, ha ha ha.
Yeah. Well, I think we're good right here. I have to thank you. You're my fifth guest, and I have to say you're definitely the best guest. This
Thanks,
is
man.
definitely
Happy
tight.
to come on anytime. This was
Yeah,
this
we'll
was
definitely
really fun,
do it
actually.
more. Yeah, nice to catch up with you too.
Yeah, you too, man. It's good to talk to people outside your own domicile these days.
Oh, for sure. But even outside of quarantine, it's always good to talk to someone that knows what the fuck I'm talking about for music, business school, trying and failing, especially like study
Absolutely.
abroad.
Dude, I've
you know?
wanted to do a podcast for so long, and I just can't think of a reason to start one. I'm like, what could I possibly provide that people would want to listen to? But it's just fun to get on and just have a conversation sometimes, you know?
That honestly, a lot of people ask me that too. They're like, "Oh, what is your podcast about?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What is
nothing.
What is Joe Rogan's podcast about? It's about fucking being people who are humans that know a lot about something, and they're trying some shit. They fail. They think some things are funny. They have some cool stories."
Yeah, totally, man. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Is like you to do something, you always feel like you have to be the best at it. Whereas I feel like I'm more of like a jack of all trades of a lot of things, kind of.
Not at all.
And it's like that doesn't mean you can't do something. Like you just have to come at it from a unique angle, or like even just come like have a unique perspective, or even just be like kind of entertaining. You know, I don't have to be the smartest or the best at anything. You know, just you know.
Yeah, dude, I for real, I thought about doing a podcast for years, and I always pictured it as a visual thing. I set up one PKA style with some on-tap people with like the little windows that everyone could record remotely. But for that line of thinking, I produced 0 podcasts. But when I sat down as an audio master and a conversation master and just said, "Hey, let's record a cool conversation," I figured everything out within a week, right? So I think a big thing in the future will not only be, like, podcasts have been blown up, obviously, not only visual but audio too. If you can mix somewhere in between, that is amazing. And people don't just need a podcast that is this topic, that topic. They want to see who is
Oh,
the
what do
person
these people
hosting,
think about this thing?
who is the person on, and like, what are they going to talk about? What do they think about exactly? Like, what is their perspective?
Yeah, man, it's kind of like I'll watch a movie, and then immediately after, if it was a good movie, I'll go on Reddit and see what people on Reddit thought about it.
Exactly.
And sometimes they'll point out things that I missed. Sometimes they'll have differing opinions. It might change my opinion. It might make me feel more strongly towards mine. But it's interesting. But I think audio and video podcasts both definitely have their place.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's podcasts that are video based, that you have to sit in front of your computer for 2 hours, 3 hours and watch it, because otherwise you're going to miss like something that's going on. Whereas I think audio podcasts are great if you're in the car, going on a run, something like that, cleaning your room. Whereas like you're not, like, this is audio based, like you're not going to miss
Exactly.
any physicality that I'm bringing towards it. We're not sitting here watching videos that you have to be watching to understand what's going on, something like that. We're just kind of talking, and like you don't need to see my fucking face for that. So
Yeah, and during quarantine too, I could record these remote, which is fucking great. But here's the thing too,
Yeah.
like I could have 10,000 people listen to a podcast. I could have 7 people listen to the podcast. I don't care about either of them. Here's the thing, like I sat down to record this because I wanted to, and like I had a great time doing it. And if 7 people listen to it that are like, oh shit, like I listened to this 10 seconds of it and that's so true, like let's have this conversation, and then I talk to them just at a bar or something when COVID goes away. Like that's
See you in
the whole
3
point,
years. Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about the PKA podcast earlier. One of the things I love that they do is it's like a 4-hour show, but he goes and puts timestamps in for everything, like every topic that they go to. And some of them I'm not interested in. Like I don't really give a shit about the UFC, so if they're talking about martial arts for 30 minutes, I'll just skip to the next thing, or I'll find what I'm interested in and listen to it. And I think that's great. So I don't have to sit around and like listen to something I don't care about for half the podcast. I can just go to like what I think is interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been making I've been doing
The
clips
clip show.
and then the full thing. But that's a good idea too, if I label the timestamp of everything so they could click through. That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a lot of work, but I think the clips are good because, if you just want to hear us talk about philosophy for 5 minutes, then like do that. Or if you want to hear about audio production, listen to that. You don't have to listen for 2 hours, or like whatever this is, but
Yeah, definitely. No, all good shit. Definitely all good
Yeah.
shit. But
Absolutely, man. Thanks for having me on. This was a lot of fun. We should absolutely do it again sometime.
yeah, I'll be doing
Sometime
it.
soon.
I'll be doing it until further notice. So
All right, cool. Yeah, man. Don't stop. Keep it going.
all right, for sure. Yeah, definitely tell the people where to find you. Mostly I would say listen to the sax on bike that I'm about to drop, because that shit's sexy. It's a sexy sack, and the armature on that is just outstanding. Do you have anything you want to plug?
Jeez, where do you find me these days? I'm at home, so if you want to come find me at home, my
If you want to bring me
Instagram is
alcohol.
yeah. I got a fresh case of Natty Light if anyone wants one. My Instagram is _Matt Leonard _. My Facebook is Matt Leonard. My Snapchat is mleonard95. My LinkedIn is Matt Leonard. And that's probably about it. Yeah, until I start my YouTube channel doing whatever the fuck I decide to do.
Well, you're on YouTube now, brother.
Awesome.
All right, man. So good to talk
Can't
to
wait
you.
to listen
Seriously.
back.
Yeah, I'll hit you up soon too. Well, as I go to edit this, I'll send you some links too.
Awesome, man. I'm gonna send you some music shit too, just that I've been working on. You can give me your thoughts on it.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll add some guitar and bass. Everything.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right, man. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Night, bro.
Peace out.